Oh my god, it's Skybolt and Kriz.
It's the Skybolt.
This was what was that?
I don't know.
We're already off to a great start.
Yay!
This was technically her idea, but I felt readily compelled to do something similar because I felt bad that I don't know, we ran out of mojo on Halloween, and I felt bad about that.
Yeah, so we need to spice it up with some pumpkin latte. Since everybody else has drunken their part, we need to drink our pumpkin latte.
I was gonna say, did they start selling the pumpkins on discount now because Halloween is over? So it's like everything has to go.
Yep. So it's time to get those pumpkin seeds because they actually have a lot of proteins in them. They're a very good snack.
Do you ever eat grilled pumpkin seeds?
I actually chew on them raw.
Oh, there you go. Like right out of the pumpkin raw?
Nah. I usually wash them first because I'm not that fan of the pumpkin squishy.
Yeah, the pulp, I think, is the right word.
Yeah, the pulp or the juice or whatever I'm gonna call it.
I like that better, the juice. The pumpkin juice.
Pumpkin juice, yes.
Yeah, because I carved a pumpkin myself. We went to our local pumpkin farm near where I live with the fam, and I got a medium-sized pumpkin. Because I remember ever since I was a kid, there was the whole rationale of a pumpkin's too small, not enough seeds have developed yet. But if a pumpkin's big enough, all the seeds have already dispersed somehow, so it seems like they have less, or relatively less. So I got a decent haul on my head-size pumpkin, just right for a headless horseman to use. And but the unfortunate thing, once I carved all the seeds out of it, the pumpkin immediately started melting. 2 days after I carved it, which was on a Tuesday, it was already all sunken face, and my vampire looked like a grandma.
Oh, why do I get that image in my head now? A grandma vampire.
A grampire.
A grampire, yeah. Oh my gosh. A grampire.
So it was really sad. By the time Halloween rolled around for my two trick-or-treaters that came by, it looks like SpongeBob in that one early episode where he I don't know, I think it was the Suds. It was really sad.
I haven't watched a lot of SpongeBob, so I'm not completely sure I know what you're talking about.
I know. No, it's been ages for me. That they know where the money was, which was the first 5 seasons, because you can buy a SpongeBob first 5 seasons box set, which I need to do someday. But
what?
A box set like DVD or Blu-rays.
Ah, okay, yeah. I was thinking what are you gonna buy? Are you gonna buy a bunch of?
It's literally sponges. I don't know why they didn't do that. Sell a bunch of literal sponges that's just called SpongeBob. That's the easiest product in the world.
Yeah, there's a lot of yellow sponges, and then you have small plastic trousers. No, trousers. Yeah, that's the English word.
Well, it's like a depression toy or a pet rock, where it's you give the kids little yellow sponges and they voice the characters.
Perfect! Easy.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's perfect, But there is one more thing that I discovered this year.
Okay.
Is that you think you're gonna be smart and put your already carved pumpkin in the freezer.
Oh, there you go. That's a good idea.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Because it will last you maybe half a night, but after that, it will shrunk into a crippling, soggy, mushy, I don't know what you are anymore thing.
Oh, no.
Yes, I had to fill my pumpkin up with rocks
to
get it to actually stay up.
That just sounds unpleasant, like a squishy, like non-stable pumpkin being filled with like gravel rocks.
Yeah, so all the juice were like dripping out of it all the time, and I was just like, oh, nice.
Oh, that's gross. It's like, oh, what's your
Ash.
pumpkin carved as? The blob.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, oof.
So I'm
Just don't do
curious
that.
now, what time is it there right now? Because we had our unholy time shift over the weekend.
Yeah, right now it's 01:36.
Okay, so I don't know. Does that mean we shifted at the same time? Maybe? I don't know.
I think so.
It's 4:30 here, which means we are still exactly 8 hours apart. So we must have shifted at the same time.
Yeah, most of my I do not have my electronics does it themselves. So
you don't
don't have to do
notice when it happens.
it just does it itself, and I'm just like, good computer, thank you.
See, oh wow, you guys actually shifted back a week before us on Sunday, October 25th.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just-
This is
I don't
always the
know.
worst time of year for planning podcasts or anything.
Yeah. So why not take a random one? Because I need to ask you something.
Okay.
What kind of nightmare did you have when you saw that giant dragon eye thingy for your Chronicles series? I was just thinking, like, okay, that's something from Nightmares.
It is loosely inspired on a couple of things. A lot of the monsters are sort of tributes to other monsters in other fiction. So that one in particular is a little bit of a Stranger Things reference to the Demogorgon.
Ah, I have not seen that one, so care to explain some more?
I added enough of my own originality to it to make it fun. Make it purple as a contrast to the purple robe of Ulysses as he becomes an envoy Magnus, which is a super duper good envoy. So I thought, it would be the parallel, so to speak, him talking about a purple monster.
Mm.
I mean, everyone knows the real purple monster in this world is Grimace of McDonald's.
I always thought he was like scary, but he looks like he needed a hug. So I wasn't scared of him. I was only feeling like 6-year-old me having my birthday at McDonald's. So happy, so proud, and I got like the toy, the yellow bird girl.
Oh
as a
yeah.
present.
What is her name? I forget.
I have no idea, but I was so happy. But then 2 guys came out in costumes. Of course, at that time, I thought that was the real deal. So I was like, oh, it's the burger stealer and the big purple guy. Purple guy, you need hugs. So I ran up and hugged his leg because I was that tiny.
See, America, we had the benefit, I'm not sure how worldwide it got, but they paid the Rugrats people, Klasky Supo, to make a series of short, like, whatever they called it, McDonald Land, like, character shorts. And so all the characters had voices and, like, a typified personality.
Oh.
Those were actually pretty good. I remember I had a few VHSs of those back in the 90s.
Ooh, back in the 90s.
The 90s, such a great
cool
time. I started watching Sopranos again, just, I don't know, just because I got HBO Max, so now I'm just going through the HBO Max catalog, and I forgot that the show starts in 97, so, like, the whole opening sequence has, like, the Twin Towers for 3 seasons, and like, oh god, even with these mobsters, it was such a nice time.
Yeah, before everything started happening.
When we had Gandolfini still alive too, he died way too young. Awful.
Yeah.
He should have lived long enough to become a reoccurring Simpsons mob boss character. I forget, the Simpsons, they had the same set of guys for a long time as their mafioso.
Yeah, The Simpsons. I know they had a movie. I now know that that's where Spider Pig comes from, and people are yellow.
yes, those
That's
are
my knowledge.
I mean, that was my, you grow up, you play Legos, which are yellow, and then the Simpsons are yellow. It made sense. It was very non-offensive, in theory. Yeah, that's right, Fat Tony. Run by Fat Tony and Don Vitrio DiMaggio, who was played by, what was his name? Joe Mantegna. Yeah, that's right. Ah, those are
Okay,
great.
now you're starting to sound like a vampire. Nantenya. Blah, blah,
Mantegna.
blah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm taking in as much ethnic Italian information as I can right now for my own series. I'm moving on from Sopranos to the actual Rome series after this, just a nice little extra authentic flavor to it. So that's been fun. See, it's easy for you because you just have to keep doing what you already do with your character without spoiling. She's very written to cast. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm sensing a recurring theme here. Isn't that also what Jam Jam said when he wrote Fidget?
Yes. I couldn't let him get away with that. I brought you into the studio. You are my Also, you can easily cosplay her without getting like a full fursuit, which is nice.
Yeah, that's true. I just need the dress and the gloves and grow my hair.
I did like though that conversation of you and him trying to figure out how you would do the fidget suit, because it's like, okay, first we need like fiber optic wires and then enough of them to make an entire suit of fur to change colors.
Of course, we have computer stuff nowadays. Maybe we can figure out something.
Yes, this will absolutely be affordable.
Yeah, of course. And everything will be paid by EAST Corp.
That's right. That's right. Ooh, we got to do another Patreon drive.
You want to see Fidget at your next pony convention? Join our Patreon. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
that would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
But I actually like that idea that if she could change her color to have like so the user itself could choose what color she would be.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, like, I would have loved to just have her like a pure long coated black one because I really like black cats.
Yeah.
And for somebody who likes like white cats or tree colors, or I'm a kid. I like pink and purple. Let's mix that together.
How perfect then?
Perfect. Everybody gets it.
Everybody gets what they want. No, it's actually funny when I had a conversation with someone over the summer, and I'm like, if I did get a cat myself, I would probably get a black cat also. Probably a short hair, though, because I would just make it Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch. And give it the voice and everything. Sabrina!
Groom me. Please groom me.
So, it would be so perfect.
Yeah, I also have that. If I get a long-haired gray cat, I'm gonna call it Yum Yum.
Oh yeah.
I can't have a gray long-haired cat anymore that is male without naming it Yum Yum. Just Yum Yum. Awesome.
And that's a Kipo character, right?
Yes, and if you have seen exactly, Roy.
Rip Yum Yan? Oh no.
Kinda. Without trying to spoil too much.
F's in the chat.
Yeah. He's just like that. I don't know, like the uncle that you really, really liked as a kid.
Okay.
But he was still grown up, but he was still a lot of fun. So at family reunions, he would be the one that you go and talk to because none of the other kids are fun, or there are no other kids, so you go to the cool uncle. Yum Yum.
Okay.
Yeah, but he is really... I think it's hard not to like that character unless you have some issues connected to his personality. But then it's usually because you don't like that thing about yourself.
Interesting.
Sorry, therapy brain turns on. What was I gonna say? If I ever get a female cat, hopefully long-haired, because I like long-haired cat, because floofy. Floofy, yes. Then I'm gonna call her Fidget.
I assume it's harder for short-haired cats to survive up there.
Yeah, it kinda is. We don't have many of those.
I remember the most
Actually.
ridiculous thing that my mom told me about growing up is that one of her favorite dogs, which was right when she was like 9 or 10 or whatever, was a Chihuahua. And I kept thinking to myself, as someone born in California, I'm like, why the hell did someone bring Chihuahuas into North Dakota, which probably has more snowfall than even where you live? It's so ridiculous because we get this big funnel of ice and glaciers down from Kenyatta, and it just doesn't stop for like 5 months, starting 2 months ago.
Yeah, nah, humans are a weird species.
It's absolutely insane. I'm like, so it steps outside and it instantly dies, right? Like, and she's like, wait, we keep it inside. Like, come on.
You're gonna keep a dog inside? A dog that's made for being in Mexico?
It's barely a dog. It's like a rat. Come on now. So, but that was my mom's most beloved childhood animal. So there's a lot of stories of poor. I don't even remember what its name was. The Chihuahua in North Dakota.
The Chihuahua.
And then my dad, conversely, had a much more reasonable animal for the climate, which was a Saint Bernard in Wisconsin. That made more sense.
Oh, yeah, it does, but it's still so funny because now I'm just imagining your mom being a Chihuahua and your dad being the Saint Bernard.
Oh my
and
God.
It's just like, that's what
You know, there are more than a few parallels that could be made.
I don't know. I think it's kind of adorable when when you put people's choices next to each other and then you know that they are a couple and then you see how different they are, but they still work together. That's really nice.
That's the idea of complementary, relationships, that you complete each other.
Yeah. That's nice. So, what no, I can't ask that because that will be spoiler.
I know. See, that's the thing we have to be careful of. We're close. Well, I mean, not close. We're like 2 months out from your episode, but it's gonna be great. Or no, not that long. Like 6 weeks.
Yeah, it was more that I was curious about of the creatures you have created for that specific series. What is your favorite?
Ooh, I do have a new favorite. Unfortunately, it won't be until halfway through season 2. And it's a favorite for a lot of different reasons, mainly because it's big. He's a big boy.
Oh, it's a big floofer.
No, but but he's big for sure. So that should be a lot of fun. That's the best part of the whole series, is that literally every episode is world building and character development at the same time. Just
and that's the way I like it.
I know, it's kind of fun, like obviously I think I've mentioned it in the first podcast or whatever. It's lightly inspired by SCP as a series, with this idea of like, having the Contus is like a mobile task force team kind of thing, meant to address these entities coming through from all these different worlds. So there's a little bit of that in there. It's part of the DNA of the series,
Which one was your favorite princess again?
Of what, from Pony?
Yeah.
Princess Ember, of course. Sundari goddess.
Okay, so if you bring in a dragon, can I call bias on that one?
I haven't thought about if we're like bringing an IRL dragon in yet. I'll have to see where it fits in the mythosphere of everything.
Oh no, I have the perfect for you. You might bring in a dragon, but it's Mushu.
There you go. Yeah, we bring Mushu and he's like, why did I get included in the new movie? This is bullshit. Oh.
I have no stake. I don't do this tongue thing. Now I just imagine him, of course, web shooter's character, because as far as I know, he's a very calm character.
Yes, so he's the level-headed one.
Yeah, so of course he has to have that super energetic, sarcastic Mushu on his shoulder all the time.
Yeah. I'm being careful because when you're writing like more like quote unquote straight characters, like the regular person or the anchored person,
The Applejack.
Yeah, exactly. the anchor personality, you have to be subtle enough with their like quirks without them being like self-flanderizing. So I'm trying to figure out ways for him to express himself in these cute little moments, like almost like Jim from The Office, where Jim was the everyman, but then he'd have these little things like pranking Dwight or his little flirtations with Pam and like season 1 and 2 kind of stuff. So, whereas everyone else is a little bit zany. I think your character is possibly the most zany.
Det säger du det? Det hade jag förstått.
Which is really great. And there's so many reasons behind why that we will explore.
Yeah. Oof.
So yeah, everyone please check out the Ulysses Chronicle if you haven't started listening yet. It's not just going to be me, I swear to God. It's over time, everyone gets much larger voiced roles. It was just... Honestly, when I started the series, I didn't know if it would be anyone else. I really wasn't sure how far to take it until I laid down an iron plan. So all the first stuff is just kind of introduction stuff.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, yes, there are so many reasons why she is like she is, and I kind of love it, and I'm kind of worried about her. Just like, just imagining her having tea parties or anything else just to get something.
like from Toy Story of Mrs.
Yeah.
Nesbit.
Yeah.
You took my arm.
And then it's like, if something were to get a little loose, she would just say to one of them, "Hey, could you give me an arm?" And then something or someone would actually throw an arm to her, and she would be just like, "Not what I meant," but I like the enthusiasm.
There's definitely a lot of screws loose. Okay, yeah, we haven't gotten that far ahead yet, so please keep tuned in for Chris's amazing introduction to the series in a couple of weeks.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but next week we have our first ensemble cast episode, which I don't know if I said it last week. I won't say it this week, but tune in to find out.
Can we ask which voice actor is getting introduced? Not the character, but the voice actor?
I don't know.
No?
Maybe not. We'll keep it a surprise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out... See, this is all new territory for me, too, because it's, like, fully original, and I'm figuring out, like, okay, what's the best, like, dramatic way of telling people about everything, and I think the key, one thing I'm usually pretty good at is branding. So I've really tried to make the Ulysses Chronicle logo as recognizable and distinct as I could for like YouTube thumbnails and all that good stuff.
Yeah, all that grand merchandising.
Yeah, exactly, the merchandising. So everyone's got their little logo. You'll see on where is he? There he is. So that is actually the full flag of the seal of the Ministerium, which is the organization that protects from all the parallel universes, which is the whole point of the thing, which is it's their world, their red Roman world in the middle, and then all these parallel universes converging onto it. So that's that's the deep meaning.
Let me know when we get to the Viking dimension.
See, that's part of the fun too. You have endless possibilities because you literally are doing multiverse things. So I've been having fun with it.
Okay, wake me up when we get to the Pokemon one.
Yeah, that's right.
I have some EVs to collect.
The key to saving the world is they have to get the Master Ball from Pokemon Universe.
Yeah, and you need to befriend Celestia, Luna, just take all of those with us and get some of that harmony magic.
Oh gosh, there's so many possibilities. So that's the fun of that's the magic of riding. So I have the skeleton is set. It's all there with the bones, but we have all this delicious meat we can stack on those ribs. Oh, I could use some ribs right about now. That sounds amazing.
What if we happen to we open a door and then we accidentally enter Monster Inc?
Oh yeah, that is not a dissimilar to the idea either, where you do have all these doors you're just turning on and off basically with power source. That movie really was a big maybe inspiration is not the right word, but I loved it as a child. And that was one of my favorite scenes, was when they're in the door warehouse and they're just, hopping back and forth between all these places. That's one of the most creative things that Pixar did in that era.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. That made it sense instead of like Scooby-Doo, where they run into the same door and they ended up other somewhere where it doesn't make any sense. But then again, it's cartoon logic, so.
Yeah, and it had the creepy factory atmosphere, like it's Portal or something. It was very neat. I love that movie.
Yeah, spooky. But I gotta say, like, if you name it, you're gonna get attached to it.
It is so true.
Yeah, but it was so adorable. It was just like Mike slowly and steady warming up to her.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, too. I think she was based on one of the leader character's daughters or something. And I think she did voices for it, too, but I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, that would have been adorable. But one thing I really like that I have read about is that they have this theory about Pixar is actually making a giant timeline with all their movies.
I know. I've heard of the Pixar theory as well.
Okay. Super, because now when you started talking about the little girl, I was just like, yeah, she kind of ends up as an old witch that works with magical doors, obsessed with bears, and has actually Sullivan on one of her carvings.
Okay, here we go. Boo was voiced by Mary Gibbs, born in 96. Oh, God, I feel so old now. She is the daughter of Rob Gibbs, who was a story artist for Pixar.
There you go.
And
connections.
Oh wow, it's been 20 years now, so there's an adult picture of her, and it kind of weirds me out. I don't know. It's
just like, you're not supposed to look like this.
You're not supposed to be an adult. You need to stay a child like the little girl from oh no, that's too dark of a reference. Anyway. I was gonna say the little girl from All Dogs Go to Heaven, but
I have not seen that one.
Okay, good. We'll skip past that. What's your favorite Pixar movie?
Oh, that is a hard one. I think I actually need to Google.
The full list of movies. Should we just give a quick rundown of all the Pixar movies for everyone?
Okay, that's one I don't know about. It's named Soul. It's supposed to come out this year?
Yeah, that's the new one of, I think he's a musician that dies, and it's a roundabout way of, soul music and soul literally. I do like the design of, like, the angels and stuff. It has a very kind of a neat, like, aesthetic to it for their heaven.
I'm sure. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of... Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of good ones. But I am a kid at heart, and I gotta say Toy Story.
Oh, there you go. The classic.
Yeah, I'm an old Toy Story. It's the child dream. It's the child wonder. The toys are actually alive. So
see, I never saw Toy Story 4, but I have seen the others, and I would probably say Toy Story 2 of that list anyway, of the toy quadrilogy. I feel like Toy Story 3 was just Toy Story 2 too. So Toy Story 2, it did so many new and interesting things and introducing new characters. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, but in Toy Story 3, you get Spanish Lightyear.
That's true. You get, was it Taquito Buzz? Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's the Mr. Taquito Head. That's right. Tortilla Head.
Yeah, but I will recommend watching the fourth movie. It is actually pretty good. And they do something interesting twisters.
I remember from the previews, it was discussing sort of like when do toys come alive when she puts the eyes on the spoon. And I'm like, that brings up a lot of really weird, deep philosophical questions about the toy movies.
Okay, apparently then my fridge is a toy because that one got googly eyes and a mouth.
When does the gift of life get bestowed upon these inanimate objects?
I think it is when they have something recognizable of a face and a name.
God left me unfinished. So it's like the Mises too. It's like, are they inherently born with this idea of pleasing? Like they live to bring joy to their child or kind of thing. It's so many questions that could be asked about how the Toy Story universe works.
I don't know. I think it's kind of like with kids. In the start, they are all about getting their needs, but as they develop over time, they get more
toy cosmology. You know what show, because it was a show, had to address this in more detail was Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, about what creates them. Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Oh, you know what's crazy? I don't think I have that picture anymore. But when that was airing, in one episode, where Blue was so fixated on always open all the doors because he wanted to know what was behind every single door, he opened the door where you saw Ponyville, and you saw Twilight Sparkle's tail and Cutie Mark.
Oh my gosh.
It's the exactly same animation. It's the same coloring. It's the same Ponyville. And I got so fixated on that because at that time I was in my super geek remember everything on Cartoon Network phase.
Remember the 90s?
Yes. It was just so mind-blowing because I hadn't seen anything on any Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or Jetflix or whatever it was called back in the day. I didn't see anything. And when I then saw Generation 4, it clicked.
Hey,
they had been working on that for so long.
Yeah.
I will try to Google and see if I can find the image. Keep talking.
Okay. I guess to actually answer the question of my favorite Pixar movie, I would probably say The Incredibles, because that had also a very large impression on me as a child. I'd say second to that is maybe WALL-E. I wasn't a kid by that point. I was graduating high school, but WALL-E was a good one just for the simplicity of the robot love story.
Yeah, that was very nice.
The everyman garbage robot who finds love from the super space scout, futuristic plant receptacle.
Ponyville. Sorry, Ponyville in.
The other one, Up, of course, is very touching, but it didn't quite hit me the same way, because it always makes me think of death. Like, the whole premise of Up is his wife dies, and then he's, like, on the verge, he's an old man who's gonna die pretty soon, and so he makes friends with this little Boy Scout. It's like, I don't know. It's too much death in it for me to actually like it. I can appreciate it, and I do appreciate it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, the one, yeah. For me, it was actually hard watching that movie in the start.
Yeah, that first 8 minutes with the score and everything, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You have the spunky little tomboy girl that he falls in love with, and their whole life, and her death, and it's like, oh god, just turn the movie off already.
Yeah, it's just like, holy moly, the best movie they ever made was the start of another movie.
You haven't even begun to feel.
I'm just like, I don't wanna. Ugh. Where is that photo? I should have saved it.
And then the Cars movies, of course, are just an abomination. Cars 1 was okay, but I hate how Cars became this mega toy brand, so they immediately pumped a bunch of money into sequels and the Planes movies, and that all derailed, like, other ideas that were being tossed around at the time, so it was kind of sad.
Yeah. Why won't the picture come up?
Has anyone seen the How to Train Your Dragon Netflix series? No, I haven't. I have seen the first 2 movies anyway, which are really good, but I never watched the series. And then, hello, Ogivol Scaratero? Were you summoned when we had our Sopranos conversation earlier? No, it's great to have you. That girl looked like my childhood friend that moved away. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the missing tooth and the, like, I don't know. She always had this, like, what's the fucking movie that my friend loved as a kid? Sandbox? No, what was the name of that movie? Sand Kids from the 90s. The Sandlot, that's it. The Sandlot. Which, in my opinion, was just the diet version of Stand By Me, which was a vastly superior coming-of-age movie. But we're not going to go there right now.
Nah. I don't seem to find it, and it annoys me because it's such a good picture. Because they have like writing. Can I try Tumblr? That's usually where they have that kind of stuff.
I guess I'm also not really a fan of baseball movies. I never connected with baseball.
Is that the one where you hit the ball and you run?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of been like, okay, you hit it, run, and it's kind of like every sports movie for me.
Maybe that was it. I don't know. Baseball always had this sort of like artificiality for me. Because at least in the 90s, all the movies seemed like overly produced and not really authentic. And I never really had like a baseball team or anyone in my family that was really a fan of baseball. Like I grew up on football with my dad and then some basketball. So I never had any kind of even tertiary connection to the sport. So yeah.
Is there any sport you had connection to?
Yeah, like I said, the football and basketball movies and stuff. I actually played tennis, which is, of course, but I probably wouldn't go out of my way to watch a tennis movie unless it actually legitimately looked good, but, I don't really like sport movies in general, though, so I probably wouldn't see that.
No, but what made you play tennis?
I'm trying to think what actually got me into tennis in the first place.
Mom, mom, dad.
Well, yeah, for sure. Sport in general, they wanted me to get in. It might have been the timing too. Spring worked better for my schedule than the fall because our fall in our family is always busy because it's every birthday in the family and the holidays and a bunch of other stuff. So that's a lot to deal with. Yeah, I don't know what the actual like first mover of. Oh, my mom. She played tennis when she was in high school. That was it.
Go.
Yeah, so she recommended it, and so I did a summer like tennis training thing, and I did all right. I was like, was there 20 of us in the varsity team, and I was number like 7, so whatever. We had a few wins against our local schools, so yeah. But we were like the unloved sport. We were that rung of sports that like no one really pays attention to, but we get enough funding to keep going. So it's like us and cross country and snowboarding team and all those people.
You guys, the most we had was like competition against the older classmates.
What does that mean? Like in sports or like we had Spirit Week stuff too, for sure.
No, it's mostly what we in Norway had was mostly just you had competitions like cannonball or football or something like that, but it was basically never against any other schools. It was mostly just against the different
what is cannonball?
Classes. Give me
Is it like shot
put?
I want to hear these Norwegian sports because my impression of Norwegian sports would be like winter sports and like biathlon would be the peak, which is you just ski and shoot things.
Yeah, that works too. No, sadly we weren't allowed to run skiing with guns.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, I know. It would have been so much fun.
I would totally get into skiing if we had like biathlon.
It just says cannonball if I do it in English. Cannonball is cannonball. Okay, I gotta explain it then.
Yeah.
Basically, you have 2 squares. four-pointed area, like a house, basically.
Okay.
You have a big one, and then you have a smaller, thinner one in the back. But on the two big ones, you have most of the players on each side, each team. But you have a king on each team. And the king is on the back side of the opponent's house, you can say, square. And the thing is, you have these soft, squishy balls that you can throw on people. But usually you just have one ball, one or two, depending on how much people there is on the field. And then you're allowed to catch the ball. And if you're a child, let's say, under the age of 8, head is a place you're not allowed to throw, even if it is a softball. So that's like a free zone. So of course, most kids, like me, started using head as a defense mechanism. Hit the head, it doesn't count!
This sounds very Norwegian.
Yep. But of course, when we turned 8, that wasn't allowed anymore. So then it was like, no! So then we had to try to catch it. But the thing is, you can throw it at an opponent, but it cannot hit the ground because then the shot doesn't count. Then they're not out. Because when opponent gets hit, you have to go to the backfield to where the king is. Okay. And you can help the king throwing the ball back and forth, trying to hit the enemy team from your side as well, as long as you get the ball.
It sounds very similar to dodgeball.
Yeah, that might be. Dodgeball could also be but for us it's like a cannonball because you're shooting a ball at someone. So cannon.
That is true. I guess both names of the sport accurately represent what you're doing, which is either dodging balls or firing balls at people.
So the thing is, when the field gets empty, the king goes to the open big field, and the king has 3 lives. If the king is able to take out one other person on the end of If the king is able to take out one person on the enemy team, they go back into the backspace, and one of the regular players gets sent to the home field.
Okay.
Because when they lose players and they hit the enemy team, they get back one of their own, and the enemy team loses one of theirs. But when the king is hit 3 times, that's when the game is over.
So you can get like your super good player, your ringer player, and make them the king. So you always have this Chad superstar that can defend your team.
Yeah, because each time he go back to his castle, as they say, he full relive. Like now he has 3 lives again. So when if he goes back to the big field, he has still 3 lives. Even if you got him down to just 1 life left last time.
I like it. It's like the chess version of dodgeball. If dodgeball were checkers.
Yeah, but if you're nimble, or if you are what's it called? Is it nimble?
Nimble, like very light on your feet, able to dance and evade.
Yeah, do the wiggle to avoid.
Yeah.
That's sometimes more useful than being able to hit hard.
That's true. Now all I'm picturing is like someone doing like ballerina moves to dodge balls, which looks amazing.
That's how I survived.
You're up there doing Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, just flipping out. Is that Tchaikovsky?
Yeah, just going down into the split to avoid the ball, or doing like the belly dancing stuff when you do like woo with the hip or something.
See, that's not as effective, depending on who you are. Not all of us have those options.
That's true, but that was one of the few sports I was actually decent in.
There you go.
So that was fun, and it gave me a little break from all the mean comments, because at least I wasn't the worst in it.
I like the idea of you being like really good at being the cannonball thrower also. So you're like taking out all your energy on them with these massive Did you ever play volleyball? Because especially with your height, volleyball is usually the good sport for that.
Actually, I very quickly developed a fear for hard balls.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, no. The reason I was able to handle cannonball was because the ball was soft.
I guess soft is one word for it, but yes.
So, volleyball, I didn't have much experience in. But yes, it was handy that I was tall. But then we have my brother, who is I think he is like 217
Oh my
meters.
god, really?
Yeah,
Centimeter?
he's tall boy. Yeah,
Oh my
he's tall
gosh.
boy.
So that's
So
I have to Google that.
yeah, so I think he and his team when he was before high school, they competed in the young Norse VM, Norse Norse Championship, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
So he had a lot of fun with that, but now it's mostly for vacations or if schools play because he's too busy with the family business and kid and everything.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I did tell him, like, you can't try basketball. They need tall people too. And he said, no, because that's harder. And I'm just like, how is that harder?
I mean, yeah, with 7 feet, basketball is a very good idea as well.
Hmm.
Well, that was fun information to learn.
Yes. It's one thing I've been better at than my brother, though. And that is paintball.
Oh, there you go. See, now we're
Yes.
finding the channels of where if you put all the anger into the little paintball.
Yes, because he might be tall, but he is not very limber. And he's very easy to see and shoot. So, he doesn't like to play paintball with me anymore.
So now we need like tactical operator Chris like fan art of in like the whole tactical gear and the like tricked out paintball gun and stuff. That sounds amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you're good at climbing trees, they don't know where you are.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep. So that's been fun.
I was going to make a tangent at the very beginning when you said cannonball because there's a movie that I've been wanting to see, but more generally a concept of the Cannonball Run, which is a basically race across America, which is like almost a century old of these guys who did a race starting in a New York City garage all the way to a hotel in Los Angeles, which is 4,500 kilometers of driving. And the idea behind it was that it's no rules. Like, you have to get there as fast as possible in a car, or outrun the police, and, drive as fast as you can.
Why does this sound like an amazing idea that I actually want to see?
And there's been,
sounds so fun.
Yes, there's been several records, and the original movie, I think, is free on, like, Vimeo right now, because it, like the copyright got lost or something, so it's just public record now. And then there was a sequel in '84 that also is, like, obviously both are, like, dramatized versions of this whole thing being a thing.
Huh.
Yeah. So let's see what the current record, because I read earlier in the year that someone did it now that the whole world is shut down, which is really, of course. Here we go. In May of 2020, Arne Toman and Doug Tabbitt set a new Cannonball record of 25 hours and 39 minutes in the COVID pandemic in a modified 2016 Audi S6, disguised to look like a Ford Taurus police interceptor. Epic. Police evasion modifications included a Brake-like kill switches, radar detectors, laser infusers, a CB radio for listening to police communications, and a roof-mounted thermal camera. Performance modifications in the truck-mounted 67-gallon auxiliary fuel cells sourced the car used in their Cannonball Run from the previous year, turbochargers, an upgraded heat exchanger, and a custom ECU tuning for engine mapping just to, like, boost that fuel usage and 600 horsepower.
Yeah, okay, then I gotta ask, how much money did they use on this?
Oh, who even knows? This is probably what they do. They probably have a shop, or they're these kind of people. Average speed of 110 miles per hour, which is probably 150 kilometers, something like that. And then upward speeds of 125 on some states, and 175 max speed on, I'm assuming, the highways. Amazing. That's the kind of thing I just love. That kind of like that's very American, of just like this race across the country outlawing the cops.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think it's something similar, but I remember in my childhood watching an American movie where I barely knew English, so I barely knew what was going on the whole movie. It was like all these rich people put what's it called, an ad in a newspaper about, hey, I need the person to be my wedding horse, gambling horse or something.
Okay.
And
I thought that was going in a different direction.
no. So they like different kind of people from everywhere around America. Then travels to meet the rich guy, and it turns out it's a lot of rich guys, and they are basically saying like, "Hey, we have 10 millions to the first couple or team that is able to get to this destination on the other side of America." So again, like you said, there are no rules except you don't are allowed to kill your opponent.
Yeah, that's a good rule.
Yeah. So they all got cameras and like sensors, so they would know what they do and where they are, so they can like keep track. And so all these shenanigans about what they do and how they get across, and some trying to buy flight tickets because airplane. No, it doesn't. And for some reason, the people who own what's it called, plane companies, they have delayed all planes that goes to that destination that day because they only have 24 hours.
Interesting.
Yes. So the one thing I remember is that the two girls that were a team, they somehow ended up on an exploding bus, but came to a conference where they talked about the world's fastest car. It's kind of like a jet ship, but it's a car, and we have this trained pilot. He's gonna do this, and it's gonna be a world record, blah, 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 blah. And the girls just like being all showy, just like, see, look at this fancy. And then they start climbing into the car. Just like, ta-da, so pretty. And then they start it, and they steal it. It just runs off. And like the pilots and all the camera people just like, well, they're supposed to do that.
Oh, shoot. I'm trying to... Yeah, Rat Race. I think it's Rat Race, right? From 2001?
I have no idea of the name.
Was it an older movie, like from the 60s?
I don't remember if Mr. Bean was in it, but some of the people look...
Oh, well, Mr. Bean was in Rat Race. Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, no, I don't see the... no, I don't think it's this specific one, but maybe it's a remake or something I saw.
Yeah, let me see here. Cannonball Run was what I was talking about. And then there's The Amazing Race, which was, I think, a TV show or something. The Great Race, slapstick comedy. And then Mad World.
It was something my parents were watching, so... no...
Yeah, I remember watching Rat Race. That was a great movie. Directed by Jerry Zucker.
Yeah, if there's Mr. Bean, they're usually funny, so...
Yeah, and it's Mr. Bean, John Cleese, Whoopi Goldberg, Cuba Gooding Jr., Seth Green, Wayne Knight, John Lovitz.
A lot of names, yes.
Yeah, they are famous American comedy actors of the time.
Okay. It's just like I'm gonna start ramping up a lot of Norwegian names, and you're gonna be like, yeah, of course, I know them.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how often I forget that you guys live on the other side of the globe.
It is kind of weird, yeah, how we have to plan this podcast 8 hours apart.
No, it's not that. It's more like for me, it's like, yeah, I talk to you guys on Discord and internet, but in my mind, it's like, yeah, they just live like maybe half an hour away, but I'm still using this instead. And then it's like, no, wait, they don't.
I mean, it's amazing that we live at a time where we can have this kind of seamless communication, without any real gaps of time over a discussion, when really our voices are running through, how many thousands of kilometers of undersea cable and everything.
True. It's fascinating.
It's so crazy, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's all believable.
It's those things you don't think about until it goes down, basically.
And then it's like, did that really happen?
Yeah, then it's a problem.
Is it?
I don't know. I guess there's arguments to be made for locality.
It's just like, are you sure magic doesn't exist? Just because we know how it happened, does that make it not magic?
I'm sort of exploring that in the Ulysses Chronicle of basically, like, it's a different, the way everything develops. Some things, if you don't really know how something works, but if something works, it is a bit different. Like, just because we can, like, separate atoms doesn't mean that we can manipulate quarks or things like that. I think it's called like black box in like theoretical terms, where what goes in and what comes out, but how that changes inside the box is the mystery.
I gotta stop you right now. You called it a black box?
Yeah.
And what do you call Xbox?
Xbox.
Yeah, didn't you call it the white box or the magic box because you love it so much? I think we talked about it once when a game came out.
Well, we call it, the new one is the next box or the sex box, depending on how you want to describe it, because their naming convention is so terrible. Where it should have been like PlayStation. Here's my idea: if somehow they could go back in time and talk to Bill Gates or whatever, have the naming scheme be like the Android versions, which is they had the new decibel number, but then they had a cutesy name to go with it. So there was like Android 1.3 Eclair and Android 1.4 Donut, and they made it all treats for some reason because they're hungry.
Oh my.
And do that.
They're all a bunch of foodies.
Yeah, they're all foodies, but make them like epic names, like the 360 could have been called The Edge because it had the Edge like blade browsers or whatever.
Yeah, be careful not to cut you on that sweet edge.
I mean, that was the right time for it. This is the peak of My Chemical Romance and Linkin Park.
Yeah, and of course the avatar on the box, of course, have that side cut where he covers half the face.
That's right. They'll bring out Blinks the Time Sweeper again and give him an edgy cat look. Oh my god.
That would have been so funny.
Oh, now I'm just picturing Chief and Cortana dressed as like mid-2000s scene kids, and that's the most amazing thing ever.
Oh, boy. Oh. For me, myself, I've always been more of a PlayStation girl.
Yeah, I know.
Mostly because that was what my brother played, so when he was not home, I played on it, and then when he got the PlayStation 3, I got his PlayStation 2, and I was so happy, because then I could play Kingdom Hearts, so
yeah.
I was happy.
Yeah, Xbox had a hard time reaching beyond the continent, unfortunately. So, but that's all right. I got my Halo box when I was young, and so that locked me in place. But everyone else has their PlayStations.
PlayStation.
The greatest thing they're doing with Xbox now is basically merging it into PC, where that's one thing that we already control is the entire PC industry. So they're just bootstrapping them together.
Yeah, I would say like it's more of a marriage.
Yeah, there you go. Marriage sounds less corporate.
Then the question is, who is it, like a typical marriage or is it a?
It's like an arranged marriage. Like it was decided before you were even born.
Ow. That hurts. I was thinking more like who's the female and who's the male, or are both male or are both female?
I don't know, doctor. What is your diagnosis? Who is the top in the relationship of Xbox and PC?
Well, as far as we know, PC has been longer around, at least.
Go on.
So, I don't have much experience with Xbox. How does it have a lot of problems?
Yeah, let's say
Yeah,
problems.
it's emotional. It's quite emotional.
Okay.
I know I'm going by stereotypes right now, but
It's very entertaining.
yeah. So I'm thinking like, computer, you know what to do. You know the buttons. You know how it is. It kind of stays the same. And then the Xbox is like, no, I want to be flashy.
I want to change. I want to open up to people.
Yeah, I like their toys.
Yes, they do.
So you know, both has their own stuff. So I think Xbox is the female and PC is the male. But then again, then you have his cousin, Mac.
Who doesn't play with anyone.
Yeah, he is just like, that's my stuff. He's like, oh, what's it called? He's like
a monk.
No,
he's part of a weird religion that won't let him play with anyone.
Yes,
he's like the Jedi.
You
You can't ever get married or have a family.
Yes, but you're still very fancy, so everybody's gonna envy you.
Yeah,
but you're sad.
You stay in your nice little garden and play with yourself.
Like, of course, Mac PCs, Mac.
Yeah, because they're not. They are PCs, but they're not PCs. Don't call them a PC.
Yeah. It's I figured it out. It's kind of like a hipster.
Yes, definitely.
But it's kind of like that. I liked it before it was cool type of hipster, not the actual liking the stuff type of hipster. Oh. Or is that too mean?
No, it's not mean enough. You can never be too mean to Apple.
No, also, they might make stuff that is very fragile.
Yes.
Like, I gotta say, like, I had a couple of iPhones because my family is very iPhone, and I'm just like, because iPhones usually last everything from 3 to half a year, 3 weeks to half a year for me, because for some reason it breaks or gets very warm because the battery is broken. And I'm not gonna say it's because I'm clumsy, but I'm gonna say it's because I'm clumsy.
See, I just blame it as engineered obsolescence. They make the phone in such a way so it has to be replaced, or else it's unusable.
Yeah, that might be a thing. But like, now I have a cat phone, like the actual, like the diggers.
What? No, you need to explain. What is the cat phone?
Okay, the cat phone is basically, you know, the big construction equipment that they use to like move dirt.
Oh, Cat the brand? Cat the industrial dozer brand? What?
Yes, I have a cat phone.
Wait, hold on. I did not know they made phones.
Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Google it, my friend. Google it. So basically, I have one of these phones, and I got the recommendation from a friend of mine who works with, like, you know, those big trucks that deliver stuff across continents?
Yes.
Yeah, he was working with that type of stuff at the time. And he had lost his phone. So he was just like, okay, I'm getting late for my drive. I need to deliver. So he got in the car, started driving, and then he sees something in his rear view mirror, the one on the side. He sees his phone laying on the ground behind the car. So he stops the car, goes out, and figure out that he has actually driven across on top of the phone. And there is not even a scratch on it.
Yeah.
It works fine. Camera's fine, the screen is fine, everything is fine, it works perfectly. After being drove over with a full loaded truck. And he said, if you get that type of phone and that one doesn't last you more than half a year, I don't know what kind of magic you possess.
Incredible.
And yes, it has lasted more than half a year, but sometimes it gets weird.
So you got an industrial construction phone so it could survive the harsh wilderness?
or it could survive my clumsiness because it already has a few rips and bunks, and sometimes it can get warm if I load it for too long.
How does anything get warm though? You live almost at the Arctic
I
Circle.
I don't know. I don't know. Electronics doesn't like me apparently. I'm just praying to whatever is out there that my mic and PC doesn't crash on me.
That is so amazing. See, when I was in high school, there was a brand called the G Zones, the Casio G Zones, which were the construction site indestructible phone stereotype. Rolla indestructible phone. There was another one, too, that was a Motorola flip phone, back when flip phones were still a thing. Did I lose?
Oh, I love the flip phones. I liked them so much. They were so fun.
I
felt so cool. I felt so cool having a flip phone.
Yeah.
I felt it was just like taking it off from the pocket, just like, and then you have it, and then it was like fancy animation, and then you have all the nice buttons, and you were just feeling so fabulous. Yeah.
Nothing will ever beat the feeling of hanging up on someone with a Microsoft Razr. That was the most perfect phone aesthetic that there was.
I don't know. I really like the slapping of the flip phone, though.
Yeah, it was a flip phone.
Yeah, okay.
The original Microsoft Razr. Don't tell me you're too much of a zoomer to remember that.
I need a picture, sweetie.
Okay. Let me find one.
Names is weird.
I'm sorry, not Microsoft, Motorola Razr. It's the original silver, super duper cool flip phone.
Okay, when you say Motorola, I'm starting thinking of like pastry stuff, and I'm just like,
You know, it's one of those funny things that the naming convention of Motorola comes from the original Victrola radios of America or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's the fancy spy phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had this all through high school. It was pimping.
Let's see if I can find mine. Because, ska vi se. I need the old one. I don't want the fancy YouTube one. No, the fancy iPhone one. Do I really need to put old in front of it?
Yeah, probably.
Seriously. Internet, you disappoint me.
I cannot believe Cat Construction makes indestructible phones now, though. That's incredible.
There you are, sweetie. It was actually a Sony phone.
Oh, like the Sony Ericssons?
Something. I'm just gonna...
Yeah, just DM it.
Okay.
We'll make it a surprise. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I was a girl, so of course I have to have a pink one.
I know. This is like average Japanese teenage girl phone. I love it.
Like, I could have had blue, or I could have a black one. No, I'm a girl. I have to have the pink one. Can you tell I don't like pink?
No, not really.
Ugh, no, it's nothing wrong with the color. It's just childhood stuff makes me not want to have pink. Pink can be a nice color, but I'm not very much fan of it.
Did they overpink you?
Oh, why?
I had two friends. One of them was the opposite, where she did have pink everything. Like the inside the walls of her bedroom were painted like bright pink. Like not even either of the pinks in your Dr. Chris. Yes, like the Razr phone hot pink. This is what her entire bedroom was painted like.
Oh, that sounds like nightmares.
Oh my gosh, she was a cheerleader. She was like very stereotypical. Like I don't know how else to describe it.
Like
she had this phone too.
Like it's kind of ironic since I'm sitting in the like I got a one piece from a friend of mine, Ellie.
Okay.
And that is a pink alicorn.
Oh, yeah.
So just like, I can't say I hate the color because I do Like, it's an okay color, and I do love the
It's
onesies
okay, I
she gave.
guess.
Yeah, it's okay, fine. You can join the team. But like Cinderscripts OC, Chosen Heart, that one is adorable. And Pinkie Pie is adorable. It's like, I have nothing against the color itself. It's just, I don't necessarily want it on me. I'm sorry. I have weird trauma, childhood issue. But
It's all right. It's understandable. It's funny, as a kid, I used to like generally like blue. Like blue was my whatever.
You don't say.
Yeah, you know,
Yes,
just various shades, kind of stereotypical blue. But over time, it is actually focused into more of like when I have a favorite color now, like favorite, it's more of this like seafoam aqua, like green blue. And I've noticed that in more and more of my purchases over the last couple of years, where it's like this Lyra green, like literally bright Lyra mint green.
Oh, shiny.
So I have more and more things in my house, including the house itself, are painted various shades of Lyra. 50 Shades of Lyra.
Oh no. Is there even that many shades of green?
Oh, I mean, that's a whole separate question, isn't it? How do you differentiate shades and colors? Because, you know, my TV says it has 2 million colors.
Yeah, it's just like, for me, that would be to neon green. Like, I like the green I have on my OC. Like the natural forest greenish, light greenish.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for me, that becomes too neon.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's not a bad color. And yeah, I forgot to answer Roy Mustang. No, I do not have a PlayStation 4, sadly. But I'm planning on getting one when the moving in stuff is in order.
I mean, by that
might...
point, you might as well get a PS5, right? The
yeah,
Wi-Fi router?
But then again, I would like to play the Final Fantasy 15, I think it was.
And it doesn't do that?
I don't know. I need to check it.
I mean, it might not, because that seems to be PlayStation's MO right now is, no, reverse compatibility is for you poor people. Which is really funny, because that's where Xbox was last time, and it did not work out well for them.
Nope. So maybe they're just like, it didn't work for them, but maybe it works for us. And I'm just like, no, bad PlayStation.
Oh yeah, what are the questions in the chat? I'm sorry, chat. I've been very dedicated to this mutual conversation. Doesn't it have sapphire glass? I hope so. Every phone should have sapphire glass, because sapphires are amazing. Samsung makes durable versions of their phones. Yeah, I don't know. I've had the Samsung Galaxies for a while now, and I've been pretty happy with those. Motorola... they make a foldable smartphone now. Yeah, it looks gimmicky. I don't think it's very durable, but I wouldn't get one. But I'm glad.
Okay, if you're going for durable, you need to get a Nokia.
That's true. Yeah, I had that. I had the 90s Nokia phone. It's the only thing that survived the atomic bombs. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, you know, that Nokia is OP. You need to nerf it.
Wait, what?
It's OP. You need to nerf it. Don't you know what Mjolnir is made out of? Pikachu and Nokia.
That's right.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. I loved seeing that meme. Ugh.
That's a fun meme. That's a classic. That's like 10 years ago memes, when memes were first born.
Yeah, then it's more than 10 years old, my friend.
Yeah, it is. Oh, God.
Do you remember the type of cameras? The one-time use cameras?
Yeah, that's right. Where it's got like 15 shots or whatever built into it, and then you take it back and get them processed.
Yeah, because you don't know how they turned out, and then you figure out that you had the finger in front of the camera
the whole
time.
Oh my gosh!
And then you
no one of the
Oh.
next generation is ever going to remember those.
And you know what thing that's more disturbing than that?
What?
They're not gonna know what roll down the window means anymore. I don't know
That's
if you guys.
true. Yes, no, my
Yeah.
first car in high school had a crank window. It did not have automatic windows.
Yeah.
It
They're not
was
gonna know what that's about.
no, they're not. Or typewriters. I learned to type on it was an electric plug-in, but it was still a typewriter.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh. I just feel older every day.
Oh, killing mother.
Kids these days, they don't know. They just don't know.
Yeah, they can save whenever they want, almost, at games. Do you remember the first Mario game on Nintendo Entertaining System?
Yes, I do. My brother Kim and me played it.
Oh my gosh, he
Ugh.
couldn't save there. Ugh. I remember finding one when I was in high school. And of course I bought it because, hello, Nintendo Entertainment System. With Mario. So ended up playing that, and like you get to like the 4th level or something, and then you die, and then you have to start
Then you give
all
up.
over on level 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, the pain! Oh, nej, ikke søla nå. Oh yeah, you had to write down passwords, you had to write down codes, everything. You had like this giant messy notebook with all the ups and downs and A and B and start and
That's another thing I hope becomes obsolete is the whole idea of, oh, you have to have like small characters and then a special character and this for your passwords. It's like, no, none of that matters. Only length matters. Just have a password that's long enough, like a small sentence with those spaces.
Oh, you know what? You know what you should have.
What?
You should have like the Force poem about the good side or about the bad side.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes. It's asking for your password. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. As long as my password is close enough, it should be accepted. What do you mean I already used that password? I just put it in and you said no.
Oh. Yeah, I know the next password it's gonna be like something random or
well, now it's going to be all or nothings where people are going to get their password managers. Like, oh, use Google Password Manager. And it just generates, a very secure randomized number sequence maybe. But then someone gets your password for your password manager. And then they have everything, including an index of all your accounts in one place. That's why I never use those password managers.
Yeah, it's handy.
Yeah,
grabby.
That's right. It's the Patriot Act all over again. Whatever's simple, doesn't matter if your privacy goes out the window.
Yep. So that's why you have a notebook with all the weird password stuffies in it.
That's right. Paper, the immutability of paper.
Yeah, paper. Who says that paper is not useful?
I've started buying more physical media even as time goes on. More physical books and physical Blu-rays and stuff because it's like...
Yeah, because that's also one thing that I think a lot about when it comes to games.
Yeah, DRM and stuff.
Yeah, because if you buy the game a physical copy, you have the game. But when you buy games online and download them, then you're basically just buying like, hey, I am allowed to play this. And technically, if the game company is feeling itchy, they might find some loopholes or something to take that away from you.
Yeah, I never liked that. Software as a service, it only benefits those big corporations, doesn't benefit the customers at all. Ugh, hate that.
Yeah.
So... Buy games. Buy physical games. Even if you don't like the CDs, just put them somewhere.
Yeah, it's at least if you like the game or what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. But then again, it's like, where are you gonna put all the stuff? do you remember, I don't know, I didn't have it, but my brother had like shelves on shelves on shelves with CDs of movies, games, music.
Yeah, I still have some of those.
I just remember that, and I was just like, if I moved just one and put it somewhere else, he immediately knew it. And I was just like, how do you know?
That's incredible. I don't have that kind of data memory. No, I'm like, I was like, where the heck did I put this now? Where's my Star Wars Blu-ray?
Yeah, and then you put it in the wrong cassette.
Oh,
folder.
that's even worse. No, then you'll never find it. It's gone.
And then you just start shuffling everything around because you don't know where anything is anymore.
It becomes like a logic puzzle. Like, which one? Okay, I found the disc to Die Hard 1. Okay, so go to the Die Hard 1 case. And what is Neverending Story doing in here?
I can't remember putting the Care Bears into Star Wars.
Oh my gosh. So it's like a daisy chain of like unlocking a puzzle, like a Rubik's Cube.
I was like, when did I last watch Star Wars? Okay, so Star Wars. After Star Wars, I watched. What did I watch? No. I played Final Fantasy. Yes, it should be in the Final Fantasy case. Stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
So much fun. So much fun.
Yeah.
No, that's like a trash. That's kind of like that's the geek version of going through your closet and get distracted by all the old stuff that you have in your closet that you have not seen for many years. So you start dressing up.
I know, old shirts and dresses and stuff. Oh gosh.
Costumes and like, oh, I had this Victorian mask that I never knew I had. I wonder where I got that from. Yeah, no kidding. I had two. I gave one of them to Ellie.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it was pink, so you know.
So he had to get rid of it now. How did you breach the seal, Pink?
I don't know, but she really liked it also, and it had like a peacock on it, so it was very nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and she likes them, so you know, she probably uses it more than me anyway.
Over by my parents' house, which is in a fairly rural area, one of our neighbors has a bunch of like chickens and stuff, but they also have some miscellaneous other birds, including peacocks, that will actually like put up their big plume and stuff and just walk around the neighborhood sometimes.
Yeah, that sounds like peacocks.
It's so weird to see though. I'm like, that's a zoo animal. What is that doing here? And it's like, no, I guess it's technically not illegal. So.
No, it's not. It's not illegal in Norway either. Because when I was a kid, my dad had a lot of weird birds, including peacocks.
It's just a weird thing. You're like, I guess it is legal to own this. Just never thought of that.
Yeah, so most people would assume that I would have woken up to a rooster. No, the rooster ain't got potatoes against peacocks. They wake up way earlier and they make way more sounds.
Oh my gosh.
And of course, they can fly, so they get on top of your house.
I didn't know they could fly. Like really fly or like a turkey fly?
They can really fly.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Yeah. The more you know.
That's unsettling. No, I didn't want to know that. So
well, as long as just keep your window locked, okay? You don't want to peek up in the bedroom.
That sounds horrifying. That would have made the birds a much better, even better movie, as if they were peacocks instead of crows and pigeons.
Well, at least they're prettier to look at.
Oh my gosh.
But then you get all the feathers everywhere.
Or what if it were like dodos? Like these giant, fat, 100-pound birds just running at you? Squawking.
Well, have you ever been pecked by a peacock?
No.
It hurts. It hurts.
It hurts. We do have a flock, I think flock's the right word, of wild turkeys that run around my neighborhood because I'm also in a fairly rural area. And every once in a while, I'm like, well, one time they were blocking my garage and I had to like wait. I'm like, okay, go away. I don't want to open the garage and then one of them won't leave the garage. Because I legitimately was not sure of like, how could I get it out if it won't leave? Would they all swarm into my garage and attack me?
That is a possibility, they do what they want. This is my house now, go away.
It's like, Not only is my shotgun inside, but I also probably couldn't use it. That would be too big of an escalation of force.
Yeah, no, sorry. Just can you have a universe where there is like a wild turkey mafia with a peacock as the boss on the top?
Oh my gosh. Welcome to this here animal farm. You know, if you want to please the pigs without making yourself too big of a, stick out too much, you got to talk to us.
Oh no, turkeys and chickens are not dumb. They are quite smart.
That's
Do not underestimate one.
That's a weird tidbit of American history too. Is that Benjamin Franklin was very determined to make the turkey our national animal for some reason.
Okay.
And it was just, everyone is so glad that he lost that debate. It's like, no, Ben, go back to your French consort. We're gonna stick with bald eagle. It's very majestic.
Which is not bald, might I add.
No. Yeah, it's much less bald than other American birds, such as the California condor.
Yeah, if you're really gonna have a bald bird, you should maybe go with that one.
I mean, they are, they're majestic in their own ways. It's a big bird, but it feasts on the dead, which is kind of like, you want to be careful to what level you celebrate things like that. It just has a weird vibe.
They're a bit zany.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if Thunderbirds were real and or still alive, that would be kind of a neat animal to make our national animal, but, they're dead now.
Yeah, but then again, do you want the Thunderbird as a national animal?
That's true. If it can't actually make thunder, it's not good enough.
Yeah, I think Thor is gonna have a word with you.
Or what is it?
Excuse you, that's my part of the island, or my part of the sky. Go away.
Oh my gosh. The Marvel movies have tainted the whole concept of Thor for so many people now.
Yeah, they think he is like this blonde guy, but no, he is a short, red-headed, Angie guy.
The short, that surprises me. Is that short by Norwegian standards, though? Which is probably still tall for most people.
He in some places have a bob cut, and some places he has the long one.
Okay.
So, depends on which one you prefer. Do you want the short red hair, or do you want the long, flowy red hair?
A Thor for every season.
Yes. Yeah, when it gets warm, it gets really warm, so that's why we have to cut our hair. But of course, we keep the beard, because, it's the beard. It's Viking. Can't cut the beard. It's kind of where the dwarves got that from, that you don't touch the beard.
That's funny.
Beard.
I assume that's a survival mechanism, though. Where it's like, yeah, you can't cut your beard because it's going to get cold soon and you're going to die.
Yep.
That's how all these things exist. Is it became a survival mechanism inspired a fairy tale or mythology, and that became lore.
Yep.
It's like all the Grimm's fairy tales made sense in a way, but they go over the top to make it scary for children. So you don't have to tell it too many times for them to accept it at face value.
Yep. It's a lot of fun stuff. But it's a lot of weird stuff too. So, but at least they are not as, with a lack of not safe for work might. No.
I don't know. You're the one who sets the not safer standard. All the rest of us are a little bit higher.
Yeah, you guys have better tolerance. I don't know. At least we're not as bad as the Greek Zeus.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It might be horrifying, but at least it's not incestuous or rapey as much.
Yeah. Ugh. Like, we're crazy. We admit that. We know.
Zeus needs to calm down.
Yes, calm down. Like, should I send my son after you or something? He can handle lightning better than you.
At least pick one species to stick to. How about
that? Like, maybe try to keep within your own species.
Oh my gosh. But how would we have our grand mythology if we didn't have Zeus going, oh my gosh.
Hey, you have plenty others to choose from. You don't need to have that scary one.
Yeah. Oh Oh my gosh.
And that's how it goes with SkyKriz streams, folks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sub-label them. This is SkyKriz 3. Remember the 90s. We'll have to label this one.
Yeah, but one thing I actually was thinking about is Flitterbolt. Because then I started thinking Flitterbolt, because flitter, then you think maybe of like feathers and stuff, so then you're thinking floofy, and bolt, then you think lightning bolt. So now in my head I have the image of a fluffy lightning bolt.
Oh my gosh.
Best
so what, like
weapon ever.
Zapdos but with fur, I guess?
Yeah, Zapdos with fur, and he's actually my favorite of those three birds.
Yeah, Zapdos is my favorite as well.
He's a good boy.
He is a good boy.
He's a good boy. But the goodest boy had to be Ash's Bulbasaur.
Ash's Bulbasaur.
He was protective. He was strong. He was like, "Excuse you, you touched my friend," and then he's just like.
He was a very good boy.
Yeah, he was best boy. He was the best boy. He was the best boy. He was.
He was definitely better than Charmander, going through his puberty into Charmeleon and Charizard, which was so annoying. I remember even as a kid, not at puberty yet, but I had an older brother who was a teenager, and I'm like, why is Charmeleon such a dick? It's like, calm down.
Yeah, I was just like, what happened to you? You used to be so kind and sweet and everything. I liked you. Now you're just mean.
And it kind of made the whole anime like worse, because it's like, okay, you finally got your Charizard, and then he wants to go live on Charizard farm. Like, no, you're the OP, because I played the game already, and my Charizard was always with me, and it was always the God Killer when I went to the Elite Four.
Yeah, I gotta confess something there, because I played Pokemon Blue.
Oh, okay.
I had one Pokemon in level 100. Can you guess what Pokemon that was? No, it was not Bulbasaur.
I'm guessing it was Venusaur.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was Krabby.
What?
Krabby.
A Krabby? Why?
I don't know, but for some reason, little tiny 4-year-old me or something were just like, I love Krabby! Krabby's gonna be the highest level one! But then I got him to level 100, and then I freaked out because I didn't think I would be able to beat the Legendary 4, so I never finished the game.
Oh my gosh! Why Krabby, though? Why not, like, Lapras or Gyarados, like a good water type?
Krabby for some reason just he was my favorite on the team.
Oh
he was just
gosh.
like, you need to be level 100 because
is it like from the anime where he goes the cookie.
Yeah,
that's gotta be it. It's gotta come from the onomatopoeia.
I don't know. It's just he was so adorable in my eyes, and just like if I could find a realistic plushie of a Krabby, I would be so happy, and I would squish it so much. And if it even had like a squishy toy inside it, I don't know what I would do. I would just squeeze for all eternity.
I don't know about squishy, but if you want your very own crab, you can visit New England of America, where we have lots of crabs you can buy.
I can go to the nearest dam and fish one up if I want to. We have a lot of crabs here.
Have you ever heard, this kind of disturbed me when I first read about this, that in evolution, there have been several times where, like, animals have turned into crabs. Like it seems to be this pinnacle of convergent evolution where several times throughout history, they've made a crab.
Basically, you're telling me the universe like Krabby too.
It's like crab people that everyone is going to become eventually.
Yeah, you know what they say. You become your favorite Pokemon. I'm gonna become Krabby apparently.
Everyone is going to become Krabby apparently.
So much fun. And yes, final sight. I'm sorry about the pumpkin song. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know what I was, but I was something, and so sorry you had to witness the pumpkin song.
Wait, what? What pumpkin song?
Basically, you know that I sometimes stream on Twitch with that horse game?
Oh, yes.
Yes, and since it was Halloween, we had pumpkin hunting. and I couldn't find the pumpkins we were looking for. So my ADHD brain started like, I'm gonna sing about pumpkins because I don't know what to do and I'm frustrated. So I don't remember singing it, but it's probably still on my Twitch. If you want to go and look it up, but don't do it right now because then I will die of embarrassment. Yeah.
I don't even know what is the pumpkin song. Did you make it up on
I
the
don't know.
spot?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
I don't remember it. So I can't repeat it now because I actually don't remember it.
Amazing.
I don't know about that. Oof. Yeah. So random Christmas, then you follow my Twitch. You're welcome.
Oh, that's true. It's Christmas. Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice, dude. Not you too.
That's heretical.
Oh.
But
Oh.
it's good for branding and labeling.
Yeah, I think it's another people also starting to say it's Christmas, not Christmas.
See, the key...
And I was just like...
I mean, it's great branding because you want to have a name that's easily memeable.
That was not my intention when I made the name, though. Because you remember my real name. Chris is...
I think so?
Yeah, Chris is basically a shorter version of that name. And for me, thinking, yeah, I should have some neutralization because it's going to be on the internet. So I put a C, set, instead of a normal S.
A set? What's a set?
The last letter in my name.
Oh, Zed.
Said.
It's Z, but yes. Okay.
Oh, nice. Final site.
Brits.
What did you do? Did you do something? No?
Yes, it's short for her full name, Donna. Look in general images. I'll let you do that. What? What is it? Okay, now I'll go. Oh, there's your plush Krabby. Yeah, that sounded like something the Pokemon store probably already had.
So cute. I'm gonna die. Oh, so cute. Oh, my cheeks hurt now. Oh.
Okay,
Gosh.
so she's ogling over the Pokemon Center, which is the online Pokemon store, and there are several in real life locations as well. They'll make a plushie of almost any Pokemon, at least from the very first couple sets, and the Krabby one is real and made. So that is what she's currently ogling over.
Ah, oh, it's so cute, but the shipping is gonna be more than the plushie itself. Ah!
Yeah, that is the eternal struggle. The cost of shipping.
The struggle of living in Norway. Why can't we have cool stuff like that? It's so cute. It's so
so let's see what else is going on right now. I got to see Alita: Battle Angel in theaters. I was pretty happy about that. It was only the second movie I saw this year, and it wasn't even a new one. Okay,
sorry. I'm just answering Derpy Hooves.
Okay. Yeah. So for members of the audience who did not see Alita: Battle Angel, you probably should have, because it's a very fantastic movie, and I want them to make more. And I bought the Blu-ray to hopefully influence them to make more, but I don't know if they will, because I don't think it did too well in theaters. They kind of dumped it in February of 2019, which is usually where series go to die, but, I digress. But it was so fun and heartwarming, and apparently was a passion project of James Cameron's. Like, he's been sitting on the rights for a while, which is kind of surreal, but yeah, check out Alita Battle Angel. I also have yet. I really need to get around to actually watching the OVA because, of course, it was an anime at one point, and the OVA is in like full color, and it's loosely follows the same plot as the movie, or rather, vice versa. Movie loosely follows plot of the anime, but anyway, it's very adorable. Here's a screen grab from the anime. And she's cyborg. She's super tough cyborg lady. So I mean, what's not to love? God, there's no fucking movies this year. I was supposed to see Dune a month ago for like a family thing we had planned, and then Dune got delayed till Christmas, and then Dune got delayed until next year. So it's like, son of a gun. Wonder Woman delayed. Yeah, like Marvel pretty much killed the Marvel Cinematic Universe for a while anyway. And read the manga. Yeah, I know. I've never been big on manga or comics really. I had a few comics when I was in middle school when I was homeschooled for a year, so I got into the Transformers comics for a little while, but it wasn't quite for me. It's all about time investment. If something it takes too much of my time to enjoy it, then I'd rather be creating something new instead. And so that's why over the years it's modified the way I've consumed media, because it's like, unless there's a way I can do it in a situation that allows for it, like audiobooks while I'm traveling, for instance. I can't write when I'm driving or flying, so I started listening to audiobooks, and that became the main way that I consumed new media and information. The Major is always the best cyborg. That's right. Major Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. I just had an image of that too. Where did it go? Where did it go? You see, that's another part of my writing is I have all these folders of different writing concepts and things, and so they both occupy space in my cyberpunk writing inspiration folder. What the fuck? Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Be right back. Just need the toilet.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. For those of you who haven't seen the original Ghost in the Shell movie, you should probably get around to doing that at some point. I finally watched or got into the series, the whatchamacallit, Standalone Complex TV show a few years ago, and that was really great. That was when I was moving, and so I watched that, and then the second season, which was sort of a second self-encapsulate story, which was the what was the second season called? The first one was the Laughing Man arc, and then the second season, I think that was the Standalone Complex or something, where it was like a kind of like a cult, and it was all like fuck, I gotta rewatch it. But it was pretty good. Anyway, that's the whole point, is it was pretty good.
Potatoes.
Yes. Skybolt, did you watch the new Netflix series? No, I haven't. It kind of feels dumbed down. At least the shots I've seen of it, where it's like, I don't know. I don't like the look of the character. It kind of feels like the PG-13 version of an R-rated movie, so to speak. I know that the TV show wasn't as risque as the movie, but just that feel of lack of edginess, you know. It's not the 90s anymore.
Yeah, the 90s.
So, God, it's not even the 2010s anymore. Try not to have a panic attack over that. Goes, what was it? Macaulay Culkin of the Home Alone movies. He recently posted like, "Hey guys, I'm 40," and everyone in the comments were like, "Oh my god." That's a great Christmas movie. Hey, that's the season. We're celebrating the start of Christmas, everyone. Yay! Merry Christmas. Christmas. So what is your favorite Christmas movie, Chris?
I know I have someone else in mind, but the one who pops up first is, of course, Home Alone.
I know. It is a really good Christmas movie.
Yeah, it's just, that's the thing you saw as a kid. It's just it's something that sticks to you, and so many people have seen it.
And the John Williams score was very iconic.
Yeah. Jule.
As I always think of everything in terms of music, obviously. The recent favorite, of course, is Krampus for me. That was something else.
Yeah, I think the newer type of Christmas movie would be Klaus.
Oh
Klaus?
yeah, that's right, from Netflix. That was really good.
Yeah, I really like that one because I really like that they kind of gave Santa Claus an axe.
yes, they did.
So, I might be biased, but
Oh yeah, Roy Mustang's mentioning in the chat all of the other reindeer. Yes, that we discussed that on one of the first SkyKriz cast or whatever about how the whole concept of the movie is built on a pun, which only works in English. So how did that translate to the rest of the world? It is a fun movie though. All of the other reindeer.
No comprende?
Let me see if I can find an image. Maybe you'll recognize, because that's a very distinctive art style.
One I really liked also was the Christmas Chronicles.
Oh yeah, my brother mentioned that, but I didn't actually watch it. That's another Netflix thing, right?
I think it is now, at least. I can send you the front art.
Okay.
Because, again, they make a lot of the world building around it and how it works, why it works the way it works, and that type of thing. So my inner geek is happy. So that makes me like the movie. And I really like how they made, he can just pop things out of his coat. His beard is the way it is, and a hat, and they make the Santa Claus look like Santa Claus, but he's like a medium between Odin and the Coca-Cola.
That's one way of putting it. That's right. Yes, the Kurt Russell movie. I did see this. I don't know if it was last Christmas or one of these past Christmases.
Well, the Grinch is also a classic one.
Yeah, the original Grinch, and then I actually did like the Jim Carrey Grinch as a kid. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, he scared me as a kid, but it was still a good movie.
Yeah. It's scary how well he can work within that fursuit.
Yeah, my absolute favorite movie for Christmas is The Christmas Star, but it is a Norwegian movie.
I was going to say, yeah, that doesn't ring bells for me.
Yeah, it's basically about a small kingdom in Norway where the king and the queen finally gets a daughter, or get a kid at all. And her name is Sonja. And she is like this kid everybody adores. She is nice, she is kind, nice kid. But then one evening when her uncle wants to take over the throne, of course, he managed to get her lost in the woods. And the wolves are about to take her, and nom nom nom, but then she is luckily saved by some jugglers who are traveling across the land.
What's the name in Norwegian? Is it Reisen til Julestjernen?
Yeah, Reisen til Julestjernen.
Okay, I did find a poster.
Yes, you did good. The travel to the Northern Star, I think.
Yeah, that's what it says in English, is Journey to the Northern Star.
Yeah. I think that's my favorite. But of course you also have all the small Christmas calendar type of series/movies that is 4 episodes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we have either it's the Blå Nisser, or it would be the home in the shoemaker's shop, where the shoemaker has a living slipper, who is named Tøflus, and he really likes Persil. Just adorable. And I'm so sad that they actually don't have dubbed or subbed version in English, because it's something I would love to show all of you guys.
I was gonna say, I only understood 3 of those words, but it does sound fun.
Yeah, but it's something that I am really gonna make sure my kids get to see if I ever get
Oh,
kids, because it's safe, it's nice, and it's fun.
that's how you know something is wholesome. If you have that feeling of I want to show this to my children one day. That's yeah.
Yeah. Just like I just gotta
I'm
want them
keeping
to
most of
have.
my childhood things just to be like, yes, I'm gonna make them watch this. I don't care if it's from the '90s. This is back when entertainment was good.
Yes, it was not. It was when they were actually make something entertaining without explosions. Ugh.
Oh my gosh. I do agree with Final Sight in the chat. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, the new one that you found, that one can go away and just go far away. Just go far away.
Which new one?
The one with the blue, everything blue. That's the newer one, the newest one, where they are putting in more explosions and magic and other stuff that just go away. No, you don't exist.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
But
didn't know
for
there was a
me,
remake. I didn't know there was contention going on.
that's the blue one is the remake. That's like, for me, that's like Avatar, The Last Airbender, the movie.
I understand.
Go away.
The blue one.
Go far away. You do not belong here. Go away.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's a problem across all cultures and not just in America.
Yeah. Nope. Just nope. Nope. I do not acknowledge you. Go away.
What are other good Christmas movies? I used to watch Scrooge and Gremlins are both good Christmas movies. Scrooge has a fantastic Danny Elfman soundtrack.
Oh, did you see the Disney version of that?
I did, actually.
Scrooge?
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was scary, but it was good.
Yeah, of course, scary. All of those motion capture movies are scary. Like the Polar Express. Ugh. It's like it was a neat movie, but it was scary, like undeniably.
Yeah, but I do remember the warm chocolate song. That was really fun.
Yes.
Cocoa?
Yes. It's been a while. I only saw that once, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, there's the original cover.
Where?
Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like early 80s, maybe? I don't know. That's where I would place it.
Let me see if I can find some information.
I don't think that was Norwegian.
Ska vi se. Norsk film. 1976.
Oh, 70s. Okay.
Yeah. And this it's not adventure, it's more like fairy tale story. Built on Sverre Bradstors art play. Our Little Princess Golden Top, as she was originally named by her parents, but she's named Sophie by the traveling people.
Oh, okay.
Så Gulltopp på norsk. Disappears from the castle on the eve of Christmas. And she gets lost in the forest to find the Christmas star because her dad was sad. But her uncle, the mean and selfish... what's greve på engelsk? What's the brother of the king?
I guess the Duke or Prince sometimes? It depends on your monarchical system.
Yeah, here it says the greve, so it's basically you are the next in line if they don't get a kid, but you're not the prince.
Okay, like heir apparent, or yeah.
They have a proper name for it in English, but I can't remember it.
Okay.
Why am I doing this? I have the Norwegian word. I can just go Google. Hello.
Yeah, maybe if you spell it for me. I don't know. I'm doing my best here.
Yeah, you need to get on that learning of Norwegian, my friend.
That's right. Yeah, I need to return to my roots.
Roots. Why are you showing me pictures?
Duke. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Duke as far as
the Count.
Oh, Count. Okay. Yeah, that works too.
It's the Count. So he is tricking her to go there, and the king and queen tries to find her, but they can't find her, and then the queen disappears. And then many, many years pass. Dun, dun, dun. So,
Fantastic.
Yeah, mystery and magic, but in the calm kind of way.
Okay. Not too much magic now. This is a reasonable amount of magic.
Yeah, it's not like you can suddenly use magic yourself. It's just the magic in the land itself.
Here's something I gotta ask, because it would fit for this kind of era of film or whatever. Is there some kind of, like, in movie trailers, is there a recognizable kind of, like, voice, like, guy? In the 90s, especially in America, we had Don LaFontaine, who would always do these, like, coming soon to a theater near you, the epic adventure. Like, what's the Norwegian equivalent of that?
I don't remember his name, but we did have one. He had more like, he has a little lighter than your voice.
Okay.
But still very manly. Yeah, I don't think that's the right word.
Well, for my voice it is, obviously.
Yes, of course. Ska vi se. Norske trailer. Let's see.
I think more so we'd love to hear you do an impression of one of his scripts.
Yeah.
Is that Don LaFontaine? He recorded everything, man. He was like the voice of Hollywood for 10 years.
Yeah, for some reason it just wants to show me the newer ones. Why can't you show me old one? What's wrong with you? Okay. Greece, that's English. Well, you sound like a Norwegian one. This is our 2006. This is way too young. I haven't seen this one. What is this?
Now we're doing the deep dive in the Norwegian film industry.
I Norway. Oh, no, it's one of those nasties. I'm not gonna watch that one.
Nope.
Nope. That's like, ugh. Norway sometimes make movies that is painful to watch, both because of they're trying to do that very cringe humor, as you guys call it.
Oh, no.
And they sometimes make it very not safe for Chris at the same time.
Oh.
So I'm not watching those. And the animation style is horrible. So, yeah, no, not watching that. Why is it so hard to find trailers? Old trailers.
There was this period around the same time, too, in like the early 2000s, where all the movies had that very kind of rush, like ADHD, like, cracked out pacing, where there was like a cut in the movie every minute or so. There was never just a scene that would run. Everything was over edited. I'm so glad that's gone. That was like, looking back on those, I'm like, you like want to take a Xanax, like, oh my gosh, calm down, stop cutting so much. It's poor editors. They're just like splicing up all these little segments nonstop.
Norwegian movie trailer.
Yeah, DJ Pyrotechnics in the chat. Yes, it was Matt Groening, the Simpsons art creator and creative director, who also did all of the other reindeer. Just kind of surreal. Because it was so different than his like conventional art style. So it was like you would never know unless they marketed it that way, which obviously they did. But yeah.
Pace and
I remember Don LaFontaine from a much different thing, which was the TV series of Ripley's Believe It or Not, which aired on like Sci-Fi Channel or whatever back in the day. And it was
I found it.
okay.
Yes. Thank God. Okay. Tell me who is doing the narration. Thank you very much. Why? Why, in the name of Mjötiurnism?
I wasn't sure if you were saying his name or not. I was like, why?
Basically, there you at least can hear his voice. But ironically, the video doesn't tell me who's narrating.
Oh, I guess you'll have to do it then.
No.
That is what the world cries out for.
Google. Now at least have the stuffy. Why you gotta be so rude?
Why you gotta be so rude?
What's narrator in Norwegian? Forteller.
I don't know. You tell me.
Information? Okay, lederrollene. Vi Why you gotta be so rude? I wanna know stuff too. Why? Like, yes, the one who made the movie. Good, nice. Can you tell me who talked? No? Okay. Nope. I can't find it. I don't know why. But it's, why did they have to trick me like that? That's the trailer for the new one. Go away.
Oh,
Burn.
no.
Go away. Ugh, blasphemy. I thought it was supposed to be Christmas where, you know, miracles happen.
I guess the Christmas, you know, it's a scale up, or what's the right word? The engine's just turning on. You gotta wait for it to warm up first. The magic of Christmas.
You know what it is? It's 2020, so we need to give Christmas a kickstart. So it would actually
maybe
happen.
It's inverted. It's gonna be a Black Christmas.
Oh, don't say that.
No, you can't Christmas. I still remember. I think it was what's the name of the store? Sainsbury's, or I don't know, some British food brand or whatever. They did this like really long, like 7-minute commercial, kind of a commercial, but it was really more of a short. And it was a dramatization of the Christmas truce of 1914 between the British Army and the Germans, and it was such a wholesome commercial. And they're like trading crackers and chocolate and stuff, and it's just like, that's the kind of, like, you know, beautiful spirit out there. But probably not this year. Episode 99. Yeah, we're going to end up renaming this episode The 90s. Since how many times we've done the retro route. Retro conversation.
Yeah, that's true. Wait. When were you born again? Is it the 80s?
I was born in 1990, exactly. I'm a child of the 90s.
Ooh. Then you're 1 year older than my brother.
There you go.
Yeah. Ha.
Ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha. Wow wow. It's kind of like, isn't Jam is 25?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's like for me. You guys seem to be the same age.
I know. Over
So
a certain age, it makes less of a difference. It depends on how many frames of reference that you share together.
that too, but I also think it goes more when you get past. I think it's when you get past 24 or 23. That's kinda when you are hitting some kind of switch in your head.
Yeah, from what I've read with generations, it seems like the cutoff for like Zoomers and Millennials was 95. It seems like if you're born after 95, that's when things really seem different.
Yeah, you don't getting the title the 90s kid, but you are a millennial.
It's
Yeah,
like, things that they might have zero experience with. Like, do you remember Blockbuster at all being a thing? Or do you remember, like we said, typewriters or VHS tapes or any of that
VHS.
stuff?
Oh, I remember I had Care Bears, one of the first episodes of Care Bears on a VHS in a red box.
There
Didn't
you
have
go.
it only had the red box. And I watched that movie until it crumbled. I loved Care Bears so much. Ugh. I miss the old Care Bears.
Yeah, so it's like people who don't remember those kind of like cultural events. I guess in America that would be a cutoff too. Is do you remember 9/11? If not, then you're probably a Zoomer.
Ouch.
Yeah, everyone has their big. I don't know. Does Norway seems like too pure a country? Do you have the? Well, never mind. I just thought of one myself. Moving on. We don't want to make the call sad. This is a happy podcast.
Yeah, this is the weird happiness.
Yeah.
Yes. Weird happiness.
Shout out to the 95s. Yeah, that'll be a special brand of people that ride the line between Zoomers and Millennials, the 95ers.
Yeah, they are their own class.
Yeah, I remember Pokemon, man. Gub, Sapphire and Ruby. Heck yeah. It's like we accept you as part of the club, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
It's kind of like a friend of mine did. She was transcending from male to female, but she did it very fast. But the thing that she did that we called her out on because that was not okay, was that the day after she told everyone, she started waving with a girl card like crazy and said very rude stuff that she didn't know the meaning of as a female.
Oh.
And she got a bit angry about it, but we told her that I had another transgender friend with me from male to female too, and she also backed me up, so I knew it wasn't just the weird Chris stuff. It was actually legit.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like you might be joining, but you need to learn the rules before start tap dancing, you can say.
I know one major girl rule, at least in high school, is never clean the bathroom ever. We had this problem when in the gym. I'm trying to remember the day. It was I think it had to do with tennis too. It was after hours where basically we had to.
What is it with you in tennis?
Wait, what?
What is it with you in tennis?
Well, that was a big part of my high school experience. Okay, don't hate on my varsity tennis skills.
No, I'm not thinking on it. I like it.
I still have my head racket and everything.
Aww.
Anyway, for whatever reason, there were no girls in there, but we had to go inside the girls' locker room, and it was so much dirtier and smellier than the boys' locker room. And it was after that time I rejected the false song of the idea that girls are generally cleaner than boys, because it is not true.
I wonder what kind of girls you guys had.
We were like a college prep school. It was a fancy private school, so it was generally, I guess, well-to-do girls. But at the same time, I guess it didn't help that my girlfriend at the time was a bit of a hoarder. Her whole family were hoarders, but she also had the disease. So her room was like you couldn't see the floor anywhere. And I was like, okay, this is why we're going to my house instead.
Yeah.
That was
Shouldn't that also kind of trigger some warning signs in your head?
Well, yeah, I did. Obviously it didn't last. Not pretty much at the end of high school. I was already together with someone else. But regardless, I came from a very clean family, very organized, without being like diagnosable OCD. So even my house today is exceptionally clean. I think if I brought any of you over, you would be impressed.
Yeah. My dearest is, I think he doesn't have an OCD, maybe it's an OCD about it, I'm not 100% sure, because he doesn't have the very, very need for it, but he does feel uncomfortable if it's messy. Like, it's okay if some clothing are here and there, but he needs to clean, he needs to wash the floor, he needs to vacuum at least once a week, or else he feels uncomfortable.
I like that your first reference was hair. Like hair in the drain. Is that a problem?
For him, yes.
Oh,
For me,
okay.
it's just like, as long as I don't step on it, it's okay.
That's a good answer.
So yeah, he does also agree to the joke that no, Chris, you're not female, you're Chris, because I might have both female and male tendencies, but I can never fit in the box.
Well, it sounds like you just register more as a tomboy, which is perfectly
Yeah.
acceptable and something that should be protected in society.
Yeah, we need more tomboys.
We do need more tomboys. Tomboy rejuvenation project.
Yeah, just I don't know. I can like grab a bunch of girls, like, hey, this is the woods. Here's a knife. See you.
That's one way to do it. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way.
No. This is the Norwegian way.
Gonna do some brute force environmental tactics.
Yeah, this is how we survive.
Society only survives with more tomboys. I agree.
Yeah, but we need some more common sense on both genders, to be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These kids these days, they don't know. They don't even know what the difference was between red and blue version. It's just so sad.
Yeah. But then one joke that me and my dearest do when we talk about kid, if it's a girl and she starts using like the brown cream on her face, I don't know what it's called in English, foundation or something.
Oh yeah, foundation, like makeup, heavy makeup.
Yeah, if she starts using that, I call him my unbiological twin brother. He is one of those who does like the jumping from mountains and stuff here in Norway.
Okay.
So he
base jumping?
No, I love base jumping too, but he actually has like a proper parachute and just like wee.
Okay.
But he actually lives in a hut on the mountain that he built himself.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, he is hardcore, kinda. So he like dumpster dives or he find things in nature. So we have kind of agreed on if our kid ever starts acting up like that or like a prat or anything like that, it's gonna be like, okay, you're gonna get 2 months away from school, but you are going to Uncle Dabba Dabba Dabba.
Uncle Anderson's.
Uncle Forrest, basically, because that's where you're gonna live. We're gonna give you. Yeah, he does wingsuits too, but he doesn't have his own yet. Basically, then it would be like my friend will then watch over the kid, but the kid would have to fend for themselves.
Just make sure they don't die. That's it.
Yeah, that's safety net. It's the safety net. Like, he will show them how to do stuff if they don't already know, and like keep an eye on them. And so whatever we get back in 2 months, that's our kid.
All right, that's a great approach. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, you get free from school, so no complaints there, and you are watched over, so no troubles there, and fresh air. You need fresh air.
I like this level of like look ahead family planning as well. It's very wholesome.
Yeah, but the one thing I'm a bit scared about is if the kid ever becomes a bully.
Oh no. Yeah.
Yeah. Then my dearest has said that if our kid, doesn't matter if it's a girl or a boy, they are gonna then end up in a boxing match against their father
Oh my
or
gosh.
a professional one. They can choose. I personally think they should go with the professional one. Not that he's gonna hurt them massively or anything, but it's gonna make them feel the helplessness of being overpowered, of how it feels to be messed with without being able to do anything back. How the ones who are being bullied feel when they're being bullied.
I gotta throw up the Dr. Chris logo on that again. This is some new levels of learning.
Yeah, you know. But again, the kid is gonna be safe. The kid is gonna they have first aid kits. We don't want to mentally scar them. We just want them to know what they're actually doing to the other person.
Yeah, it's a little bit School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah, but then again, we're also gonna be super supportive, and like if they ask for help, if they have something they want to try, we're like, it's gonna be like we're well, you know the Ewoks from Star Wars.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, we're gonna be supportive. We're gonna be fluffy, but we're gonna teach you how to survive. There you go. You know, best of both worlds.
So where does the cannibalism come into play?
What? Wait, what?
Like the Ewoks.
They don't eat the other Ewoks.
Okay, the people eating then, if we're gonna get technical.
They do say chicken tastes the same as humans, so
They do
we can
say
eat
that,
chicken.
don't they? In Burma, we called it long pork.
Okay. I never liked pork, so that's okay.
That's good. That's a good safety tip. Don't avoid pork. Too much. What is that pork disease? The tricky something.
No. Did we have another one? I think that's the only two things.
Trichoniasis.
Ah. Yeah, but I think that's the only two like big stuff that we have talked about.
Okay, is bully control and what was the other thing?
Common sense. Hello.
Oh yeah. In a woods training.
Yeah. Other than that, we know like give the kids space, give the kids support, both mentally and emotionally. Like if they want to try stuff, encourage that, because of course kids need to, like, if you want to do football, do football. If you want to do karate, you can do karate. But of course, we would try to encourage the kid from a very young age to do some kind of martial art, because it's very good for kids actually to do it. And when you
Absolutely.
start at a very young age,
Absolutely.
they focus more on the mental stuff than the physical stuff. So they get like a healthy kickstart, you can say. So it doesn't matter if it's a boy or girl, we're gonna encourage that. And I do really hope they do that, because I know I was very interested in doing that stuff when I was a kid, but I wasn't allowed because I'm a girl. Yeah.
I forget if we asked this, but did you guys discuss at all if you were going to wait till you made it to Japan or not in the family planning?
We want to be married first, yes. How so? Like, I want to be married before we have a kid.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't imply that or anything. I just said in Norway, or would you wait to move to Japan first before starting a family?
Wait, move? We're not gonna move. That's just a honeymoon.
Oh, okay. I might have
You
misheard
think I was
that.
gonna move to Japan?
I thought I heard that at one point. I don't know.
Norway might be cold, but it's safe. I like Norway.
Japan's pretty safe. You just gotta avoid the subways when there are. What was that? The sarin gas meme reference. Sorry. I'm sorry. I confuse you with someone else. Never mind.
It's okay, but no, we're not gonna live there because Norway is nice, and
Norway
we
is
might
nice.
not have it. We might not have all the fancy stuff and all the anime and all the good food, but we have our own good food. So,
But you can import anime, and that's just as good.
Yes, and we can always take another trip if I really feel like it. And I kind of want to go back to New Zealand and do all the Lord of the Rings stuff again.
That's true. Yeah, that does sound fun one day.
Yeah, that it really was. It really was. I will really recommend if you are a fan of Lord of the Rings, go to the northern island of New Zealand and see all the fantastic stuff.
It'll
And
be one of
yeah,
those things where like travel will be cheaper probably for a while, but it'll be harder because there will be intermittent lockdowns everywhere.
yeah, and I would recommend going backpacking if you're going to New Zealand because they don't usually like. They are super nice. They are, but you will notice if you're making trouble for them. So I would recommend pack lightly. And then when you buy stuff like Hoost in the Verbla shop where you have all the Lord of the Rings stuff, we try to send it by mail.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried digging up the old photo, but when I was backpacking in New Zealand, I also were able to get one of the 500 first copies of Gandalf's staff.
That's right. Yes, with this story with your friend.
Yeah, and I wasn't able to send that in the mail. So the giant pack that was about twice my size, I had to carry on my back in my backpack.
I think that's a unique situation though.
Yeah, but that was really fun. We got so many eyes on us. Me and my cousin were just like, yeah, totally normal.
with a 3 meter long package fitting on an airplane.
Yeah. So, when I got back with the staff and all the books, my cousin had already carried 4 bags of other stuff into the bus before we got back to the hotel. And he had applause when he came back into the bus because everybody said, you're going to carry bags, but they're not going to be your bag. It's going to be her bag. For some reason, because for some reason they thought I was a fanatic. I have no idea where they got that from.
I think if you're going to New Zealand to take the Lord of the Rings pilgrimage in the first place, that is the filter. That is the great filter that determines a fanatic.
Yeah. Ah.
Fantastic. Okay, that's fun. So, are you guys going to stick around where you generally live right now? Probably long term.
Other that, we're gonna go further north in Norway, which I'm my I don't think my face is gonna be very happy about because ironically I have this frost allergy. If I get too cold in my face, it starts to open up and bleed and stuff.
Oh my
So
gosh.
yeah, I know. Ironically, the Viking has an allergy against cold. Yay.
That does seem like an issue. A small problem.
Yeah, just a tiny. Yeah. So we will see how that goes. If it gets too bad, we will have to move further down again. But hopefully we will be able to make it because I know it will be good for his type of migraine to live
Oh.
a colder place.
Yeah, that's true. It's really the heat and weather changes that seem to trigger migraines the most, at least for me.
Yeah, but his is the seasonal one where it's really, really, really painful. But it's only those 2 months of the year if it's warm enough.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so let's hope that it works because that would have been nice because I don't like seeing him in pain.
So this isn't a get away from Oslo kind of thing.
Oh, I don't live in Oslo.
Well,
Oslo is on the other side of the map.
No, I know. I'm just in the general sense, even further away from big cities.
Oh yeah, like I don't know. I think I am free from that phobia I have of big cities. Like I get very scared and unsure about when I'm inside big cities because I feel trapped. I don't feel safe.
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
a
big
normal reaction. That's called having a self awareness.
Yeah, so it's like put me in the wild forest, millions away from other buildings. I'm fine. I'm fine. I am fine. But put me in the middle of a city, panic attack. So weird. What about you? Big
Big plans for the future. Yeah, I mean, I have a house now. It was my grandmother's house at one point, but I'm paying off the rest of the mortgage for a couple more years, and it's inherited because I'm the only grandchild on this continent, I guess I'll put it. There are others that are half and step grandchildren that are in like not Norway, God, Germany. A couple that moved into other places, so. Yeah, she was the one that lived with us at the end, so I got the house.
Tips.
But it was pretty nice. Ever since she passed, I've been slowly making a home out of the house. So it's all freshly painted and new trees. I planted a tree this year that I was like really hoping would take root, and luckily it did. So one day it'll be a nice strong maple at some point, which is it's like a desert maple, mainly because it was just one of the things that they were offering in our local area. It's called a shantung. So it's not too big for the street where I live in, but at the same time, it has a lot of cloud cover and a lot of like nice leaf changing colors in the fall, which is I'm very domestic, I guess you could say at this point.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, a significant other at some point whenever the world unlocks, that would be great.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah.
Spouse.
Yeah.
Oh, I so want to do that joke when I get married.
Ready Player 2.
Yeah, that, or like I just raise my hand with a fist and some kind of banner or something comes down. Achievement unlocked. Get married. Oh, the gamer in me.
My high school girlfriend's sister, where we went to her sister's wedding together, she had a very geek specialty wedding, which was pretty interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, so she had a lot of fun, like more modern song references. Like one of the wedding songs they had was from Phantom of the Opera, which is kind of funny and ironic. It was
Nice.
what was it? It was the one with her and the two that actually stay together. Fuck, it's been a long time since I watched Phantom now. Christine and the Vicomte de Chagny, Raoul. Anyway, it's their song at the end of Act 1. And other stuff like that, more modern stuff. So it was a very fun modern marriage.
Sounds nice. Have you ever got any thought to what you would like your wedding to have?
Yes, cheap. Oh my gosh.
I feel like that's most guys.
I've been to several weddings in the last couple of years as a groomsman or best man or whatnot, and there's the execution of how expensive a wedding is such a big deal. Like I went to one wedding that was $35,000, which is insane amount of money in my opinion, and a good chunk of that was just paying for the meals for the people. How many
people?
175.
That's like a small, medium-ish.
I guess we would call that large, but I guess we have a different frame of reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so it was, and most of it was on the bride's side too, which worked out. I guess it was the bride's parents that paid for a lot of it, but just the amount of money they spent as well, and because it was a fancy location that wasn't a church, so it had like a high cost of rental for that day for the wedding and services and kind of some integrated services that were probably more expensive than they should have been. Anyway, that was worst case scenario, and then I went to some others that were like a $12,000 wedding, which is more reasonable, and had a ton of groomsmen and stuff. It was because they were both big Latino families, and so both sides were, I think, 7 people. It was insane. But it was kind of neat. They had mixed colors then. So the two color patterns were teal and coral. So it was almost like a tropical color scheme wedding. And the groom... the bride and groom, they were in black and white. She's a friend from high school, but... Anyway, she was the pink girl, the girl that had pink everywhere. So that it made sense that the coral made it in for sure. But
Yeah.
but it was actually very reasonably priced, and then I did some video for her for the wedding. So
Ah, that's nice.
actually, I think she's having a baby soon. I'll have to check in on that. I think it was due next month or something.
Good luck, girl. That's gonna be a pain.
Yeah, the first time's the rough one, and then
Oh yeah, ugh, that's not something I'm looking forward to.
um.
Oh,
Do you? I don't know if we asked this. Do you have any sisters? Do you have any? What are the
No.
older females in your family that you've been watching the progress of their life?
I'm my mom.
Okay, no, like older cousins or things like that.
Well, yes, but I've never been really close to them because, as you probably have guessed, I was one of the black sheeps. I was the one who didn't conform to Christianity. I was the one who never acted like everyone else. I was the one who was running around making a lot of noise, or I was sitting in the corner not talking to anyone and just sitting there looking scared. So, But the one I did get along with was my cousin, who I traveled to New Zealand. Well, we didn't talk about that kind of stuff. We were more talking about like anime, Lord of the Rings, and forest stuff. So, I never really had a proper female role model. Like, I had females that I kind of looked up to, but they never were like girly stuff. And the most I've gotten with the birth and kid and pregnancy is from a friend of mine who is the same age as me, now having 2 kids. And I'm just like, how did you do it? Wasn't it painful? And she's like, yes, but it was worth it. But it was painful. And I'm just like, hello?
I remember in our high school health class, we had the whole section on what is it called? The epidurals, with like the spinal pain deadener.
Yeah.
So I've heard the 2 schools of thought on that of it prolongs the process because you're insensitive, and then the no pain at any cost approach.
Yeah.
This quality podcast talk.
Yeah. Can we go back to the 90s?
Did they have babies in the 90s?
No.
No. We all came out of Pokeballs. Plastic ones.
Yes, I accept this headcanon.
Oh my god. Or a Cabbage Patch. Well, in the 80s, it was Cabbage Patch. Kids, you just went out in the field and pulled them out.
I think for us, it was more like you go down to the lake, and if you find a kid by the shore, it's yours.
Okay, yeah. I'm immediately thinking Prince of Egypt from that. No.
No, you don't get the luxury of a basket.
Oh, okay. So you save a kid from drowning, just barely.
Yeah, basically. Or, it comes down from the mountain on skis. That works too.
What? I feel like you're giving me some kind of like a creation myth through like is this an Old Norse mythology that you're translating for us?
No, it's they often say that all Norwegians are born with skis on their feet.
Okay.
So that's why I said we're coming down the mountain on skis, but no, we're coming out of the tummy with skis, which seems.
That's only after the 3rd baby. You gotta.
No.
That's
only the first baby.
Okay.
It's so weird. Oh boy. But yeah, it's and the axe in the hand. Yes, definitely.
I know one person in my family had a natural birth, and then the second time they went with the C-section. So I don't know if that's an indicator of anything.
No, my friend also had a natural one the first, and then she had the C-section, and she said I should have taken C-section the first time. It was so nice. You get the baby when you get the baby. Everything goes fast, easy, a lot less pain. The only pain you get afterwards is because of the stings and putting everything back. So it hurts when you get up and down or move around. but it's nothing. That pain is nothing compared to when you're actually giving birth. So I've said that I'm gonna have C-section if we are gonna have a kid. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna give it naturally. I have this ironically, or not ironically, irrationally, unrationally.
Irrational, yeah.
Yeah, like very scared of getting pregnant because I'm so scared of giving birth because for some reason in my brain it has determined that yes, I'm gonna die in childbirth, and I'm just like, no.
Oh my god.
But then my brain goes, yes, you will, and I'm just like, no. So yeah, C-section is on. That's mine. Ugh, so weird. So yeah, sorry guys, you're getting a bit scarred from my mental brain's weird stuff.
I'm just, yeah, it just brings up the question of that came from somewhere. That was a scary movie or something that young.
No. Even before I learned about where babies come from, that was something I was afraid of.
All right. Then.
I did. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why.
We should probably check the chat. I wonder what they've been saying during all this time. Wake me up when it's done. Can't wake up. Wake me up inside. With an axe and you perform it yourself. Oh my god.
Yeah, as long as you don't hit the baby, I guess you can. But the problem would be to put all the organs back in your body, which is pretty hard unless you are a doctor with chemicals and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you gotta patch the muscles correctly. I think that's. I'm trying to remember what the layer order is. Anyway.
Yeah, but basically, it's they cut a small section, but they kind of flip it, and then they use like stuffy to keep it in place, and then they just take out all your intestines, and then they take out the baby, and then they take out the mother cake, and then they try to put all the organs back in place, and then they sew it up, and then they take care of the baby.
That's a great euphemism, mother cake.
Yeah, what's it called in English?
A placenta.
Ah, okay.
It's
there
yeah. So there you go. This all qualifies as 1 health credit for your high school if you keep listening to EAST Corp. No, but this is all fun stuff. I actually had when I was in high school, my best female friend. She was very what's the right word? Forthright of the day-to-day life of being a teenage girl, and so it made for interesting conversation, seeing both sides of of high school life. She was a very atypical tomboy as well. Soccer team, front guard. I forget what the soccer positions are, something like that. Athletic.
Front line. Dogu?
Huh?
Dogu?
Dogle? What?
Dogu! I heard Dogu.
Where? Oh, that's my damn neighbor's dogs. I can't record at many times of the day because of them. I think they have 5.
5 dogs?
Yeah, I think it's the legal limit for this area of the county.
Ah.
Which, of course. So that makes it hard to record sometimes. It throws off my schedule occasionally.
Yeah, I can see that one, but for me it's like, you have restriction on how many animals you can have?
Yeah, it's zoning and stuff.
Huh. Weird. It's just, sometimes it surprised me what American can do and not do at the same time.
Yeah, land of freedom. So it's
Excuse you?
something else. What Oof, Chicago Fire. Some Chicago pizza sounds really good right now. Oh my gosh. I don't care that it's pizza cake. It's very delicious.
What would a pizza cake be? Would it just be like a bunch of pizzas stuck on top of each other?
It would be Chicago deep dish style, absolutely. I don't know. I don't know if you would have a place like that. But you've been to America before. Have you had Chicago deep dish style pizza?
No. The only pizza I've tried is it was Pizza Hut, but cheese? It smelled and tasted like vomit.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm just like, what is this piece of plastic crap?
Yeah, the mozzarella is usually like freeze dried, so it lasts longer. Stuff like that.
I don't know if it was mozzarella because it was yellow or orange, but it was just like, I asked for pizza. I didn't ask for cardboard with plastic.
I guess it also depends on the restaurant. If you went to, I mean, Pizza Hut is not exactly, it's not exactly Italian style or whatever.
But you gotta remember one thing. I was in Arizona. I was in the middle of Second Mesa. We were there to visit the Hopi Indians.
You're lucky, yeah, they had a pizza restaurant at all.
Yeah, because we had just been to Walmart for the very first time.
I love that this is like a foundational experience for you. Like, I went to Walmart in America.
It is, because it was so big.
Yeah.
It was like, I could speak, and I can hear the echo from the other side of the room.
Well, I mean, aren't IKEA that big as well? You live right next door.
Yeah, that's 2 stores. That's like 2 levels. That's not just one level with a giant roof.
So it's the fact that it was the cavernous, not vertically stacked.
Yeah, it was tall and long, and it was just like, am I in a cave?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like everything. It was drugs. It was weapons. It was toys. It was clothing. Yeah. It was books. It was like the only thing was missing was living animals. They even had a hairdresser in there.
Yeah, I'm sure some of the super Walmarts have living animals as well. They'll absorb Petco at some point when they default. Everything's gonna be like 5 companies.
It was like that was one of the small ones, and I'm just like, what? It was like that was one of the small ones.
Oh my god, is that Webb?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. I just happened to get online, say hi to Kriz, and Kriz said, "Hey, we're doing a stream. Jump on in." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
I know, because you're still on night shift, right?
I'm no longer on graveyard. I'm now back on swing shift.
Oh, that's good.
But today's my day off, so I'm here.
Yay!
Well, great to have you. Yeah, how's hopefully life has been good. You might have noticed we had a couple of as our new series come out, and we are getting close to your episode as well, which is going to be fantastic.
Wait, there's a new series going on?
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. I know about it.
Okay. I was going to say for a second.
No, I've been listening to the episodes, and you've been doing a real good job, Skybolt.
Yeah, I know. It's I guess I got used to the cycle from the finale, and so that's sort of what kicked off the work production process. But it'll be nice integrating more and more of the full cast into the dialogue. It's that careful balance.
You get to that final episode, it's like, yes, I'm done, no more. And then after a few minutes, it's like, okay, what now?
It was the trade-off. It's like it was frustrating, just the sheer volume I had to record, but it was easier because it was just me, working around my own schedule. So, ironically, that's one good thing Coronapona did, was make the finale release at the right time. So everyone, I don't know, press C in the chat to thank coronavirus.
For some reason, I can imagine Corona Pony being voiced by Oakhart or Shadow. I don't know why, but my mind just like, hey, let's get one of them to voice Corona Pony next time. It's like, what?
Oh, I would love, with at least with this character, this art that I've reused her for.
She pops up and goes, "You're welcome, Skybolt. It's the least I could do. I just wrecked the whole world so you can have more times." Like, what?
I like the idea of Shadow doing that character too. That sounds very fun.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. We were gonna get a voice for Corona Pony.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, Corona Pony can join the Pizza Pony Wasteland.
Oh my gosh.
3 weeks later, someone Someone pays super chat and goes, so where's that voice for Corona Pona? You promised.
It's the last pizza you'll ever eat.
Oh, we forgot.
Yeah, before you know it, people start asking about that pizza pony delivery pizza pony, zombie pony, from
Pizza
the last
phone?
stream.
Oh, you mean Jasper Pie? Or are we talking about someone else?
No, I want him to voice the pizza delivery pony. But last stream, we started talking about the wasteland and how they don't have any fast food. So we
no fast food. Well, without pizza, I'm trying my best impression of him. So if it's terrible, I do apologize. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And ramble. Random words. Explosions.
Jesus Christ.
You guys
Jesus
are ridiculous.
Christ. Well, you found us.
Oh,
that means you have to be some too.
Hello. Wait, what was his line?
Randy.
Ring. Okay, hold on. Yeah, ring. Hello. Jasper's Pizzeria. Who better to make a pie than a pie? How can I be helping you? Something like that.
What was that? Who better to make a pie than a pie?
That's his line. That's what he says in some of his videos. Who better to make a pie than a pie?
That's funny.
Yep. So, we should probably get that takeaway Wasteland.
Oh my god.
That's the show. Takeaway Wasteland.
I think it'll
Put it on paper.
It can be an ongoing live improv act. That's easier to produce.
And then afterwards we record it and sell it to all the big stores like Circle K. No, not Circle K.
Circle K, the gas station. I love that idea. Exclusively at Circle K gas stations.
Drop on by, get your gas and get your ponies. You're welcome.
Guy Bolt suddenly gets an email. Like, hi, this is representative of Circle K. We wish to strike up a business deal with you, Mr. Bolt.
Well, it's the funniest damn thing. I just did a Circle K reference in that Wasteland Survival Guide video like 3 months ago.
There you go.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean to say gas station names. I was gonna say like other
KFC?
stores like Target, Walgreens, Walmart.
No, it's funnier this way. It's perfect.
Okay. Oh no, go
Taco Bell. Oh my god.
Let's see. Taco Bell's not what it used to be, especially since they got rid of their tostadas.
Did they really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they no longer have it on their menu. At least the ones around where I live. I don't know about everywhere else. I went to Taco
Bell.
It's okay. You're not missing much. It took me a long time to actually acknowledge the fact that Taco Bell's not all that and a bag of chips. So
it is the greatest fast food that was ever invented, and you are outside of God's country by not having it in your country.
Yeah, you're better off making it fresh from home. Sometimes it honestly depends. Just like anything, it honestly depends on the location, who's working, how well they're trained, and so on and so forth. Because I'm not gonna lie, there's been a few times I've gotten some bean burritos from them or a taco and a tostada, and I'm looking at this going, what is this? This is not what I ordered. Like I ended up with a taco that was mainly like shell, little bit of meat, like a pinch of the quote unquote salad or lettuce, and then one little string of cheese, and that was it. I'm just like, what is this? It's not a taco. This is not a taco. It's an abomination.
No, it's a wannabe taco.
It's funny. Yeah, I have a lot of nostalgic moments from my life tied into the restaurant, so it's a weird connection for me. But yeah, as someone pointed out in the chat, it's same thing with McDonald's, where they're like fine-tuning their menu down to just like basically the stuff that sells reliably, so they're doing less experimentation with weird stuff.
That was kind of like with Panda Express, the Chinese fast food place, during what was it? I think the first after like the first bit of lockdown, and fast food places were locking down and so on and so forth. Panda Express like streamlined their menu to rice, chow mein, orange chicken, and just only the real popular stuff. And I'm like, hi, I'd like to get some Beijing beef. Oh, we're not doing that right now. It's like, oh, come on.
That is sad. Beijing beef was a uniquely good item among everything else, because they have a lot of chicken items, obviously, and so Beijing beef was like, I really am not in a chicken mood, and I don't want to eat something healthy like this Angus steak. Give me that Beijing beef. That's 600 calories a scoop.
Well, I mean, they brought it back, but that was like in the first half of when everything was locked down here
Yeah,
in
the
California.
shortages. Hopefully everyone's stocked up on supplies. You have like 12 hours to go to do that. Yeah. I've actually maintained my own stockpile ever since all this started, so it's been pretty good.
Stockpile of what? Just
Everything: toilet paper, soaps, canned food, pasta, dry pasta, storable, non-perishables, and also my freezer is full of meat, frozen chicken, frozen steaks, all the good stuff.
And I'm just looking at my cans of beans.
Oh yeah, I have a few beans. I actually have a lot of chili I need to eat at some point.
I must be in an odd mood today, because you saying that was something that reminded me of an old Warner Brothers cartoon of it was Daffy Duck. It was a Daffy Duck cartoon. You had these three wolves, coyotes, one of the two, and they were in a house in the middle of winter, and one of them was complaining, like, beans, nothing but beans, and literally it's cans of beans all around them. And
yeah.
And they're like coming up with different ways, like what was it? Flambe beans, bean soup, and bean in the pasta. Cartoon you see him cutting up the cans of beans like it's a slab of meat. I'm just going, wait, that don't work like that. What?
Yes, I think I do remember that episode where he's like staying in the cabin in the woods, and then Bugs pops up after like, oh, wrong turn at Albuquerque kind of thing.
Was there a Bugs Bunny one? I thought it was just Daffy Duck.
I don't know. I remember in that range of replayed episodes.
I'm sure there's a Bugs Bunny one where they did the beans gag, because that is one thing I do remember a bit about the old Acme Warner Brothers cartoons, is they did recycle a lot of the plots with different characters, but it was still funny almost every time, give or take.
It was great because it was the anti-Disney in the fact that they were intentionally very kind of edgier and raunchier jokes of all the Tex Avery stuff compared to Disney that was still very wholesome and fairy tale with everything they were doing.
And that's just what made it good, because you had different variety.
Exactly.
Disneyland, we're all about family. Yeah, that's what they keep saying nowadays. But if you really look at them, they're not very family forward because of their pricing. And the last few, never mind. I'm trying to keep this upbeat, because unfortunately I've been following everything that's been going on with a lot of theme parks, because I want to go back to a theme park. I want to go to Universal Studios again. I've only been once, but I went during the good time when they had the Back to the Future ride.
I know. I missed that too.
I just want to go to a My Little Pony convention.
I know. That's even the worst part. No, it is sad. California specifically has had really full throttle lockdowns, and finally, like, some of the theme parks have had a breaking point. So there's rumors anyway that they're diverting all their money out of classical Disneyland into Disney World. So I mean, it's just like everything else, every other major event of the last couple decades, where this is going to have long effects, a big tail of like where money flows.
I can't speak about Universal or Six Flags, because they've done their own thing, and they've done right by most of the people, at least as far as I know. I mean, I know when I went to Six Flags, it was I was a little shocked at the parking price they had. I mean, it was $10 for parking, but apparently, like, if you paid like a little bit extra, it's like, oh, we have valet parking too, so you go up to the front, we'll park your car. And part of me at the time was like, yeah, that sounds great, and the other part was me like, no, you ain't touching my car.
I never trusted valet parking. Yeah, I always thought the whole concept was weird and creepy.
Yeah, but let's see. Yeah, Disney, they threw themselves in a hole because of financial choices they made. They bought things that they shouldn't have bought. They what's the word I'm looking for? Pride before destruction, arrogant spirit before fall. There we go.
it's too much. It's too like big of a monopoly with most of these companies where it's like we had the same problem with oil and with telephones where it's like no, we need a few more. We need to break up the market a little bit. But Disney's ironically paying the price now because they bought up all these companies, but then one of their core financial inflows, which are the parks, all got shut down like at once, like with like a slam bolt, basically. So all year they've been bleeding billions of dollars, which is it's very like Shakespearean almost in a weird way.
And the sad part is, even when they had all that money, they weren't too smart with it. I mean, come to find out, they didn't really take care of a lot of their cast members that well. I mean, yeah, they gave them the basics, but after the parks closed and they pretty much, everyone was furloughed or laid off, there was I forget where it was, but literally cast members all worked together to do like a food drive for themselves because they couldn't afford to buy groceries.
Oh my gosh. That sounds like when I lived in the Bay Area, there were all the stories at the time of like the Silicon Valley, like young upstarts that were basically living in their cars in like the Google parking lot and stuff. And I passed by a couple of parking lots like that. I'm like, I wonder if someone lives in that van. It was something else, man. It's a cruel mindset.
Yeah, it can be.
Anyway,
anyway, let's talk about something else.
I gotta go grab a drink. So, Kriz, what conversation would you like to shift us to? We've had quite a journey the past hour.
Yeah, 80s. No, not 80s. 90s and all that grand stuff.
What was your 90s like? What was your 90s like?
I don't remember. I was like, I was born, and then I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yeah, I turned 7. Yeah.
If you'll forgive me if this sounds, please forgive me if this sounds rude, but what year in the 90s were you born?
And why do you think that would be rude to me? Haven't we made it pretty clear that I'm not a lady?
No, you're Kriz. you're Kriz. No,
yeah,
hey, I was brought up with it's like it's rude to do this, and this, and then as I go on, you meet different people. Some people are like, it's fine with me, and others are like, well, I'm glad to see you have manners. I'm like, okay,
you're one of those. Now, I'm a 93 kid.
So I am older than you.
Probably.
I was born in 89.
Oh, he is older than Skybolt.
Wait, what?
You are.
Okay, how old are you?
I was born in 90.
Okay, 1 year difference. That seems to be the thing. A lot of my friends or people I know, it's like, oh, well, you look older than me. How old are you? It's like, oh, I'm this old. I'm like, wait, I'm older than you. What?
I know. I used to be the youngest in all my friend groups, but not anymore. Anyway, I'm going to go get a drink. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Go.
Make sure you shake it and not stir it.
Well, he's not James Bond.
Rest in peace, Sean Connery.
Yes. Do that.
Yeah, no, I was born in 89, so I caught the tail end of the 80s and grew up throughout the 90s. Got to see the reruns of all the old, cool 90s or 80s cartoons. And
what was your favorite cartoon as a kid?
Oh, that's a toss-up.
Of course, from the 90s.
Well,
if you remember.
I don't remember this one's from the 90s, but action cartoon wise, I do remember the Centurions. If I recall, I think the name of the show was literally Centurions Power Extreme. Like you had these three guys. One was a land operations expert, one was a sea operations expert, one was the hotshot sky operations expert, and each of them wore a special suit that allowed them to combine with different weapons and equipment that was literally beamed down to them from a space station.
Ah.
Yeah,
it sounds really 90s. Yeah,
it was. Here, if anything, I'll let me see if I can pull it up real fast and send it to you via Discord.
Yeah, you have to send it to Skybolt, not me.
Oh, not you?
Yeah, well, send it to Skybolt, then he can show everybody.
Oh, true. Very true. So I'll just see if I can pull up the title. But yeah, no, there was a few throughout the 90s. Let's see. There was the Warner Brothers cartoons. There was Disney back when it was good.
Yeah, Bambi. Ah, cry,
Yeah, I
cry,
do
cry.
remember. And then I remember seeing the reruns of the '80s cartoons like Transformers Generation One.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some My Little Pony, Rainbow Bright.
Yeah. Did you watch Care Bears?
Yes, I do remember. I do remember watching Care Bears, although at the time I was like, "Ooh, this interesting." And then I went back and then I went about and played with my Legos
Yeah, Legos.
or Lego or whatever. I remember having this plastic car that was like a dune buggy or a sand buggy, and you could take it apart. And
Yeah, that was Lego too. That
no,
was like
it wasn't Lego. It was
Oh.
literally it was like a cheapy plastic car.
Was it maybe from one of the Ken dolls? Or
No.
the Action Man dolls?
Oh, Action Man. That was a that was an early 2000s cartoon I remember watching. That was a good one.
I see we're back to the 90s.
Well, we're moving our way towards 2000s a little bit. Kriz asked me what my favorite cartoon was, and I have quite a few. Centurions is definitely a good one.
I don't know if I know that one.
Hold on, I'm pulling up an image to send to you to put up on screen. Let me see if I can.
Do you remember the Gargoyles?
Yes,
I remember
that Gargoyles. That was Disney's answer to Batman, and I have to say they did good. They did real good.
Yeah, we didn't have that show in Norway. The only way I was able to see it was in Arabic because I saw it in Dubai when we were traveling with my parents.
Oh wow, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, so I was like in the middle of a really action-filled episode with like some giant magic wand and the gargoyles and everything, and they were talking Arabic, so I didn't understand anything, so I started making up my own conversations. It's just like, no, Todd, you can't do that, but I have to, Michael, and stuff like that.
All right, Skybolt, I sent you on Discord the image of
yeah, it looks familiar. I feel like my older brother, I might have seen him with some of that stuff.
Yeah, they actually made some toys, and there were quite a few different variations. Granted, if you wanted to mix and match, you had to buy them all. If you were lucky to find them. From later on, I found out that there was only like certain places that actually sold them and such. But I want to say my favorite one was Jake Rockwell. He was the land operations guy. And one of his RoboSuit, one of his combinations was Wild Weasel. It was literally a motorcycle setup.
Oh, interesting.
So, Skybolt, could you go ahead and put that image I sent you up on?
Yeah, sorry, I had to Google a JPEG because OBS does not like webums. There we go.
Gotcha. Yeah, there was quite a few different versions of them, but and then later on down the road there was Speed Racer. Granted, that was an anime brought over, but that was a good one. And Speed Racer, G-Force. Of course, that one kind of like disappeared. And then you had Johnny Quest.
I was going to say, does anyone remember the real adventures of Johnny Quest from like the mid-90s?
Mid-90s, early 2000s, yes. The real adventures of Johnny Quest.
I loved that show. It's very few people remember it, but it had such a great remix of the original theme too. That opening like drum roll and everything.
Yes.
All of you out there in the audience, Google Real Adventures Johnny Quest theme song. It's really good.
You'll enjoy it, definitely. Let's see. Johnny Quest, Real Adventures of Johnny Quest.
Code Lyoko. It seems like
it
wasn't from the 90s, but for 90s children.
It was mid-2000, and I didn't know this at the time, but Code Lyoko is a French cartoon.
It is, yeah.
And after the cartoon series ended, they did the finale where I guess they defeated Xana, the bad guy, Xana.
Yeah, Xana.
and they actually made a live action version.
Oh,
And,
really? I don't know if I actually saw that.
I didn't see it on TV either, but I found it on the web, and they had live actors, and then the actors that played as Odd and who were the other guys? Yumi, Jeremy. Who was the samurai guy?
Samurai Jack?
No, in Code Lyoko.
Oh, fuck, what was his name? I don't remember any of the character names except for Jeremy and not Alita. Damn it, is it Ilita? It was something close. Yeah,
Alita.
Yeah, it was close. Well, there you go. Very nice computer ladies. Ilita Schaefer. That's right, because then it turned out he was a German scientist guy.
Yep. Ulrich. Thank you, Roy Mustang.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, yeah, they made a live action version where they still had the computer world in their CG style, but they had the real world as literally the real world. It was actually pretty interesting. It wasn't bad.
I remember with the original show, the whole concept was just like inspiration fodder for me. I mean, these kids, you stumble upon an abandoned factory, and inside you have this super calculator that is also a time machine that can reset time, but you remember everything from the first iteration. Like, it's fucking mind blowing. And you have these.
Well, you had to be scanned first.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because if I recall correctly, in the episode that honestly should have been first. Like freaking season 2, they had a here's an origin story episode. I'm like, really? This should have been in season 1. What the heck, guys? But yeah. Oh no, that's right. It was. But when it was brought over and English dubbed, for some reason the order got messed up. If I recall correctly, I did a bit of research on the shows, but anyway, yeah, Code Lyoko was awesome. Samurai Jack, definitely. And I'm glad that
Samurai Jack. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. If you want to sing it, go ahead.
Samurai Jack is a pillar of the Breakroom podcast, as everyone who's been here for a while remembers. When season 5 was airing, that was all that James Vermont and I talked about. Go back to Breakroom podcast episodes like 10 through 15 or whatever for those.
I'm glad that.
Sorry, what? It's just now that I see the picture, that is actually one of the shows that my dearest also watched a lot. And I tried to watch it, but I never were able to catch the bug about it.
Which one?
On screen, Code Lyoko.
Yeah, Code Lyoko.
Yeah, this is the Chad supercalculator, which is one of the coolest supercomputers I've seen in childhood stuff. Oh my god.
Huh.
Oops.
Okay.
Hold on. I had to stream up to catch in, to jump in. Okay, here we go. There we go. I see it.
Okay. But yeah, Samurai Jack was like, it was when I had trouble sleeping as a kid. I secretly went upstairs to the TV upstairs and watched just across Cartoon Network just to have something to entertain me because I couldn't sleep and I wasn't allowed to go out of the house because it was midnight. So I watched a lot of those. So it was super scary, but I didn't have anything else to do, so I still watched it. And now when I'm grown up, it is a really good show, and I was so happy when season 2 came out.
Oh, you mean the new season, the new stuff?
Yeah,
season 5.
I was so happy when that got it because it just ended. It didn't give us an ending. It's just ended.
I know.
I remember I was so frustrated.
And then it ended terribly for a few years until the game fixed it, Gendy.
The game? Oh, yeah. The Samurai Jack game?
Yeah, the brand new one. They had an alternate secret ending where Ashi doesn't die, which is really nice.
I honestly, I saw the ending coming from the episode, like, after Jack made it back to the past. I'm like, oh no, they just defeated
Daddy. Boppy.
Okay, Daddy. Why am I having a brain fart? Let's see. Aku. There we go. Yeah, they when they defeated Aku, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no! I mean, it's Samurai Jack, not Oriental Doctor Who. So of course they wouldn't be able to bend the rules of space time.
I think they
The
should,
gods
though.
easily could have Pantheon
Yeah.
bullshit. If they can give them a new sword, they can fix the timeline. What is Thor and was it Ha?
No, it wasn't Thor. It was Odin. So of course
I'm
Odin is
sorry.
going to be Odin and not give him something nice at the end because it's Odin.
Thank you for our on-scene reporter on that.
It's like I know. I don't remember the names of the other two. Ra and the blue guy that I never remember the name of.
Yeah,
I know Ra can be
Vishnu, I think.
unforgiving. Yeah, I know Ra can be unforgiving.
Wait, what are we talking about now?
The Samurai
three
Jack, the gods.
The three gods that try. Yeah, is it Rama? Okay, as far as I know, Rama can also be quite. Oh, okay, you did the job.
Okay.
Well done.
Took me a
You're
moment.
not getting anything.
Yeah, Rama,
So-
Ra, and Odin.
Point being, I'm
Yeah.
just glad Samurai Jack got a good ending. I mean, it's
Yeah, he really deserves
the
it.
ending sucked because Jack's back in the past, and the future's safe, but and in a way he's at peace, and it still sucks that she died, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, it was something you could see happening because she was literally his daughter, just not in the normal way. Because
Sense.
oh gosh, that episode, that moment was kind of like, oh, so that's how Aku had children. Oh wow, okay.
I didn't know. I didn't need to know that. Kind of,
Yeah,
but
it was kind of funny how they were styling. It's like, oh yes, I remember back, and I did, and then this happened, and that, and they kept flashing back and forth.
yeah.
And,
It's
let's
just-
see. Favorite Samurai Jack episode?
The
Chris.
second to last one. The one where they're together, but before Ashi gets captured by what's his
Oh, I'm
name?
talking about the whole thing, not just the last season.
I know, but the last season was the best, so. Otherwise, I would say in the original run, there was the episode with, the first episode with the giant beetles, where it's like, I think even less dialogue than normally happens in the show happens. Let me see if I can pull up an episode list.
I gotta say that I did really like the episode where the Scottish guy is introduced.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Scotsman.
I gotta say, you can't find a better duo in cartoon that actually works together,
And
but
those
still
insults,
has the edge. Yeah.
those insults and me. You ponytail wearing and da 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 da.
That puny little toothpick of a sword. My mama could use it for a toothpick. My mother. Yeah, not mama. Mother. Going with the wee little Scottish accents. Ugh, I can't do that stuff.
Oh gosh, all of his daughters, all the Scotsman's daughters. Oh my
yeah,
god.
he
That
had
was
a
so good.
lot. Like, you are looking like you're going out dancing.
like,
Cover yourselves up.
And they all go, Dad, and they still do it.
Ah. It's so cute, and it's so. And I gotta be honest, I was a little disturbed when he said like, "Here, my daughters, have your pick," and I'm just like, "What?"
Well, that's just kind of how it went in the past. And that was funny though. He's like, Jack's like, "Oh no, thank you," and Scott's like, "What?
What?
You think none of my daughters are good for you?" It's like, no, I've already met someone. And he's like, "Oh, good. Who is it?" Her.
But Jack, we need to combine our family lines.
Yeah, that's when you know you're really good friends.
One of the episodes that stands out to me, memory wise, from the original series, from the original run, is Jack's sandals.
Oh yeah.
When his sandals break and he's looking for some new shoes, and he gets those air runners, and when he gets those air runners, and he's like me,
yeah,
and then he gets a flat tire. I'm like, what?
What?
Oh yes, Jump Good, where Jack learns how to jump like he's nothing but a feather. That's a good one.
Yeah, with the monkeys.
You can fly? No, jump good.
No, jump good. Okay,
And at the end, Aku is all surprised, like, "What? You can fly?" He's like, "No, jump good."
No, me jump good. Okay, guys, I gotta share something with you. Go into general images and yes, link the video to the others so they can also see. But when you said new shoes, this thing popped up in my head.
General image. Oh,
no. It's just like this. This confuses me on so many levels. It's not long.
Hold on, I gotta scroll. It's been a while since I looked. Oh, Leo's new shoes.
Yeah, just see it. It's so confusing. It's not long.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute.
Actually, I could probably play this on the stream. I don't think this has copyright material in it.
I don't think so. And one thing about the thing you posted, Blue Bones.
Those new shoes?
Odin does not have a trident!
Those puppies new?
You're wondering if these are new shoes.
Yeah, bad Google. Go away.
Got some new shoes?
Oh, I get the sense you're wondering if these are new shoes.
New shoes.
Are we speaking about these?
I'm talking about those babies.
What?
That thing played in my mind when you said new shoes.
Incredible.
It confuses my brain.
Okay.
It's
confuses my brain so much.
I mean, I think it's the Ninja Turtles, right? Leonardo and
Yeah,
Donatello.
it's the current Turtles.
Yeah.
Are they really that like? It looks weird. They're too humanoid.
Yes.
They're not like turtle enough.
No, that's their current designs.
Okay.
Yes.
And I watched one episode of it. Could not get into it. Actually, I didn't even watch the whole episode. I like watched part of it, and I said, "Okay, this ain't for me."
We've come a long way from the old series, that's for sure.
Yeah, like when did Raphael become the leader? Like what?
Actually, yeah. Apparently, it's supposed to be in the original series.
Leonardo.
I don't know how accurate this is, but apparently in the original comics, after the black and white original comics, geez, Louise, too many originals. In one variation of TMNT, Raphael was supposed to be the leader, but he ended up becoming the hothead.
Because that's what he is. Because
The first time, let's see. Yeah, that's right. The first time I got introduced to TMNT was one of the episodes of the original cartoon. And then the movie came out, and that was a favorite. Matter of fact, I think I still have the VHS.
Wow.
My brother was big on the original run of Ninja Turtles back in the 80s. I remember the only thing I really got into it or saw was that like CG movie from like 2009 or 2010, something like that.
Oh, the quote unquote fourth installment to the Turtle series.
Yeah, I don't know. It was okay, but it didn't leave a lasting impression.
All the turtles were the same. The only way you can tell them differently is by the masks or when they talk.
That's true. At least with some of the other series, they had color differences and stuff.
Yeah, one more thing. Sorry, but one more thing. But one of the things also with Michelangelo, he was the only one who said cowabunga.
Yeah, he should be the only one. That was his trademark.
Everybody said cowabunga, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah,
Excuse you?
Unacceptable.
Yeah, and Donatello, yes, he still does machines, but now he's like super high-tech hipster geek thingy.
It's
and I don't know how to feel about it.
Everyone devolves.
It's just like, yes, you were machines, but you weren't like making your own type of shell with many inclinations, including a DJ disc.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to cut my own shell off and then put on a different shell. It's like, no. Or unless I'm understanding that wrong, but
No, he still has his original, but he has like a like 5 separate ones that he can call upon.
Oh, to put on.
Yeah,
What
on
is he?
top of that.
A turtle wannabe version of Iron Man?
Yes.
Instead of a suit, it's just different shells.
Yes, and they're all purple.
Makes sense.
And they have shorts. For some reason, they have shorts.
Wait, what?
They have shorts under their shells.
Oh, really? Come on.
Yeah, it's called
Okay.
They Gotta Be Decent.
Yeah, like for my personal part, I'm happy for it, but it was still so weird to see. It's just like you guys technically are tortoises, but for some reason you're still saying that you're turtles, so that gets me confused.
Are you really gonna get on about that now?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No, it doesn't have the same ring.
Tortoise Mutant Ninja Turtles.
What?
Kind of works. Tortoise Mutant Ninja Turtles. No,
But now you're contradicting them.
Tortoise Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoise. It doesn't cling that well, no.
Tortoise in a half shell. Not accurate.
Tortoise power.
Tortoise power!
No. Besides the original and the movie, the first movie, the second one was okay, but the first one was definitely the best. TMNT, the cartoon series in the 2000s, where the show is literally called TMNT. That one I really did enjoy. Like when it showed up first on the Fox box, I caught every single episode that I could. I even watched the reruns.
Yeah, of course.
So I mean, they did that one real well. Leo is the leader. Raphael was indeed the hothead, and he did learn his lessons. But unfortunately, the cartoon show did suffer from plot point.
Yeah.
Poison, as I call it, where it's like, hey, remember this character that learned a lesson and grew? Yeah, we're gonna rewind them just a tad.
Yeah, but the thing is, they still had a few episodes where they shown Raphael's soft side, even though he was a hothead, and that for some reason made him my favorite. I have no explanation why. It's for me that was just like, okay, you're a lot of emotions, and that's why you have trouble not snapping at people. Which is kind of funny, because in the new series, they actually made him a snapping turtle.
What?
Yeah, they had different types of turtles for them.
Oh, so
that's
it's
why
not...
there's no difference.
So that's why all four of the new turtles in the new cartoon, they're all different variations of turtles?
Yes, they're different species of turtles before they got turned into the mutants they are.
So they're not 4 pet turtles that got covered in ooze.
They are still pet turtles, but there was a science experiments pet turtles.
Ah, gotcha.
The crazy thing is
you do not want to know what they did to Master Splinter. You do not want to know what they did to Master Splinter.
No.
Because that makes you sad. That makes you sad. Don't look it up.
They fed him broccoli instead of cheese.
You wish.
Well, the crazy thing too is that Ninja Turtles is like, it started out as a parody of like Daredevil, because that's the whole origin story, is basically the ooze that gives Daredevil his super sight, whatever, blindness. It then pours in the gutter, and it pours on them and Master Splinter, and it makes them. So the enemy of Daredevil being the hand, and their enemy is the foot.
Oh wow!
And too few people know that origin story, which is really funny. Anyway, the Daredevil Netflix series was pretty good when it started out, but it devolved also.
Yeah, sorry. I had to cancel my Netflix subscription when I saw the movie they put out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just sorry. Not with a clear heart I can support you guys anymore, sorry. I know the movie has the good intentions, but the fact that you made it a movie makes it kind of contradict itself.
A friend of mine and I were talking about that, and he pointed out that one of the reviewers that he what was it? Oh yeah, just some guy on YouTube. He pointed out the fact that the movie was supposed to bring attention, awareness, way things to be done about it, and the movie was made with a good intention, and so on and so forth. But the execution was just garbage. In other
Yeah,
words,
that's
it,
what I
it was
mean.
terribly executed. It just not enough steps were taken. You know, the female director, the producer, she didn't think far enough ahead. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm putting this out on Netflix, which will be worldwide, and other countries will have different feelings about this. Maybe I should change it up just a tad. It's like, nah, let's just leave it like this.
Just, yeah. So now, even though Netflix has a lot of good stuff, they had the bad stuff. No. I'm sorry.
Well, it was just it came out of nowhere, you know. I mean, why on earth would anyone think that Hollywood is a haven for pedophiles? Like, it's just it surprised so many people.
Well,
You're talking like
wait,
you
was
didn't
that
know about this.
sarcasm? Was that sarcasm?
Yeah,
don't
even
know.
I could pick up that was sarcasm. I don't know how to pick up that stuff.
Hollywood is such a decent place. I mean, why would the rest of the world think that Hollywood would accept such travesty?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't take its young actors and actresses and hopelessly, you know, destroy them over the course of their young lives.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When you're young and you're enjoying TV shows, you don't know what goes on behind them. It's like, this is a great show, this is a great series, da da da. My favorite actor, favorite actress, da da da. And then you see what they become later on down the road. I mean, the Olsen twins. That's a good example.
Or anyone who's ever worked with Dan Schneider. Oh my gosh. Okay, well that's a fun conversation.
Maverick 87. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. That is true.
But yeah, no, there's obviously some kind of shift in entertainment is happening anyway because of the ongoing circumstances. So we'll see how things end up on the other side.
Well, since 2015 to now, that's pretty much been what's going on. So, Coronapone, hi.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because that'll change the mechanics of entertainment as far as how much money can be invested, the pretty much removal of theaters as a part of the chain in the system. So everything will get a big reset. And a lot of these other entertainment companies, they had IRL attractions. So like Disney now, without their parks being open, are bleeding money so heavily, they'll probably have much cheaper programming for quite a while.
Oh, that's one more thing I remember.
Or they're going to triple down on stuff that people are not going to watch, period.
Yeah, one thing I remember now, the thing about things not getting as much money as they used to, you know about airplanes? How much they have been complaining about losing money?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yes, I feel so compelled to help you because you demanded like $60 more just so I can pick my own seat.
Yeah, I'm definitely no fan of the airline industry myself. It's our seats which get progressively smaller and less comfortable year after year. It's like I kind of really don't care. Like, I mean, at this point, just nationalize one airline and put the, all the bailout money we keep putting into these planes into one company. Because I mean, it more or less functions that way anyway. Just make it.
And then other people are gonna go, wait, that's a monopoly.
Yeah, we have a lot of state monopolies. All of our battleships are made by state monopolies. So just formalize it. Make them all GoCos, government-owned, corporate-operated.
Yeah, but
okay, I gotta say, if we are gonna monopolize on airplanes, can we have the Japanese one with all the Pokemon? And
I agree. Yeah. Let's make a licensing agreement with Air Japan or whatever it is.
Like, if you first are gonna get stuck with one type of airplane, can't we have the cool one?
No, we're America. We can't have the cool ones. We got to have the nice, sleek, clean-looking ones that are actually sardine cans as soon as you get in.
The fluffy cushions and the cute eating sticks.
Oh yeah. So the Norwegian one is Equinor, the state-owned oil company.
But if you get the fluffy cushions, then you can't have your peanuts.
I don't care about peanuts. You can keep them. I want my fluffy cushions and
how about
chopsticks.
Now that I think about it, when I went flying, I've only flown twice. in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've only flown twice out in my life, out to North Carolina to go meet my brother, and then no, scratch that. Yeah, 3 times, whatever. Point being, I flew out from California to Texas, and I have to say that that airport is actually pretty cool. I mean, it's big, obviously.
Wait, which
and
airport?
The what was it? The Texas airport. The
Dallas Fort Worth, DFW.
Yeah, I think so. They had a lot of stores, a lot of restaurants, and that was where I first tried my first paper straw from McDonald's, and I'm like, no, this is not this terrible. Anyway, I'm derailing here.
Derailing is what all this stuff is about. So no
the
worries.
airplane I was on was American Airline, and you can, as long as you had your stuff with you, like, you know, in front and back, you can get down the aisle, no problem. People had their you could walk through the aisles. Granted, you know, single file, and it wasn't a very big plane, so I see what you mean. I mean, I know there's bigger airplanes, but you know, budgets.
Yeah, it's not the plane itself, it's the amount of room that each individual passenger has. Like, I don't know. That's you know, you see the old movies of the Pan Am and stuff, and I'm sure it was more expensive to fly back then anyway, but it's like it doesn't have to be like literally a bus in the sky. You can make these things a little bit more comfortable. You just, you know, it's those paper thin margins supposedly, but anyway, since you mentioned North Carolina, I will stand the North Carolina airport, the Charlotte Douglas. One of the best airports you can connect through. You're not going to get any bullshit thunderstorms like Dallas Fort Worth gets, or snow conditions like fucking Mile High City, Denver, or Minneapolis, or anything like that. If you're crossing the U.S. and you need to make a stop, cross at Charlotte Douglas. That is a great airport.
Well, sad part is on the way back to California, I was late. I missed my flight when I got to Dallas. Now, here's how it happened. The day that I was supposed to catch my flight, I pretty much stayed up. I stayed up with my brother and his wife, and we hung out. So actually, my brother and his wife went and took a nap. I stayed up because my body was so used to the different time zone of California. Because if you're going from west to east, you end up moving ahead a few hours. So I'm still kind of like wide awake. I'm like, I should get some sleep. No, can't sleep. Anyway, get there early, like before anyone really shows up, and so on and so forth. I get in, like we all make it to our plane on time. I make it in, get checked in, all that stuff, and I have my backpack and my carry-on. Make it in, get to the airplane, and we're sitting in the airplane. This is before sunrise. And they go, and then the air flight stewardess goes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be a little bit delayed due to the fact that we're waiting on someone to fuel up our airplane. We're still waiting on someone to get the fuel trucks and and pretty much someone was not doing their job. They were supposed to have the airplanes already filled up before the flights for the day started, because this airplane had been sitting for a while and no one bothered to top it off.
Oh, so, that's hellish. No, airline logistics is a whole separate conversation.
And it gets better. We take off. The captain of the airplane says, "Ladies and gentlemen, we know we did start off late, but it looks like we're going to make up the time. We're going to be landing about half an hour early, 30 to 23 minutes early. So don't worry, you'll be able to make your flight. You'll be able to make your connecting flights and so on and so forth." So we land, And I'm not gonna lie. When the airplane first took off, when I was heading out, I'm going through every single thing in my mind to get myself to relax on the airplane. It's like, okay, this is a roller coaster. No, this ain't no roller coaster. It's not connected to anything. Okay, it's a bus. No, buses are on the ground. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. Oh crap, we're in the air. Anyway, so we get to the airport. We land, and takeoff and landings are definitely the hardest part. Because once you're in the air, that's it. So we land. We taxi our way into where we're supposed to be. And there's no one at the gate.
Oh, no.
Whoever was supposed to be at the gate was not there yet. So not only did the first flight, did the flight out have no one gassing it up, but when I get to Texas International Airport, I think that's what it was. I'm trying to remember.
Dallas Fort
There
Worth.
was no one to work the gate. The person that was supposed to work the gate apparently was sick that day, and they were trying to find someone else. I kid you not. That was the honest answer they gave us. Like, yeah, the operator for the gate is not here today, so they're trying to find someone else. And it's like, wait a minute, you knew this airplane was coming in, and you had no one at the gate? What?
Yeah, like line us up to a different gate then. Like, I don't know. It's yeah, it's a weird setup, that's for damn sure.
Well, I mean, it's like the Greyhound bus. You know, when you're traveling, they have to pull into specific spots so that way they can keep track of everything and everyone.
Yeah.
Plus, it's so that way, you know, when baggage is pulled out from the airplane, it can go to where it's supposed to go most of the time.
So my logistics nightmare story was, it was sort of the airport's fault, but at the same time, it was sort of the state of Hawaii's fault, where obviously Hawaii being an island has to have much tighter like vegetation and animal controls for things coming in and out of the island. And so I was leaving Maui. It was the last time we went to Hawaii. And so I'm waiting at Maui's, I forget what it's called, like Kilauea Airport or whatever. My plane lands on time, and they're unloading it, and the whole, flight staff leave. And then we start, like, waiting, and the boarding time way past, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? Eventually it gets to a thing like, yeah, so they brought something on the plane that they shouldn't have. It wasn't even an animal. It was some kind of like fruit or something that's considered hostile for natural like life on the island or whatever. Like, so hours pass when they're deciding like basically what they're going to do with this box of stuff. And I think it ultimately came down to measuring how much of our stuff that was going back to the continent would weigh versus how much of that food or fruit or whatever it was would weigh as well, to see if they could just leave it on and take it back. And I think that's ultimately what ended up happening, is they finally boarded us with the, hostile food, and we left 5 hours late. 5 hours after we were supposed to leave. And I literally remember as we were taking off, I knew I missed my connection at Los Angeles International at midnight. So I'm like, okay, fuck. I missed that connection, which already had like a big layover pre-built in. So I'm like, I'm going to land at 2 o'clock in the morning and try to find a connection. Otherwise, I'm going to end up having to sleep in the terminal of Los Angeles International, which I've already done at Dallas. I did several trips before that. So I'm like, I did not want to do that. I'm like, they better have a damn window open so I can go somewhere else. So I had to change up my connections. Instead of going through Philadelphia, I had to redirect through Dallas. But I got home by the morning anyway. At least I got within my house at 9 a.m. all those hours later, and sleeping, 1 or 2 hours on the plane between LA and Dallas, and then Dallas and Virginia. And it's just Wow, what an awful experience. So luckily that's one of the many reasons I always plan a day after my vacations where it's a day off from work or whatever, or I can just sleep if I need to, or there's a delay or whatever, I can fully rest and reset.
Nice.
So that's great.
That reminds me that I could, because I was late and I did miss my flight, I actually went and found one of the flight attendants at a different gate, or the gate that I was supposed to connect to, and she saw me coming, and and she had a slight look on her face, like, oh no, here comes someone not happy. And I come up, and kind of almost being like the some of those people you see. I wasn't screaming at her or anything, but towards the end, I'm like, look, I'm not angry at you. I know stuff happens. Da da da. So I could. What she found out is that I could have got a flight that was about to leave in 15 minutes to Phoenix, and then I could have got a connecting flight back to home. And I'm like, no, you know what? Is there any other way to get back to my home? And it's like, well, we have one, but it's about it leaves around 8:00 p.m. And I'm like, I'll take that. So I ended up like just keeping myself busy at the airport. And one of the things I noticed, even though there was plenty of things to do, by the time I got done doing them, is like, okay, how much time passed? 1.5 hours. Shoot.
I know. Time moves so slowly in an airport.
So I'm trying to find a seat. I roam around. I was like, okay, where can I take a nap? Where can I do this? And I did, and then it's like I get relaxed. I'm looking out the window, watching the airplanes kind of coming and going. I'm like, yeah, that was me just a little bit ago. Anyway, so, and then it's like, okay, how much time passed? Oh, 3 minutes. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that sounds like many of my pendling back and forth from high school, where I very often missed my flight from Bergen or Oslo, where I have to wait 8 hours for the next morning's flight because I always had to apply for the latest airplane that day before because of all the traveling from the middle of Norway and down to the middle of the lower part of Norway before I could get down to where I live. So waiting about 8 to 6 hours on airport, I know that struggle.
So wait, you had to fly to your high school?
Yeah, it was like, when you live at a school?
Oh, so wait, you can live at your high school?
Yeah, high school is when you're from 16 to 18, right? Or 19.
The only time I know, well, that's the first I heard. The only time I've heard of boarding houses for schools was like colleges and universities, not for high school. At least I know. At least I know here. I know here in California, not many high schools around where I live have boarding houses. It's literally you live in the district, you can go to the school.
We have it at least here in Norway, so I was very happy for that because then that meant I got away from all the bullying and stuff. So 8 hours traveling, that was well worth it.
So well, you're already well adjusted to flying.
Well, the first time I flight, I was like 3 months, so yeah. My family likes vacations.
Yeah, I've flown a lot in my life too, just for various reasons. So it's actually been nice this year being plane free, because that's the other thing too. Every time I would fly, I feel like I got sick with something. So I'm like, oh god, if I have to fly this year, I know I'll end up getting the damn virus, and that'll be a whole thing to deal with. So that's been nice. Thank goodness for teleworking.
Yeah, if anything, trying to remember when I did fly. I think it was like in the beginning of this year. Now that I think about it, before everything went on lockdown.
Oh yeah,
and, before lockdown, before the Wuhan virus got out and about, and so on and so forth.
Oh shoot! It was the same for me. I flew to Disneyland in the middle of February.
How was
Oh,
Disneyland packed?
terrible. Yeah, it was too packed and dirty, much dirtier than I remember from like high school. I don't know. Maybe I'm just seeing it through like more mature eyes, but for what was supposedly the like thinnest season of the year, mid-February, everything was packed. It was completely overloaded and honestly, it wasn't that fun. I mean, we had some family drama too, which made it way less fun. And I got food poisoning. But even aside from both of those terrible things, the actual data, like, hour by hour in the park was not fun either, which was very, very disappointing.
At least you got to experience the park. The only time I've been to Disneyland was my high school graduation, and we barely got to do anything. I mean, by the time we got there, the shuttles were no longer running. It didn't help our bus driver got lost. It's like, I know a shortcut. And that shortcut took us through a freaking neighborhood. And I'm just like, shouldn't we have been there yet? And later on, it was pointed out that our bus driver did get lost. And she actually had to stop, look at a map and whatnot. And now that I think back to it, I'm just like, what the hell? So we got there. We were like one of the last few schools there. Shuttles are no longer running. We have to walk all the way from the bus to the entrance. It is packed. The only thing that I did there was buy an expensive chicken sandwich or chicken burger, one of the two. And we walked around stores. We walked around some of the stores. My friends that were there, I'm like, hey, let's go to this ride and this ride. He's like, nah, we just want to walk around and look at the stores. I'm like, are you kidding?
Oh yeah, that was another. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Literally, it was okay. We're at Disneyland. What do you want to do? Let's look at stores. Are you kidding me?
I know. Yeah,
You can hear it here. Sorry, I just want to say this. You can hear it here, folks. Frustrated web shooter noises. You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just very disappointing. I don't know. Maybe it was just, looking through childhood lens. But I mean, I'd gone to Disneyland when I was 21. It was in college, and then before that in high school, and I rode like tons of rides each day. Indiana Jones 2-3 times, Space Mountain, Thunder Mountain Railroad, all the classic, roller coastery type stuff, and other stuff too. And I'm like, this time I made Pirates of the Caribbean once, and then I rode the train around the outer edge of Disneyland and just kind of chilled and helped us get around the park. But otherwise, everything else was like an hour and a half wait, and we just couldn't do it because we were in a group, and so we were scheduling like dinner group and other stuff going on. So it's just
didn't have fast passes.
We had the application, and every time for applying, it was like, that 90-minute like scheduling, and so it just never worked out. It was a frustrating experience.
The last theme park I went to was Six Flags, and I'm glad I went, but at the same time during that moment, it was like, oh, Six Flags again, yay! Because most of my life it was like Six Flags. Six Flags! Six Flags! Okay. Legoland I've been to a couple of times. That was actually pretty fun.
Legoland.
Legoland is very expensive.
Legoland, well, my aunt took me, but I didn't know the costs or anything. I just know that we went.
I know.
Had fun. They had like a couple of rides, nothing too super fast. But Legoland was definitely more relaxing.
Oh,
in a way. Yes. It was relaxing. It was unique, and especially interesting walking through the Miniville, USA area.
It is cool. I wish they would scale them to the mini figures though, rather than building like a different scale of human for everything. But I guess it makes sense. You want it to look more realistic than to be, scaled to the toy, I guess.
Yeah, I've been to the original Legoland in Denmark.
In what is it, outside of Copenhagen?
Nordmarsvegen, Bildun in Denmark.
Because
I had to double check because I was unsure if it was the Swedish one with Mumitrolle or if it was the Denmark one. But I remember the entrance, and it was the original one in Denmark. I remember they even had boats made of Lego, or I think it was made of Lego.
it was an actual boat, but they covered it in Legos to fit.
Cheaters!
I know. Well, I mean, it is amazing. I mean, that kind of like moldable plastic. It was really like a new and inventive thing when it came out, because plastics are really not that old. They're barely like since the 60s, basically. Like almost everyone's parents alive today were born before the invention of plastic, which is really wild. Like there's one of my favorite a Michael Crichton book is this book called Sphere, and that's sort of a whole like arc plotline he covers in there, which is material science is one of those things that has major ramifications, but the average person doesn't really think about. Like, you don't think about, say, biodegradables in the same way until you realize, like, oh yeah, we can just throw this away. It doesn't become, part of a landfill or whatever, or it doesn't, stay permanently. Or the whole point of plastics in the first place was this is safe for disposables, and it was what's the word? Clean. It was hygienic or antiseptic, anyway, which is why you see so many plastics in like medicine and stuff now, and also unique kind of metals used in medicine too. That's why you see more palladiums and cadmiums and things that are actively antimicrobial. Like when I worked at a VA hospital, one of the things we had to do with all of our water systems is put certain amounts of copper and silver in them, because it's like you'd sprinkle it in like basically salt and pepper, and enough of that copper and silver alloy in the water basically made it a hostile environment, so Legionella couldn't grow within the pipes and poison the hospitals. So it's really crazy, but that kind of stuff is what really makes the world turn.
Oh, so that's why I can't go through metal detectors anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a thing too. Like, so then with medical technology, then they start inventing more, plastics or like mesh materials that were something else, like Teflon. I know some medical things are fixed with that now, or metals that are not ferric materials, so they don't trigger metal detectors. It's crazy, man. I as you can tell, I almost went into materials engineering a long time ago. It was around the same time I was toying with prosthetics as a concept. So, but here I am doing thermodynamics and heat transfer and HVAC and fire suppression. So that's all fun.
Well, you're definitely doing more than me. I can tell you that right now. The only thing I'm doing is learning machinery and. Still trying to remember the proper names of propolylethylene and propylene, or the other plastic. One's thicker and the other one's more flexible.
Yes, and then both of them, I think, can be melted and reformed.
Oh yes, it can.
The thermoplastics.
It gets hot. Obviously, it gets hot. But I've seen. I ended up covering Graveyard this morning. And one of the things that was that happened is that I needed to stop a machine long enough to get rid of all the excess product that had been stacking up on these shelves next to one of the lines. And one of the mechanics helped me out, and we stopped the machine, and he was showing me how to purge the material that had been like sitting in the injector, so that way it doesn't harden up and cause any problems. Mm-hmm. And then when later, it's the same thing, but later on we started it up, and he's like, okay, this is what we do. We get some fresh material and get, purge out the old, get in some new. And I'm watching as this liquid plastic comes literally dripping out. And I'm just like, oh. And to think, we touch this stuff and use it all the time.
I feel like we've become smarter every day now. It's like, welcome everyone, I'm Destin, smarter every day. Episode 291.
Of what?
Sorry, it's one of the education YouTube channels. This guy from Alabama, Destin something.
Okay.
I was just watching his video on the ULA, United Launch Alliance rocket factory, which is pretty cool.
Real quick, final sight. I should go to bed. Well, if you need to go to bed, then go on the bed. Hope you have a good night's rest, final sight.
I see someone in there mentioned Euro Disney too. Yeah, I remember when it was still called Euro Disney and how it was considered like a big failure in terms of launch. Like they didn't have enough rides set up properly and ticket sales were really low that year because I'm sure for a lot of Europeans, like Disneyland is part of a general America vacation, probably. You know, in the same way like you would want to build like Louisiana Eiffel Tower. You part of going to see the real Eiffel Tower would be seeing Paris and France. So
Yeah, kind of.
yeah. So it seems like it was a failed concept from the start. But the idea of like reaching a market of people who would otherwise not fly didn't seem to appear, at least in those first years. I think it's still the least money making park.
Yeah, and the thing is, Norwegians, we don't really like to spend a lot of money unless we see the actual value in it, and we don't like to travel unless we really want to. So
you just don't want to go to France.
Like you gotta like France a lot to actually go to France or like stuff like that. So we are willing to do whatever we want to, but other than that, we are pretty lazy.
Oh, there you go. You have like the Las Vegas Eiffel Tower. You don't even need the Eiffel Tower at the Paris Hotel in Las Vegas. You got the Stratosphere, which is even taller and has a much more bitchin' restaurant on top.
Yeah, and I remember...
Is that the restaurant that rotates?
Yes, it rotates 90 minutes, so... I had the perfect experience with it, which is we sat down right at sunset. And we watched the sun go down and all of Vegas light up over the course of our revolutionary dinner. And it was such a good time.
Yeah. I remember since my family traveled a lot, I think it was around 7 or 8 when we went to Florida for one of the first times.
Nice.
That was when we went to, I think it was one of the Disney places.
Disney
because
World.
I can't. Yeah, one of the Disney Worlds, but I don't remember any of the Disney World. The only reason I know why we went there was because I got the Woody toy.
Oh, there you go. That's cute.
I don't remember anything except that I got that Woody toy, and I had it for many, many years. But I was so sad because I lost his hat.
Aww.
I lost his hat, and I got so sad.
Yeah, I haven't actually been to Disney World myself, but I remember in the 90s when they had nothing but Disney World promo videos, and it seems like Epcot, the actual iconic ball at Disney World, is only one of like the 5 or 6 parks, and usually you only pick 1 or 2 of the other ones to go to in a trip or in like a set of days. So if you guys didn't go to Epcot, it probably didn't feel like Disney World in that sense.
I actually have a promotional video. I think it was for the 25th anniversary.
Yeah, that's probably what it would have been in like 93 or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's what I remember. Yeah.
I think I still have it in my box of VHS tapes that's in the garage at the moment.
I see Final Sight in the chat mentions Paris syndrome. I didn't actually Google it, but if I remember right, let's see how accurate I am. Paris syndrome is that instance of all the Chinese travelers who visited Paris and were treated very badly, or like it didn't live up to their romantic expectations of the city, and so they get like super depressed and like come home and very upset. Let's see how right I was.
All right, hold on, I got it. Paris syndrome, French. Syndrome de Paris, Japanese. Pare shokugun is a sense of disappointment exhibited by some individuals when visiting or going on vacation to Paris who feel that Paris is not as beautiful as they had expected to be. The syndrome is characterized by a number of psychiatric symptoms such as acute delusional states, hallucinations, feelings of persecution, perceptions of being a victim, prejudice, aggression, and hostility from others, derealization, depersonalization, anxiety, and also psychosomatic manifestations such as dizziness, tachycardia, sweating, and others such as vomiting. Similar syndromes include Jerusalem syndrome. What?
Damn.
Okay, and people say bronies are bad.
This sounds like the
Jerusalem
Avatar
Syndrome.
thing, where people saw that Avatar movie and then got like really depressed that Pandora isn't a real world. Like, I don't know, man. You gotta lay off the SSRIs if you're having that kind of reaction, or get more
I
of
get
them.
it. Our
Something.
planet are messed up, but we are the reason it's messed up. So what you can do is either sit and cry, or you can try to do something about it. Your choice.
I am doing something about it. I'm sitting and crying.
Okay, see, I
Yeah.
was wrong. It was Japanese travelers. I'm sorry, China and Japan.
Maverick 87.
I was close.
Stupid Paris with its syndromes and getting invaded. Skyball, when can we invade France?
France is on borrowed time, I tell you what. But first, we're going after French Canada. Canada has to fall first. These dominoes have a certain order to them. War Plan Red is the future.
I'm just sitting here like, if you try to put one foot on Norway, I'm gonna come over personally and smack you in the back of the head and say, no touch.
Well, we don't
You can
really
touch
need to get
France.
into how many American forces are already in Norway.
Well, then again, isn't most of the Americans' ancestors from Norway, Sweden,
I
Denmark?
wish. No, it's like, I think 10%, 10 to 15. It's like, what is it, 10% Scandinavian and 15-ish% German, something like that.
Yeah, but still, just what Roy Mustang said, never mess with the Vikings. We might be fewer than you, but we will fight like 100 to 1.
Comic Sans ponies.
You just need navigable waterways, which France has a lot of, which is why they got owned so hard by Vikings for so many years.
Yeah, and like I said, you can touch the France all you want. You do not touch Norway.
But my football's over there.
Yeah, I can mail it to you. It's okay. I will even give you chocolate, okay?
I did appreciate the chocolate. That was all very good stuff.
Was
Yeah,
it still good even though it got melted in the mail?
As long as it melted in my mouth the same way, that's all that mattered.
All right, Comic Sans Pony. Jerusalem Syndrome is where you think you're the chosen one after a visit to the holy city.
Oh my gosh.
No. You think you're the chosen one after watching Kung Fu Panda and then learning Kung Fu and then getting your butt kicked by a 9-year-old. I don't know. I was being random for the heck of it.
That works too. But the thing I meant about it is that, like, you can take over France, no worries, but you leave Norway alone. We want our independence. We don't want to fight, but we will if we have to. And Web Shooter, if you try to come to Ciderfest next year, if I'm able to go, I will bring Norwegian chocolate so you can have a taste too.
Yay.
Where is Ciderfest?
Cincinnati, I want to say.
Well, we shall see. If I can travel, I'll travel and let you know in advance.
Why do I
Yay.
always forget this? I want to say it's Cincinnati. Do I have that wrong?
I remember last time it was in Illinois, but I might be wrong.
Ill's the noise.
Illinois.
Oh, Corgi events. That's cute. About where the fuck is it? All of these damn Brony convention pages. Put the fucking city on the front page, please. I hate having to go through like several layers of website just to see where your damn city is.
It's in the fine print. It's like, we are not responsible for da-da-da-da-da, and the event is here.
Oh, that's right. It's in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Was it Milwaukee? Okay.
Yeah, you see pony conventions, you're making Skybot swear more than usual. Shame on you.
My family come from Wisconsin. It can at least be clear. I mean, most of Wisconsin is clustered around Milwaukee, so it's probably Milwaukee. But again, put it on the front page, please. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Gravy? Ew. I don't know. That just don't sound good to me. Comic Sans Pony. He was stating that. I guess the chat's talking about McDonald's breakfast or something like that, because
let me
What?
download
Comic Sans Pony says French fries with gravy is okay, but if I'm recalling it, also has cheese curds in it or something.
Oh, well, that's poutine. That's Canada. Yes. No, we need to invade Canada and take all the poutine because poutine is delicious. That was one of my favorite things. We went to Canada for a day when I was visiting my grandmother in North Dakota, up in Winnipeg. And we got Tim Hortons and we got poutine. And then we visited their mint, which was really surreal. But it was a fun trip. That's right. TrotCon is in Ohio. Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, huh?
Yeah, it's the hard C's with classical Latin, but we're not being super conforming to classical Latin. I'm trying my best, but I'm not enforcing it too strongly.
Since we're talking about travel, and we were talking about Disneyland, if I ever get the chance to travel to Japan after learning the language, after learning to read and write, so that way I don't make a complete fool of myself.
Oh damn,
Oh,
that's a big time investment.
Foreigner, we're gonna talk behind your back and all that. It's like, hi, how you doing? And then they insult me behind my back.
I just expect that.
I'm
mean, yeah, I Japan would be really awesome to visit. Obviously.
But no, if I get the chance to go to Japan, one of the main stops that I gotta do is Tokyo, Japan. Is Disneyland Tokyo?
Oh yeah, Disney Sea.
Ooh.
That's what I've heard too. Is that Disney Sea, which is like the B park of Disneyland Tokyo, is the best Disney park ever. At least from what was it, Brightside or one of those like theme park YouTube channels. That's what they said.
One of the things I want to go on is the Thousand Leagues Under the Sea ride.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Where you get into a submarine, and it's almost like it's almost along the same storyline. It's in Adventure Bay over there in Disney Sea, where it's based off of Jules Verne's stories, like 10,000 Leagues or 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea or Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Yes.
So I would like to go there because, and plus Tokyo Disneyland, they can get away with a lot of scarier rides and whatnot. I mean, heck, for a while, a walk-in tour underneath Disney Castle was literally a walk-through ride where the villains were taking did their own little story, and at the end, they had like a chosen a child, quote unquote, hold the sword of light to defeat the Skull King, the Skeleton King from the Black Cauldron.
Oh, neat. I still haven't seen the Black Cauldron, but I do need to.
I did, and I'm gonna save you some time right now. It's okay, but it's a movie that's like trying to tell 3 or 4 different stories at the exact same time.
No, I know. That's why I killed Disney Animation for like 10 years.
And it started off with one thing, then they introduced another character, and it just it was a mix mash of things that wasn't done well. Like they had a singer, a lute player, like a storyteller or something like that, and I'm just like, okay, what's the purpose of this guy? Oh no, the fluffy guy fell into the cauldron. Why should I care again?
Hey, that boy, don't you dare!
What?
I cried when I saw that. That was sad. Don't you dare make him up.
They brought him back at the end. It's like they brought him back at the end. It's like, okay, this is kind of sad, and then it's like, oh, I'm alive. I'm like, what was the point of that?
Because he could still have chosen to get his dream stuffy, but instead he chose friendship. So no, you don't get to talk smack about that. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, okay, sorry.
Black Cauldron, more like Lack Cauldron, because it's lacking ticket sales. Ayo.
And then the witches. The witches
Yeah.
of the story. I'm just like, what was the point of them?
They were just plot points. They were just there to do the role. They weren't any specific. Like, you can talk smack about everything else, but not about those specific 2 scenes because the bad.
But it just...
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Go ahead.
It's like they were... as I was watching it, I was kind of mulling it over, and it's like, okay, they're like checking off checkmark boxes. I mean,
Yep.
scary villain, which the villain really didn't do much. I mean, he's just he's there. He's a scary villain. He's got cohorts. What you gonna do again? I'm going to bring forth an evil army to do my bidding. Evil army shows up, kills his own men to an extent, and then he's just poof, done. You know, it's like, oh, he touched the black cauldron, now he's being sucked in, and it's like, okay,
That's one way to do it.
and then it's like the sword of light. It's like, wait, this is called the black cauldron. Why? What's so important about this sword of light? And then the pig. What?
Hey, they can
What?
tell the future.
Wait,
The
what?
pig? Yeah, there was
The
a
pig can
pig.
tell the future.
There was a pig that can show different things, like things that were already happening or had happened.
Wait. How does the pig display the future for people? Does it talk?
No.
You
And
wanna do-
honestly, I thought the pig was the woman after because from
What?
Let me-
You're confusing him. You're confusing him, web show.
Okay, if you look up the advertisement for the Black Cauldron. It shows this princess, and if in it showed the pig earlier, and the pig and the princess have the same color eyes. So I was thinking, it's like, okay, maybe they're going for a for someone who's been enchanted and spellbound or something. And it's like, no, two separate characters. I'm like, okay. and literally the boy who wants to be a knight or a hero ends up rescuing the princess while and the princess has this fairy that's like the fairy
Hey,
from
listen.
Legend of Zelda. Is this fairy
Hey,
kind of
listen.
yes, exactly.
Hey,
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
listen.
Oh
hey,
my gosh.
hey, hey,
I didn't
hey,
even
listen.
play the
Hey.
games and I'm having PTSD from that.
Yeah, no, the Black Cauldron was a mess. I mean, it was well drawn. It was, it was Disney animation and all that, but it story wise, it was a plain mess. They set up stuff. They didn't fulfill it. They introduced characters for no real reason. They threw in like the movie shouldn't even be called Black Cauldron. It should be called Red Herring Central.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
you think the movie's going one way, and it's like, oh, we're introducing this character. And it's like, wait, so we're doing this instead? Oh no, we're actually going here. It's like, what? Yeah. Oh, remember that thing at the beginning that said that was evil? Well, we're throwing it in now. It's like, what?
Fusion.
And then the Kriz's favorite animal, he was just kind of like, to me, he was just there to be there. The check mark. It's like fluffy animal that we could turn into a toy and sell to children and so on and so forth. And
Oh, what
Yeah,
you mean
I
the
gotta say,
porgs?
I gotta say something though. I really didn't like him in the beginning because for me he was very selfish and very self-centered. So I didn't like him in the beginning. It was more when he started to be nice, when he started to understand that if you want to get somewhere in your life, you actually have to be nice to others.
I didn't get that at all. All I got was like
Okay.
sudden character shift, and it's like, oh, this guy is pure of heart and da da da. It's like, what? No.
When?
What?
When did he get pure of heart?
See,
yeah, I
okay.
get that.
All right. The pig had blue eyes. I remember that. And all right, yeah, Skyball, thank you for bringing that up.
Sure.
The image, 'cause the pig did not look entirely like that in the film. The pig,
No, she was more feminine.
yeah, the pig was more feminine looking.
It does kind of look like it has the face of one of the bippity boppity boo witches from Cinderella.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that could just be, Disney animation style, but yes, it does look like a woman turned into a pig.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
And this, I don't know. I felt kind of cheated because of the way they brought back the scruffy guy. I forget his name. What's his name? Kriz?
actually don't remember. It's been so long since I've seen it. I remember what happened, and it really got to me. But then again, it's like so much was wrong. But for me, that really hit.
I'm just enjoying you guys describing your mutual confusion at this experience.
Yeah, but it is the whole movie except that storyline for that character was confusion in a nutshell.
But who was the main character?
It was supposed to be the knight.
No, he's not a knight at all. He was just some.
I know, but he wanted to be a knight.
He wanted to be a knight. He was selfish. He was a jerk. He was a farm boy who didn't really take serious his responsibility of, for some reason, protecting this pig that disappears throughout half the movie.
Yep.
Like, the pig's introduced and it's like, protect this pig. She cannot fall in the hands of the Skull King. What happens? The pig falls in the hands of the Skull King, and the kid has to get the pig to reveal the location of the Black Cauldron, which the Black Cauldron is perfectly hidden in this cabin of these witches that have different cauldrons that have turned people into frogs that supposedly eat the frogs. But then for some reason, it's like, oh, we need the Black Cauldron. It's like, no, leave the Black Cauldron there. It's hidden. The witches got this covered. You know, the Skull King and his men are going to be turned to frogs. Leave them be. And it's like, no, we need the Black Cauldron. So we're going to make a deal with the witches and da-da-da. Here's my sword of light and so on and so forth. I'm like, no, wait, that was towards the end. But point being, I'm just like, why did you reveal the Black Cauldron? It was hidden. It was outside. No way the Skull King was gonna get it from the witches, because the witches were more troublesome than the Skull King.
That's very true, but I think he was having the I am the hero, I know best, I can do best. He was kind of stuck in that mentality because that was what the writers gave him. So that's why he thought he had to have the protagonist of I need to be in possessing of all the magical stuffies. Like they do even nowadays in movies.
And
like, no.
You could literally all right. Look at this image. Look at this image. And then go ahead and mentally erase the princess holding the pig, and nothing would be lost. Because she literally brings nothing to the table of this movie.
She's the one who got him out of the castle?
She's just there for the sake of there being a princess with a magic fairy that the magic fairy does nothing either.
Except give light.
Hey,
like the thing I vaguely remember is that she was the one who kind of like, hey, dude, let's get out. So she was basically being the fairy. Like, hey, listen, let's get out of here, maybe. So, you know.
I was just watching the screen just now, and the fact that Corona Pone was on top of Disney now brings you Corona Pone.
Well, in a roundabout way, they kind of did.
Yeah, we need to get shout out to Disney.
I had no idea this came out in '85. So what was I thinking of in terms of like the animations that almost killed Disney? I'm thinking, I guess, Sword in the Stone. It looks like.
Sword in
the Stone was actually decent.
It was decent, but it took a long. No, actually, no. Yeah, Sword in the Stone. No, the Black Cauldron is what almost killed the department once.
Yeah,
there was another one. Can't think of it.
Yeah, and like Final Sight says, this is what happened when you take 5 books into one movie.
Yes.
Oh, really? Is that how that happened?
Yeah, that's why the movie is bad, because they had to leave out so much stuffies. But yeah, the Sword in the Stone was actually decent, and I really like what they did to Merlin.
A lot of people do.
Because it made like, I know he is also kind of like a representative for the LGBTQ community. Yeah, for some reason. I don't know how they got to that conclusion, but okay.
Anything can become a mascot, pretty much.
Well, plus in '85, there probably weren't a lot out there, so.
Yeah, that's true. For me, it was that he had a lot of knowledge, but he was still like a real person. He wasn't a wise sage as they normally become. He was like clunky. He was klutzy. He was like a fun teacher instead of just wise. I must be calm and talk in this way all the time.
I
Yeah,
am wise. I am old. I am important. And it's
I
like
have a long beard.
Comic Sans Pony, Princess and the Frog killed the animation for Disney. Really?
It
Yeah, it killed traditional animation. That was the saddest thing of all. Because Princess and the Frog is not a bad movie. They just marketed shit terribly. Well, actually,
Yeah,
more technically speaking, Winnie the Pooh, the 2011 film, is what killed classical 2D animation completely, and that was almost intentionally done by everyone's favorite John Lasseter, who thought the 3D was the future, and so he basically put Winnie the Pooh out to pasture. I think because of the release date or something, he had it up against something else, and yeah. So thanks a lot, John. That's great.
Chuck Fee. Until the Great Mouse Detective helped revive the studio. The Great Mouse Detective. That is a very good Disney film. It's underrated, and that's a shame because it is enjoyable.
Oh yeah, it opened the same weekend as the last Harry Potter movie, Deathly Hallows Part 2. So yes, it was killed, intentionally killed.
Yeah, but that rat was scary. I like rats, but he was scary.
Rats again.
Really scary.
I don't like rats because they are plague.
Not necessarily.
Mostly. That's why I could never get in, like, after the whole Ratatouille thing. I'm like, okay, come on, guys, it's a little disease bag.
What was it? Deadly Reg and Deadly Reg and his girlfriend or fiance, I forget, Fee. They have pet rats, and one of the things that was the knowledge bomb dropped wise on me was, oh yeah, they don't have a bladder, so everywhere they go, they urinate.
That's gross.
Basically, in Ratatouille, even though the rats got cleaned up and cleaned the plates, there's still a urine trail being left.
Forgot about that.
So yeah, the more that you know.
Yeah, not a fan.
Ruins the movies. But I'm actually seeing the time skippy whippy, and we're actually at the 4 hour.
Yeah, I don't feel like we've had a time skip the last hour or so. It doesn't feel that way. I don't know, maybe we just missed it because we're busy, but anyway, no, it's been a good conversation. We talked about all the Disney fun.
All the Disney confusion.
What else is going on? Now the chat is lighting up over Princess and the Frog. Yeah, Great Mouse Detective.
Home on the Range and Chicken Little.
Oh.
Chicken Little wasn't
Home on the Range! I love that one. That's so much fun. And they have
my
such
God.
a good music. Oh my gosh.
It was. It's not, to me, it's not that memorable, but it was enjoyable. And Chicken Little, it wasn't that bad, but yeah, it can get.
The worst part of Chicken Little was the father. One of the worst fathers in animation history.
Yeah, okay. In American animation, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, yes, keep
because if we're gonna do animation, there's one that already comes to mind right off the bat. I think you know what I'm talking about.
What, Chow Tucker?
Yep. the life sewing alchemist.
He was just trying to help. He wanted he had a little girl he liked and a dog he liked. He just put them together.
What was it? Anime America did a top 10 list of anime's worst parents. No, well, I don't even think it was top 10, but there was one that like the worst parents. I forget the name of the anime. I was still want to watch it. There's an anime where these parents are literally, don't care about anything. They go about their lives. They do whatever they want. And their son is the one who has to work constantly just to have a place to sleep, and to have money and so on and so forth. They're so free spirited and whatnot that they literally rack up a debt with the Yakuza, and they end up selling their son to pay the debt.
All right. Well, yeah, no. Selling your child into slavery, bad. Confirmed.
Tucker's still the worst.
Yeah, Chow Tucker is still the worst, just from the depravity, and then later also combining them with himself, which is even worse. It's so much worse.
Hva i 5 dager fra torsdag er det dere snakker om?
Whoa,
Huh?
hold up now. Dubs on.
Okay. 5 pancakes from Tuesday. What are you guys talking about?
We were talking about random cartoon stuff, and then we ended up talking about anime. If you're wondering what we're talking about, what character we're talking about is from Full Metal
Alchemist.
The infamous episode of
The Sewing
Anime
Life Alchemist, Shao Tucker.
So anyway, let's jump back to Disney. Let's see, we were talking about rats, and that's right. You were saying that the Chicken Little father was bad, and besides the fact that he didn't believe his son, why else was he bad?
Oh, that's mainly that. I mean, nothing kills the, all the willpower and like desires of a little child than being like dismissed by their own parents. Like it's so cripplingly like you look at America and almost all the problems in America root back to kids having shitty parents. So, it'd be great to not do that. I mean, Disney, it has a lot of missing parents. Like there's always the eternal like Disney dead mom syndrome and everything, but it's like a shitty parent is much worse than a missing parent, especially if they just died. Like that's sad, but it doesn't traumatize a child like, anyway. I only saw the movie once anyway. It was a shitty movie.
Parents who are terrible at raising their children, or parents that just straight up leave their children.
Yeah. So
let's see, what other Disney films are there? Bambi.
I like Bambi.
Bam. But the parents weren't bad. The parents were just dead.
The mom was dead. The dad, if you watch the second movie,
there's
you
a
could
second
see that-
movie?
Yeah, there's a second movie.
In Bambi too?
No. Are you kidding me? No, the Disney sequels are there's only one good Disney sequel, and it's Atlantis 2.
No, Aladdin.
Okay, well, you know
All right,
what?
give us the quick rundown. Describe the plot of Bambi 2.
Altså, vi må ha en filmkveld her. Altså, dette her går
dubs
ikke.
on.
Skypod,
Dubs
hva
on.
er det du holder på med for noe?
Angry Chris.
Okay, we need to have a movie night because I have Disney Plus and you are gonna watch this. If
I
we
also
weren't
have Disney
streaming-
Plus.
Then go and watch it! What? Excuse you? Liksom, hallo! 5 dager fra onsdag, hva er det du holder på med noe? You have to go watch that movie now. Excuse you.
Okay, sure. But describe the plot anyway. I want to hear it from the source.
To hear from the source, you need to go and watch the source.
I won't watch it then unless you tell me about it.
Okay, and Bambi 2, they bring back the mother.
No, stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. Bad web shooter.
Bad web shooter? No, bad Disney. They shouldn't have made a Bambi 2.
Excuse you,
Bambi
I
2,
did like
the
that
father
part.
also dies.
If I had a paper, I would be gently smacking you on the top of the head.
Hold
Stop
on
it.
here. No, hold on here. I'll help you with that.
Is there a Bambi 1.5 from the hunter's perspective where he just goes and kills a doe and then has the venison and mounts her on the wall?
Skybolt, you're evil.
Okay, here you go, Chris. Here's some paper. Bad web shutter. Bad.
No, you do it on Skybolt. You're okay. The thing is,
Since we're talking about sequels,
I gotta get this out.
Okay.
Sorry, it's actually upsetting me, but the thing is, the Bambi 2 is basically, the time skip from when it's the winter and the father picks up Bambi and takes him with him, and
Yes.
then later you get to the spring when he is bigger and got horns.
Yes.
Basically, you get to see what happens in that time skip.
Okay, I remember now.
So
Yeah,
it is
it's-
like a Bambi 1.5.
Kinda, yeah. But it is, I will say it's actually a good one because you get to see the father and how they actually went from, I don't know you, I only seen you from the distance, to someone he actually works together with and has a good team work with. So for me, it's actually a very good movie.
Oh, that's cool.
So sorry for the outburst, but that Bambi, except for Pocahontas, is my favorite movie of all time.
Okay.
So
No,
it's
fair
sorry.
enough.
It was
Bambi
It
2
was,
Electric Boogaloo.
What?
nah, no.
I'm seeing
Don't,
that in
please.
the chat. It was not my idea.
I'm sorry. It really hit a nerve. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine. We're all just joking around. Yeah.
So okay, I guess I will have to take the time and find Bambi too, because I don't know. I don't think I ever really took the time to watch it. Like, it was one of those films that was popped on to keep other people entertained. And hi YouTube, what'd you just do? What'd you just do, YouTube?
For me, all the more emotional movies, honestly, weren't even Disney movies. They were Don Bluth movies. Like, A Land Before Time is a bit of a stereotype. The first one didn't really grab me emotionally in the same way, but the music is what really got to me, because it was that, whatever his fucking name was. He did good music.
I think there's a good, at least my favorite song in the second Bambi movie is "Spring Is Here." I think it is. No, it's not the bird song with the. It's another one where you get to see the other parts of the spring awakening, and it's something that I really really like and still listen to around springtime.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. Dang it. Because
Sorry.
YouTube did, no, you didn't do it. It's just, all I know is I was starting to talk and get my point across, and all of a sudden YouTube changes the emblem on the top left corner, and it's like, oh, time to vote. I'm like, wait, what?
James Horner. James Horner, Whispering Wind. That's the music I was talking about.
It's like, it's one of those like blah blah blah. Oh, squirrel. What was I talking about?
Yeah, okay, so what Final Sight already showbiz me. So what I was saying is the Don Bluth movies are the most sad, and the most saddest of them all is All Dogs Go to Heaven, because lots of people have dogs, and they don't want them to go to heaven right away. And then also the story behind the voice actress. So that's the saddest of the animated, whatever, Disney-esque movies.
Voice actor?
Voice actress was murdered by her father at age 10.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
really?
so the movie released posthumously.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I assume most people already know the story because from sad internet articles, but yeah, it makes an already sad movie much, much sadder.
And that just makes the sequel not even worth watching now.
Yeah, it doesn't have quite the same impact.
Don Bluth film. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Then American Tail, Fievel Goes West.
Yes, that is Don Bluth.
I want to say that is probably the first one I've seen of his work. I may have seen others, but I don't fully remember because, I was a child. But American Tail, Fievel Goes West, and then later on I saw the original American Tail. That one was scary. But the Fievel Goes West was definitely a staple in my childhood, along with The Land Before Time.
Yeah, those first 5 or 6 Land Before Time movies were very I watched them a lot growing up, and then somehow ended up seeing a few of the others, which was confusing. I had no idea I saw as many as I did, I guess. I'll plug it again. Jenny Nicholson from Brony fame of being one half of Friendship is Witchcraft. She just recently did a Land Before Time listicle where she ranked all the movies, and there's some great info in there about the series. Very entertaining. As far as Disney goes, though, I'm trying to think of what the most emotional Disney animation movie would be for me. Walt Disney feature animation list.
Fantasia was definitely a wild ride.
Yeah, that was a wild ride, but not emotional. What made you very sad as a child? Beauty and the Beast, where he dies before he gets brought back by the, love. Lion King, Mufasa's death, but that one didn't really hit me as hard because it happens early on, so you already are over it by the time the movie's over.
Yeah, but that still sticks with you for a while.
Yeah,
I mean, not the part where Scar kills him, but that impact with Simba.
I think Hunchback of Notre Dame, I was too young to understand all the stuff going on. The hellfire. Fun stuff.
Notre Dame is definitely well done, because not just animation wise, but writing wise. I mean, the characters pretty much tell you their motivations and whatnot, but it's the execution along with the animation that I remember the most.
Yeah, that was really good.
The priest or the Lord, what?
Judge Frollo. It's a priest in the original book, but they named it Judge to soften the blow for this.
Frollo. He wants to go after Esmeralda because of how enticing she is to him, but he's trying to be the quote unquote man of God. Even though he literally committed murder in the beginning of the movie and disfigured a child. And the only reason
the child was disfigured already.
Yeah, it was broken coming out.
No, I figured Quasi got messed up because in the scene you see the mother running, and then she gets knocked over, and Quasi goes tumbling out of her arms and hits the ground hard.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Quasi got motoed. I don't know what the original book says.
The most impactful moment to me in that movie was when Frollo is by himself and he's quote unquote fighting his demon, and he's like, hellfire,
fire.
And then in the beginning when he's about ready to drop Quasimodo into the well,
that was scary for me.
And the father of the church comes out and he's like, you may hide your sins from man, but you cannot hide them from Notre Dame. And just the scenery of literally the statues of the church looming over him and peering down on Judge Frollo, and just the music and everything that left a big mark on it, because and the father was just pointing his finger at him and practically condemning him right then and there for his actions and so on and so forth. And those two were definitely the biggest memorable moments to me because of how the music and everything hit just right.
Yeah, I gotta agree, that was one of the most impactful sceneries. I would also say when in the middle of, after all the bullying and throwing of fruit, when she goes up and releases him, and just when Frollo start talking about stuff and she just raises her arm and go justice and that type of stuff, and when she's talking, for me that was one of the times when I understood that not everybody thinks equally of everybody. Some people actually think like the character in the movie, and she is the one trying to make it right. And I was just like, there actually is evil people out there.
Even those that wear the white clothing, figuratively speaking.
Yeah.
It's like, this person is well ordered. They're organized. They're a good person. No, they got a real black heart.
Yep. So, that was interesting to realize when I was like, how old was I? 6 years? Yeah, that was right before I started school. So yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know about evil people then.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oliver and Company. That right there, when I was a child, that one was... I didn't understand a lot of it at first, a lot of the cultural references or the setups. I just knew it was like, oh, cat, dogs, bad guy,
scary dogs.
and the Chihuahua with the headband.
Yeah, he was Tito.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
And the poodle.
For the
my God.
longest time, I don't know why, but his simple lines of "No way, Dodger man, I've been barbecued one too many times" stuck with me throughout most of my memory. It was like it was like the most catchy part. And then when he turns, and then when the one girl dog goes, "I'll be waiting for you, Alonzo," and he's like, "Hi ho, it's off to work I go." It's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't know. I think he's just trying to make a joke. But I really liked what was the line when he's running away afterwards in the costume or whatever he's wearing,
Oh, the
nice clothing. Yeah, and he's running like, ah, crazy muchacho.
This chick is crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Dodger man.
Ah.
Hey, Dodger man, you see her anywhere? This chick is crazy.
And you know the famous insult sentences. Isn't it rather dangerous to use the whole I can't pronounce this stuff.
Oh, when
Francis.
the whole
It's
yeah,
not
I know what you're
French.
talking-
It's
the whole
Isn't it rather dangerous to use your whole vocabulary in one single sentence? There you go. Ugh, that's a hard
I
one.
like the big Great Dane dog. He was cool.
Yeah, he was adorable. I liked him too.
I think that was the one played by Billy Joel, right? Dodger.
Yeah,
And the Dodger, that was the white and
that was the
tricolor
white. That was the white brown spot dog who was the leader.
Oh no,
Yeah.
wait, Tito was played by Cheech Marin. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that's fine.
Tito. No.
But yeah, no, seeing the impactful moment was the beginning of the movie where you see this kitten with other kittens, and then
Oh, nice. Oh.
alone, and that right there is a tough part to watch. Even now, for me, it's like no, and
I just want to take everybody home with me and find good home
then
for you
caught-
and love
then-
you.
And then the kittens
Ugh.
left out in the rain, and the box floods and breaks, and all
You're
that.
gonna make me cry, you know that. Ah.
Skybolt, our plan is working.
Nej, kom här. Oh, I feel
It was Skybolt's fault. It was his idea.
Yes, of course. Blame Big Brother. Ugh.
Oh, we have a question in the chat from Scrollkeeper. What do you think of the Tree of Harmony potentially turning evil and or corrupted?
Don't do it. I don't like it. Go away. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Don't touch it. Just leave it be. Meh.
I thought she was very like physically upsetting in the episode where she like puts all the student six through like trials. I was like, this is kind of I thought that was going to be the end game character. To be honest, I'm like, this thing is fucking alive. They need to destroy it. Probably it's gained sentience, and it's taken on the appearance of Twiggle Spiggers, Twilight Sparkle.
Twilight
Twinkles,
Sparkle.
Sprinkles.
Yeah,
What?
I was trying to make a joke,
Twinkles,
there,
Stiggles.
but I didn't
Like-
land the punchline.
That's Twilight Sparkle when she earns Earth Pony and has tree magic.
Twiggly.
All right,
Squiggles.
the tree of harmony potentially turning evil. I really can't see it because of its nature, but I can see. I could see maybe if part of it is broken off, it become a twisted version of it, like yin and yang, like the good and bad. But if the tree of harmony potentially turned evil or was corrupted, my only thing would be I mean, I'd be scared because it's like, oh wait, this thing that was supposed to be good is now evil, so there goes the neighborhood, literally. My only thing for that is if that was to be done in the comics or in like new ponies or whatever, if there is going to be animated one, it needs to be done right. It can't just be, this character who's supposed to be quote unquote pure good and harmony or well balanced is now evil for the sake of evil. And here's a MacGuffin to fix that, and it just meant nothing. But
So basically, don't Black Cauldron the Tree of Harmony, okay? That's the new meme for the month. You're
Essentially
welcome.
turning evil. I think it would be interesting. Bluntly put,
I don't wanna.
it would be interesting to see, but again, it comes down to my other answer of it needs to be done right. It can't just be like a whim setup like, oh, what's today's episode or what's today's comic going to be about? The Tree of Harmony went evil. Why did it go evil? Because it
A mosquito
it
bite.
decided to. It decided to. Why did it decide to? Because
Not convenience.
someone threw something at it. Why did someone throw something at it? What was the thing that they threw at it? See, it snowballs from there. It's like, why? What was the main reason? And I don't know.
Yes.
I guess I'm being too picky, but my blunt answer
No.
is it would be interesting on how it happens.
The thing is, for me, it would have to be a really, 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 like you said, a really, really good building up to why, how, and who. And if you have no MacGuffin to fix it, then it's like, okay, you just ruined it. Because the Tree of Harmony is also symbolizing the nature about how things are in Equestria. And even if you are putting it in the Fallout Equestria, they still have the elements of harmony there. So, to be honest, I don't think that's something that should be touched.
Okay, in the world of Fallout Equestria, I can already see a cracked version of the Tree of Harmony, but it would be one of not a split personality, but as I said before, a yin and yang. Like the Tree of Harmony will no longer be just one entity; it would be two trying to work together as one, like it did before. Like,
but
you know how you see or imagine a pane of glass, like just a square glass, and a little bit and something's thrown at it and it cracks it right down the middle. It's still the same glass, but it's no longer whole like it once was, but it could still stay together.
I thought Discord were supposed to be the opposite of the tree. Since it is the harmony and he is the chaos.
That's how I would have changed the whole final season arcs, is not to make it like some Discord goofy ploy, but to make, I don't know, make Grogar unironically real, or have the whole plan of bringing them together be a Sombra thing, or something instead, and having... Or maybe Chrysalis, I don't know, she's the one that operates as group dynamics and hive minds, and they'd sort of been building her up since season 6, so that would have made more sense to me. And then have Sombra not just die right away in the first episode.
No, he didn't die. He was just thrown back to prison.
Oh, did they put him in prison that time?
I get what you mean. He didn't die. He was literally thrown back to the Shadow Realm. They literally stated that. So
even at the end?
When he got Harmony blasted completely, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works too.
But
it was so graphic.
I am glad though that they actually brought in the Wendigos.
Yeah, that I like too.
Because that even made that even made the main bad guys, T-Rex, Cozy Glow, and Chrysalis go, oh wait, there's something worse than us. So how are we gonna deal with this? And then they end up also dealing with the main 6.
Yeah, so maybe you shouldn't bring chaos to the world when the world is such a sensitive place.
Cozy Glow should have been Chrysalis in disguise. Maybe a changeling offspring? I don't know.
I think it's better that she's actually a pony, because that makes it so much more impactful.
Because it just shows that not all ponies are quote unquote good. I mean, we had Flim and Flam, but they were just doing it to get money and whatnot. And you've had the
minor villains.
the business tycoon, the business-minded one, like that one that owned the hotel over in Las Pegasus, and so on and so forth. But no, Cozy Glow, I think, was good as is. She's kind of annoying, but she was definitely a good foil for
everyone.
Practically.
She was really effective.
Yeah, she is. When people say that, they put a child in stone, excuse you, she did not have the mentality of a child. She was aware of what she did. She did not get corrupted.
She chose to practically destroy their whole world. I mean, think about it. The world that world required magic just to move the sun and moon, and she was going to get rid of all the magic. So how in that world was the sun and moon going to keep moving?
Yeah, so she turning into stone, I'm sorry, but I'm actually okay with it.
And then it also brings up, like, how are the Pegasi going to keep living in the sky if they were no longer going to be able to move the clouds?
Or fly.
No, flying was still natural to them, because that their wings give the natural ability.
Yeah, but their natural ability is also magic-based. If you remember when T-Rex stole their magic.
Oh, right. I thought it was just because they had no more strength.
No, he actually consumes the magic and power inside of them. And we also have seen in earlier episodes where the wings are more like a unicorn's horn when it comes to the magic they're doing and how they get all the lightning clouds or the cloud lights after them. Blech.
I get what you... I always just chalked it up to when T-Rex took the magic, he was also literally taking their life force because of the fact that their color was draining and so on and so forth. Like, literally, he was almost draining the whole life out of them.
Yeah, I think he did both.
But Chaos is his own thing. Discord being quote-unquote evil. Out of control. I wouldn't say he was fully evil. I would just say he was out of control. Like, there's controlled chaos, there's destructive chaos, and I'm just going off of what I know. So, but I mean, there's probably other ways of explaining chaos in itself. Chaos is chaos. Simple as that.
Chaos is chaos. But the thing is, he seemed to, like, they say that all the main big villains from final episodes were basically the corrupted version of the different elements. As very quite obvious, Discord would be corrupted laughter. Pinkie Pie is about giving laughter to others and sharing in that laughter. Discord was all about having fun for himself. He was corrupted laughter. He was selfish laughter, which is why he used chaos to have fun for himself, not caring about if others had fun too.
Another there was something I remember reading. It was a fanfic, but it was pointed out that Discord was like a few steps away from going from the Lord of Chaos to the Lord of Oblivion. Like, literally being able to destroy everything.
Well, yes, you could grab the fabric of existence. So, yeah, it wasn't very far away, no. But he just wanted to have fun.
I'm still kind of scared. I'm still kind of scared of chaotic Pinkie Pie.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I can turn everything into frosting. I'm like,
frosting. I'm just like, no, Pinkie Pie, please, no. For love of frosting, don't do it. No, so that's interesting. Interesting hole to go into.
Scroll Keeper. I hate that they made Sombra Hammy instead of an Eldritch monster. Yeah, the show version of Sombra I wasn't too keen on, but when the comic book one though, that version,
they did a good job.
Yes, they did.
Oh my gosh, that's like one of the few evil centered character comics that I actually like, because they did so well with the character build and the world build, and like Crystal Poe, he's actually like bad crystal pony. I don't know what to say, but still, it's well done, and its mentality and like this therapist side of me is just like, yes, good job. I actually approve. But still, he's fat, so...
Opinions on Cozy Glow in the Wasteland.
I don't want to see it. It's going to be scary.
No, I can... Someone already pointed out that Cozy Glow could be a raider warlord, but I don't know. I think she would almost... I would think that she would almost be up there along with Red Eyes. Maybe. That depends if she can last long enough.
Yeah, and if she survives. Like, I know she's good at manipulating, but that doesn't work if they don't care enough to listen to you.
Okay,
so yeah, she could... she could. Wait. She could have been, if she was in the right place and had the opportunity, she would have been a dangerously good sidekick for Red Eye.
Oh boy.
Yes, there you go. That's where she would be if she was lucky. What can I say except you're welcome for
I kind of see the idea of her not surviving the war. I think if she had a place in Fallout Equestria, it would be as a traitor to the Zebra side and helping them, like, use her cutesy kidliness to smuggle the bomb into the 4 Stars building or whatever.
No, actually, I see her more as a stable tech high up, with the fact that she would want power and whatnot. And the stable tech would promise her power only to use her as an experiment later on.
And yes, pyrotechnics, Sikora's homeland is actually being discovered and looked upon, and you get to see one of the princes. Not princesses.
Zikora did not want to go home.
No, she did not want to go home, and I thought it was a way better excuse than what we have seen for now, so I'm actually disappointed.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the story. I haven't been able to buy the comics lately.
Actually, you can see them for free on YouTube. At least the 2 first parts that have has been released out right now.
Yeah, some people have released like video, like I don't know what they're called, but videos with the comic pages.
If you want to see it, I can send you to the YouTube channel where he puts it out.
Oh, that's right. She's a Pegasi. She'd probably end up with the Enclave and be a high-up Enclave leader.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Not unless she got stuck on the ground before she could get past the cloud barrier.
Maybe she starts out with the Enclave, but then pisses off enough people that they clip her wings and kick her out.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. I just had a thought, and I've been kind of thinking about this for a while. Do either one of you know about the video game series Borderlands?
Yes.
Yes, I know of it.
Okay. In the game series, just kind of like raiders, there are bandits and psychos. I had a thought.
Oh boy.
What would happen? How worse would it be if the Fallout series had raiders that were just like the psychos and whatnot?
Aren't they kind of like the psychos? Depending on what type of
I never played Borderlands, so I don't know the subtle differences.
I honestly think the psychos from Borderlands are more dangerous than the raiders.
Okay, so it's a danger scale. Like, I know the Fiends in New Vegas were put up more of an organized front than like some of the other raider groups in Fallout 3 and stuff.
Yeah, like, I haven't seen a lot of it because I mostly tried to see it when my dearest was playing it. So I haven't played it myself because obvious reasons. But as far as I know, they might be more brutal because there actually are, what shall I say? This is something we see, it's not something we read, so it's easier to display the horribleness than in a book.
Wait, say that again. So are you saying the book description is worse or the video depiction is worse?
The video depiction.
Yeah,
because if you would try to describe all of that in a book, you might use 5 pages just to describe how the car of the psychos look.
That's true, and so it would take more time you'd have more time to digest the horror rather than the experiencing it on screen.
That too, but it's
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It's just that for me, they seem worse because you can actually see the horror. You don't read about it and make your own mental image. When you actually see it in front of you, it becomes more powerful. Like with the warrior cats, if anyone read those books, they're okay in books, but imagining actually seeing very similar to realistics about how the cats fights, what's happening to them, and what they actually face when they fight like beavers or hedgehogs. Stuff
I'm
like
not
that.
familiar with warrior cats, so maybe quick rundown.
Basically, there are 4 tribes or 4 clans. They all live kind of close to each other, but they are kind of living in peace because the environment has enough food and water for everyone. But there are humans nearby, and human likes to destroy forests to build houses, and that's kind of a problem. And then you have the normal with like they're trying to keep peace within the clans, but some clans have bad leaders sometimes, so they try to take more land to themselves.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and there's some magic stuff, of course, also. But
So
basically,
okay.
that I don't want to give too much spoilers because this is actually a series I would recommend picking up, especially if you are a writer of stories and stuff.
Well, all right.
Yes. So, Bambi 2 and Warrior Cats. You
I
have homework.
It sounds like Watership Down, but with cats instead of rabbits.
Comic
I
Sans Pony. Why isn't there a Pony Borderlands crossover as well known as Fallout Equestria? You know what? I think it's because the fandom focused more on Fallout Equestria and sorry, not Fallout Equestria. Fallout series and My Little Pony actually being a thing other than Borderlands, because Fallout has more of a reach than Borderlands, because Fallout is an older series than Borderlands, because Borderlands was newer at the time.
I'd also say that Fallout strikes more of a tone just because its writing is so much a depiction / criticism of like Cold War politics, whereas Borderlands is more spectacle. It's not a direct it has general stuff like the big corporation bad and whatnot, but that's the same reason why the Outer Worlds didn't hit like the Fallout series. It doesn't have sort of that like biting relational commentary. I'd also argue that Fallout Equestria, like, it hit the bolt of lightning, and so because it works so well as a combined narrative and KCAP put it together really well, there were a lot of other crossover series going on at the time. Like there was a Halo one and a Star Wars one and some other stuff like that, but none of them hit in the same way because that sort of drew all the power as far as crossovers go.
And I just now finally looked at the stream. Say hello, Butt Stallion. Poor Rarity.
Oh, another argument I'd make is because Fallout Equestria came out right after New Vegas, which is the best modern game of the Fallout series, all the energy was there. So you had the fresh energy of the Brony fandom and the renewed energy of the Fallout fandom out of New Vegas and its for mostly quality DLC that, everything just hit right at the right time for Fallout Equestria.
I'll have to take your word for it. I still don't have an Xbox yet to play New Vegas. I have Fallout 3 and New Vegas on me. I just need to still get a new console, which is going to be soon, I hope.
Oh, but, yeah. I think we're, a month away from the Series X if supplies come back. I don't know. I'm waiting for them to restock, so...
Yeah, no, I'm just going to get the Series S. That's the one that takes the discs, if I recall correctly.
Series X, X takes the disc and the S does not have discs.
I thought it was the other way around.
The cheaper one does not have the disc drive.
Okay, never mind then. So anyway, point being, back to, let's see, who said it? Back to chat. Okay, I can't find it, but one of the things that's brought up is that, like you said, Skybolt, Fallout has a more realistic writing of what could have been, while Borderlands is more on the
Look, this is awesome.
what?
Sorry, it's kind of, for me, it's starting to sound like you said with Fallout, and then Borderlands is more like, look at all this awesome stuff, but they don't really have any of the character bondings and a proper story in mind.
Yeah, that's why I use the word spectacle. It's more about being in the moment rather than like a storyline or, you know, the overarching like themes, I guess you could say. Spectacle versus themes.
In the first game, I definitely agree because you're thrown into a very odd situation, and the first game was still trying to figure out what it wanted to be. In Borderlands 2, you learn more about the world and so on and so forth. One of the main characters, Patricia Tannis, she ends up telling the player later on that all the psychos, all the bandits and psychos of Pandora, the planet that you're on, used to be normal people. They ended up working for these corporations that sent them out to, you know, mine, gather resource, do business, so on and so forth. And then they got left behind one way or another. And as they were left on this hellish planet Pandora, which is not an easy place to live on at all, they ended up like fracturing in the mind. And then someone pointed out in Borderlands 3, the DLC, what was it? In the DLC, you actually get to explore the mind of a psycho that's actually a main character known as Krieg, and you find out that these psychos are start going mad because of a connecting thought. You know, it's some abstract mental thing. I haven't had a chance to really play it, and I can't explain it at the moment. So
when you said Krieg, I immediately thought of Krieger from Archer, the spy cartoon. I'm like, oh yeah, Krieger would invent some kind of goofy psycho connection machine and torture everyone on the planet.
Okay. Comic Sans Pony. In the Borderlands universe, being a psycho is more or less contagious. Yeah, that's right. That's because of a connecting thought, quote unquote, Valhalla.
Valhalla. That's funny. Final sights. Fallout is a steak dinner, while Borderlands is a Pop-Tart with a line of Coke. Epic. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to say one thing. Sorry. You know, is it the Berserker he's called, or is it the Psycho he's called?
Psycho. He's in
the first game, I think.
Oh, Brick. Brick is known as the Berserker because he can use his fists to take out the enemies.
Yeah, he's the guy who has one voice in his head and screams out other stuff.
Oh no, that'd be the Psycho. That's Krieg. Krieg is the Psycho.
Yeah, okay, him. The little I saw of him, I actually liked because I sadly felt a very strong connection about how his brain voice has a clear understanding of everything, knows what to do, knows what to say, but when he tries to say things out loud, it becomes something like, I am the conductor of the poop train, watch out, pretty lady! And that's at least something it connected very hard with me, because that's basically how it is in my head, in contradiction to what comes out of my mouth.
What your inner self is compared to your outer self.
Yes, like my brain can come up with better sentences and understand things, but when I try to get it out and explain it to other people, it sounds like that. At least in comparison for me. So was kind of like, okay, I actually have like compassion, or I don't know what to call it, like sympathy for this character.
One of the things that was spoiled for me via internet for the DLC was that you learned that Krieg, it shows how he became a split personality. What was it? Disjointed or disassociated personality, where your inner self is different from the outer self.
Yeah, I know he is two different people, but for me, it's more like it is the same person. I just have trouble getting it out properly.
One is sanity, the other one's insanity. But for you, it's and for anyone, it's we think and act differently within our minds, but then externally we end up doing things slightly different or almost sometimes the same depending on the situation.
Yeah. So I kind of I actually like that character because of that. Even though there were other interesting characters as well.
So
that was just something I wanted to share.
No, that's great. No, I'm sure. I mean, Borderlands obviously has a fan base and stuff. I never connected to it myself. Like, the first game did look too zany for me after I had already gotten emotionally invested in the Fallout series. And so, also, I'll admit, I wasn't a fan of the look of the cell shading, and because it was pretty novel at the time when it came out. So, I just never connected with it.
you know the reason why they did that, right?
It's cheap.
No. It was actually to stand out because the original Borderlands, you can actually look at the promotional videos. When it first was made, it was too serious looking. It was too serious looking, and they wanted it to stand out from all the other shooter games out there at the time, like Call of Duty or the Battlefield. That's what it was. They didn't want it to be, to just like fade away into nothing. So
Interesting.
they ended up choosing the cell shade to give it a unique look. Because if you look at the original promotional material for it, it looks almost like if it's stuck to the original way, it would definitely like kind of blend in with all the other shooter games. But let's say they stuck with it with the original look. I can bet you someone would say, "Oh, well, they're just trying to be like Fallout, but it's futuristic and on a planet." Or as a lot of people in the chat keep pointing out, it's a different version of Cyberpunk.
Okay, interesting.
So, I mean, the reason why it's cell shaded is so that way you have a unique style. And then as the first game continued on, they started with DLCs. And the developers were seeing how the players were reacting to the characters, like to how certain characters were written and acted. They fleshed out and finalized it in Borderlands 2. So Borderlands 2 is like the peak of the series.
Okay, interesting. Same
Comics.
with Halo.
Tiny Tina is my favorite character in the series. Yes, she's definitely a favorite.
The only other major thing I really know of cell shading is one movie called Scanner Darkly. It was originally a Philip K. Dick book, but it's got an interesting cast, and I have yet to actually watch it, but I do own it. So, it's like it's about like a drug addiction kind of plot line, but it's very surrealist, if I remember right.
Hey, maybe we can do a live stream watch of it where we all react to it, like a science mystery theater 3000 thing.
You know, I've always thought we should eventually do that for podcasts, of having some kind of linked, like, like live commentary thing, kind of in the same way like Red Letter Media does with movies, but we definitely plan it out better if we did it that way.
Well, I mean, if anything, we could just watch it in a private setting and then record, and then you can post it on EAST Corp.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it that way too, but I feel like the live broadcast would definitely be the ideal. The key is just to not have the copyrighted material bleed onto the stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, companies and shell company, not shell companies, but what is it? What's those companies that work for other companies to copyright things willy-nilly? I can't think of it.
Conglomerates?
It's like those companies that work for like Sony and whatnot that were copyright striking, like Ghostbusters and other stuff.
I know, they're all British phonographic industry to me. Those bastards. I mean, it's publishers basically, or a recording house.
Third-party companies that was always. There was a big thing about it. It was a third-party company that worked for Sony. That was always like on the lookout for YouTubers who either were doing their own original thing with it, commentating on it, or doing parodies of it, it would get copyright strike like no tomorrow.
Yeah, they always do the dirty work through Hatchet Men, basically. So it's pretty shitty.
Okay, Chris, your turn to come up with something.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see a restaurant that only serves dishes made out of potatoes. You have baked potatoes, sliced potatoes, boiled potatoes. You have fried potatoes, and wok fried potatoes. But you make sure to mix it up with a lot of different stuff, and then of course you also mix in other stuff that you like to have with the potato. But potato is supposed to be the star dish of everything, and that is something I think would be in Fallout.
So what? What would the name of the restaurant be?
Baked beans.
I mean, you must know that America, of all places, has this restaurant already. I'm sure.
They do?
Yes.
McDonald's.
I found, just from a common Google search, I found Potatopia and then the potato
Potatopia.
place. Potatopia.
Yeah.
I just looked up different names for potatoes. Let's see. Welcome to Murphy's Potato House, or let's see.
In Norway, we have the potato. Yeah, we have the potato cottage.
Oh,
That's
and
adorable
we
sounding.
have, but I was more thinking it could have been, because in Norway we have the real Norwegian word for it, which is jordeple, which basically translates into earth apple instead of potato.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah,
Earth apple. I never heard that one before.
like I said, it's Norwegian, so
Potato Hut Jr.
But yeah, why not? Chifondo can probably run the Earth Apple restaurant.
Earth
Talk to Tia.
Apple, won't you be mine?
You know how you really propose to someone? You give them a blue Earth Apple.
That's a natural thing, or you dyed it with something?
No, that's a reference to Fiora's RPG game, where they have
okay.
magical blue potatoes that gives them different powers.
I've heard of green potatoes, but never blue potatoes.
I don't know if I would eat a green potato. That doesn't sound right. I'm familiar
You
with
eat them all the time. You eat them all the time with
yams.
potato chips. Every now and again, you find a potato chip that's green.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I guess it depends on how green, how ripe it is. I know I've had purple yam, like different potato dishes stuff before, in like dumplings and things like that, and that's a pretty vivid purple.
Oh, I want dumplings now. Oh.
It's like an eggplant purple. Yeah, I know dumplings do sound good.
Oh, no. Why? I'm hungry. It's just 7 a.m. I can't go to the store yet. I have to be at least 10 before they open.
Oh yeah,
47 for me right now, and
yeah.
I
Same.
had dinner about almost 2 hours ago, an hour or so ago. We had turkey burger patty with brown gravy on it, and mashed potatoes with gravy.
Oh, mashed potatoes. Oh, I call this for mashed potatoes.
And coleslaw.
Oh my god, you
Why?
sound exactly like my mother. This is bothering me
Except
now.
Now for me to ruin the dinner. Two of those things was leftovers from KFC.
I want mashed potatoes. Oh, why? Mashed potatoes and dumplings and.
You know what's fun to make
veggie
with
hamburger.
potatoes? Fried sliced potatoes. Where you
yeah,
cut 'em
that's
up.
very good too. That's good
Yeah,
too.
I had to. I long time ago when my grandpa was still alive and I was little, we went to this restaurant called La Cabana, and the location of this one is gone now. But I don't remember what he ordered, but it was like a breakfast plate, and they had the sliced potatoes, and they were well done. It wasn't. It had the right crunch to it. It wasn't chip crunch, but it was It was like
It
that
was-
fried potato crunch.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
It's like
I know.
those restaurant-made potatoes.
And I tried to recreate that in the kitchen. First time, ended up making really greasy potatoes or potato slices. A couple of them I cooked a little too long. The other ones, not enough. And I didn't cut them thick enough either. So I ended up making chips.
Yeah, did you use a wok or did you use a normal frying pan?
Normal frying pan with a decent amount of vegetable oil.
Yeah, I would recommend trying to use a wok. That's usually what they do in Chinese type of cooking, and that's where they get that type of crunchiness that I think you're talking about. Because that is delicious, especially if you do it with tulips as well.
What I should do
With
is get a deep
tulips?
fryer.
Like just sprinkled in or what?
What's it called? Isn't it tulips? It's called neba.
Turnips, maybe.
Yeah,
turnips.
turnips. Yes. Yeah, that's also really delicious. Ugh, I'm so
Yeah,
hungry
you
now.
ever had fake mashed potatoes?
No?
Oh, you mean like the box powder mashed potatoes?
No. I'm talking veggie potatoes.
Oh, like cauliflower kind of stuff.
Cauliflower.
I have had that. Yeah, my brother and sister have gone on various diets, and
That
Yeah.
actually sounds good. For
it's
me,
it's
that's
all
actually
right. Yeah, the cauliflower is a good template.
First
food.
time I had it, first time I had it, I didn't know how to react to it. It was like, this is interesting. I can still taste bits of chunks of the cauliflower, but it's mushed. So I don't know. It's always interesting how you can make different variations of the same thing, like mashed. What was it? There was another thing besides mashed cauliflower that was supposed to look like mashed potatoes. I can't remember it at the moment.
Yeah, we
Mashed
talked about
beans.
that on the last podcast, which is good veggie alternative dishes. And for me, I think the best one was black bean burgers. I've had those at like cookouts before.
Oh,
and
those
were
are
actually
good.
pretty
Those are good. Nom nom.
I'm generally carnivore in taste, but that was a good alternative.
Yay!
I stick to being omnivore. I can do veggies and meat.
As long as it's a acceptable levels of soy. Like once you get into like those high phytoestrogen levels, it's too much. You gotta go.
No,
just
I try
start
to-
having the
I try to
broccoli
cut out-
instead.
I like to keep muscle mass. Soy gets rid of muscle mass. I try to stay away from soy as much as possible.
Yeah. There is other stuff that actually has a lot more protein than meat, so the protein excuse doesn't work. But then again, you're allowed to have your own taste.
I know if nuts are a good source of protein, like peanuts, cashews, and so on and so forth.
It's always
give me a
asterisk though,
second.
because there's a lot of different kinds of protein.
Well, that is protein that is used for building muscles because there are more and more bodybuilders that actually go vegan and they find out that they have less problems with their bodies because they're cutting down on all the what's it called?
Fats.
Fat and acid that actually gets into the body because you have the acid and you have the base that is the chemicals within food. And when you eat that much meat, and also have like fruits and coffee or other types of drinks, you get a lot of acid. But rarely people get enough base in their body, and that's why they end up with chronic pains or muscles or nerves damage.
Well, it doesn't help that all our food is practically processed now. Our bodies were never meant to have processed foods. I mean, think about it. In the past,
Yeah, that I know. Yeah.
people hunted, their foods and grew their stocks and so on and so forth. But because of industrialization, it's like, hey, we can make parts and house materials. Why not, industrialize food? Let's go for that.
Yeah, that sounds like an excellent idea. We're not gonna get sick and die from that. Definitely.
Yeah, now we have companies like, hey, you sick or tired of having meat? Well, guess what? We made this veggie hamburger that's 100% vegetables, and and I've been seeing advertisements for veggie chicken, which is actually, fake chicken that's made of nothing but vegetables. I'm like, excuse me?
The weirdest thing is like it's kind of one of the biggest misnomers too is the nut milks, which are not milks. It's like you can't just squeeze a bunch of almonds together and call it milk. Like
They call it milk because it's something that is the close to the consistence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
and
one of
for
those
me, I
labeling
think they
things.
actually taste better.
Yeah, it tastes, but it's like it's a very obviously processed food, like going from an almond to a whitish looking liquid. So,
But then again, it depends on if you have organic version or if you have the what shall I say, quote unquote, normal person
yeah.
version. Engelsk.
In my opinion,
sorry,
the best
guys.
derivative of almond is actually almond butter. Like versus peanut butter, almond butter is actually really good and has a really good like natural sweetness to it. Because there's something about the arsenic or whatever in just raw almonds is a little bit too much. I don't know.
Yeah, that's more an acquired taste. That's true.
Yeah, I say that as an expert who lives in almond country, California. So,
California almonds.
also for all of you out there who are celebrating No Nut November, remember that peanuts aren't technically nuts; they're legumes. So just hit the peanuts this month, and you'll be fine.
Comic Sans Pony, best potato dish is potato pancakes. Yes, I agree.
Those are really good.
I haven't tried those. I need to try that.
It's basically where you make up mashed potatoes. Like you make up mashed potatoes, and then you crack an egg into it, mix it up real good, like you're gonna make a pancake mix, and then you lay it out into a flat pan or a frying pan, like you would with the pancake dough, and you just flatten it out, and then you let it cook. You wait for the air bubbles to come up on one side, and then once it's cooked, once it's been toasted and browned and cooked on one side, you flip it over, and it'll be solid. And you just cook it like pancakes, and then it turns out real good. Now, if you flip them too soon, it falls apart. If you flip them too late, then you got burnt.
Yeah, sounds like my type of cooking. Either it gets destroyed or it gets burned.
I know. I've had several cooking experiments over the years, and I've had to just abandon entire lines of thought. Like, I put a lot of energy into making a sort of sesame chicken that was all, like, properly breaded and everything one time. Ooh, it took so much effort. And I'm like, okay, this is a little bit too complicated for just myself for, like, bachelor food. So, that's one of those things I'll reserve for when I go to an actual Asian food restaurant.
I've actually come up with a way of altering ramen. I cook up the ramen noodles. Now, mind you, I come up with a couple of ideas, and one of them was just like straight out laziness, and because I had chili beans and ramen back, and I was hungry. But point being,
if it works, it works.
I've come up with an egg ramen recipe. What you do is you take your packs of ramen. If you want one, it works well with one or two, but I mainly cook it with two because I find that the egg can spread out more better. Anyway, you cook up your ramen noodles, and for me, I use 2 packs of ramen, 2 individual packs. I cook up the noodles, and you don't want too much water in your frying in your pot, one of the two, in your boiling pan. You don't want too much water in it because then it's going to end up like diluting the egg later on. But here's how it goes: you cook up your ramen like normal, and you follow the instructions. You put water down, you boil it, so forth. And if you want to use seasoning for it, just only use 1 pack. Only use one season pack of it, or don't use it at all. However, if you're trying to cut out on sodium and such. So boil up the ramen. Boil up the ramen, and let it boil up to where the water starts to evaporate just a bit, to where it's underneath the noodles. and then you take an egg, crack it, and then drop the egg right in the middle of the ramen. And I normally use chopsticks to stir up the ramen noodles. So after you after you crack one egg right in the middle of the ramen noodles, take the chopsticks, stab it right in the middle of the egg, and then start mixing, and then keep mixing as the water is boiling. So that way the egg mixes real well with the noodles. And then you'll start getting that egg broth, like the egg flour soup from the Chinese restaurants.
Yep.
And just keep stirring for a bit until it becomes nice and thick, and the water has evaporated or become broth. And then after it's cooked, turn off the heat, grab a drainer if you don't want too much of the yolk. And what I do is I grab the strainer, put the noodles and the egg into it, and then get rid of the excess. And then I put it in the bowl, and then boom, egg ramen noodle.
Kind of reminds me of the fried noodle pancake that they sometimes do in Japan. They are really good, so you're on the right point anyway, but it's just how you made it and mixed it reminded me of.
I've tried frying it too. There's only about like 3 out of 5 times did it come out the way I wanted it, only because I somehow stumbled across to the right level of oil, and then the last 2 times it's like, stick it to the pan. No, well, there goes my meal.
Betrayal!
Betrayal!
I end up with like real oily noodles that like has a little bit of crunch, and it's like, well, I cooked it. I'm gonna eat it.
After I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, after I started a grease fire in my wok one time, I'm much more shy about trying oil-based foods. Luckily, somehow the training or instincts had kicked in, and I effectively initiated the baking powder or baking soda, whichever the right one is, and it smothered the grease fire. But oof, that was quite the ordeal.
Final sight. Okay, it's 6 a.m. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Night, sleep well.
Yeah, this has been a good podcast. Much better than the Halloween one. That did not quite land well, in my opinion.
What, did it end too short, or you just...
It did end short. Like, we ran out of conversation, and most of the conversation was a bit like, I don't know. It didn't feel right to me.
Let's see. Japanese food. Oh, fried noodle pan. Yeah, I've seen that. It's on my list to try.
Yeah, it looks so good.
I've seen some dishes from Japan, and it's like, I want that.
Me too. Oh,
I was so happy. A new bento, like Japanese restaurant, opened up by my parents' house. Oof, it's so great. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's one of the many benefits of California, a very thriving Asian food community. So
that's one of the benefits of living in America. You get all the random stuff there somewhere, somehow.
Yeah,
it's the melting pot.
Yeah, you guys even have veggie grill. Ugh. You guys
what?
even have veggie grill. Oh,
I know.
Veggie grill.
Yeah, it's like very, very good vegan food that it's both restaurants and takeaway. And I wish we had it in Norway because the food looks so good. Oh.
Well, you could always look up the recipes and try it.
Yes, me who makes bouncing balls out of first price noodles. Yes, I should definitely try deep frying stuff. Yeah.
You know what? You saying that reminds me that I still want to take the time and look up recipes for the Japanese. What was it? Onagi? No, that might not be it.
Unagi. That's like the sweet sauce, right?
No, that's not the rice balls. The
Taiyaki. Taiyaki?
I think so. It basically it's like a rice treat, like a rice cake, or not a rice cake.
Rice cake. Do you mean mochi?
That might be it. It basically it's
It's the thing that they have on a stick with 3 balls, 1 pink, 1 green, and 1 white in anime.
Okay, easiest thing. All right. Pokemon's donuts or sandwiches.
That's
Exactly. I was gonna
Rice
say the same damn thing. Why did they call them donuts? It's so stupid.
Because they didn't have a proper name for it, and
They
even in
poor kids.
Norwegian.
No, they have a proper name for it. They just wanted to
Call
try
it a
to,
rice ball. That's what it was.
they were trying to over here. They literally redrew over it, changing it from a rice treat to freaking sandwich rolling down a hill. And they were trying to Americanize it.
So dumb. So dumb.
Even in Norwegian, they named it risballer, which is rice balls. So I don't get why it suddenly in English was donuts. It's just like that's not a donut.
Because that freaking dubbing companies were like, we need to Americanize this and censor it. It's like, no.
Don't do it. Please don't. Just don't.
And now Sony bought up Crunchyroll, so they're gonna be censoring anime left and right, more than likely.
Yeah, it's just like with everything else. If you like something, buy the physical media version of it before it gets fucked with.
Import.
Yeah, imports for that. That's the thing too. As a dub.
I still need to look up how to import a video game for the PlayStation 4.
Sony's been unusually bad, hasn't it? Even Nintendo censors their games less than Sony. What's up with that?
And they used to be censor happy. Nintendo used to be, controlling.
It's a mad world, man. Ugh.
Yeah, speaking of imports, I still need to see how about importing the English version of a new video game that's come out, Kamen Rider Memory of Heroes. And when I first saw that on YouTube's on Bandai Namco's official YouTube channel, I'm like, I want that game. It looks amazing. Comes out October 29th. Yes. And then I started looking into it, and it's like, oh yeah, the English version is going to be released in Southeast Asia. And I'm like, you suck.
Which is the weirdest thing ever. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean Australia? Like, what other country speaks English primarily?
Asia.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, if it were like Philippines, that'd be Spanish probably more so than English. But anyway.
Well, I mean, if anything, the voice is still gonna be the same, but the subtitles and a lot of the input info is gonna be English.
Like, that's true. That's true.
Like like the help menu and all that. And so I'm going to take the time and look up and see if I can import it or not, because plus I need to see if it's region locked. Even if I import it.
Can you believe that too? That we still live in a time where we have to worry about region locking? It's the damn dumbest thing. That's copyright law bullshit.
If I honestly have to, I keep telling myself, no, I'm not going to bother. But if I have to, I will break my not bother rule and buy a freaking Nintendo Switch just to buy the game, because Nintendo Switch is region lock free, which boggles my mind a bit. Yeah, no, literally, I looked it up, and the thing I found is that Nintendo Switch is region free. In other words, they don't, like, if there's a game released in Japan, you can buy it here in America on your Nintendo Switch. Or you can buy a physical copy and play it anywhere.
It's like basically that's what, like, that's why piracy has ultimately helped out companies too, because it's a response. Like, if you make things harder for people, they're going to find it other places, which is why then iTunes became such a massive market share, because they made it easy for people to download music. And it was the same thing for Netflix and movies and all this other crap. And it's like, just stop fucking with it. Just make it easier for people to buy than to steal, and they'll do it.
Okay, like for instance, Kiss Anime.
Yeah.
People were wanting to watch anime, that was not censored. They wanted to hear and see the stories that was made, so that way they can experience it. But then, Funimation or
4Kids,
whatever 4Kids is now, they were like, oh well, we need to nationalize, not nationalize it, make it American and censor that part. And we need to throw some political stuff. Like, what was it? There was a voice actress that recently got a lot of heat because she straight up says like, "Oh yeah, we're allowed to voice over these lines and change them up to anything we want. We can make them political and da da da."
I mean,
and she got a lot of heat for it, and then she tried to backpedal by saying, "Oh no, I just read what's in front of me." It's like, then why did you say that you can change up the lines any way you want?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's so dumb. Like, first of all, it's like, well, then why are you bringing it over in the first place if you were gonna fuck with it? Like, I don't know. That's like translating something from another language and you intentionally screw with the meaning or intention. Like, that's kind of evil, in my opinion. Like, you're lying to an entire group of people about what the original intent of the author was. Like, if you were going to do that, then you need to be explicit about, like, this is modified, or something on it that says that you exerted some editorial control. But it's like, otherwise, it should be like translating like a Bible or whatever historic religious work, where you're trying to get the intent of the author as closely as you can. I don't know.
You keep your own personal politics out of it.
It just seems like from a moral perspective, like that's pretty. Like I've information is one of the most powerful things. Like that's what separates us from literally every other lower beast, is that we can transmit information over ages. And Chris, so intentionally fucking with that is something that really bothers me.
Chris, I'm sorry, I'm spacing. Where do you live again?
Sweden.
Live in Norway. Norway. Don't lie. It's like me calling you a Canadian.
But you're colored like the Sweden flag.
Wait.
No, I'm not.
Oh, so Chris lives in Australia. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Australian, mate.
No, Norway.
Yes. Yes. We need Chris doing an Australian accent.
Well, that's good to know, Mike. I'm glad to hear that you're from Australia. Anyway, bad joke aside. So in Norway, have you ever seen anything like your shows and whatnot or books from Norway, and then you find a translated version that ends up being completely different from what it originally was? Like in books or TV shows like that?
Not to my memory right now. I think I have seen books or photos with text, but not a series or maybe movie where they have done the talking and texting wrong.
Where they quote unquote censor it or something? Yeah,
or they say something that's more logical to that specific country instead of what it originally was, yes.
Okay, here's a good example besides Pokemon. Sailor Moon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sorry, but I have not seen that.
Okay, well,
yeah, fighting lesbians.
Your best bet is just, if you're gonna watch the original Japanese dub with English subtitles or Norwegian subtitles. I'm sure there's Norwegian. But here in America, when it was put onto Cartoon Network or Toonami, they heavily censored and they changed a lot of things. And now that I'm older and and the internet is what it is now, you can find anything. I found the original episodes that weren't censored or weren't edited, and I'm like, oh my gosh, a lot of these things that they tried to hide are far worse than what was originally shown.
Yeah, that's why like fan dubs are such a treasured thing too. It's like, because again, it's passionate people who actually care about the property rather than it being some kind of commodity that people buy and sell
or whatever.
Well, it's just the dumbest thing. Like, okay, it's like Sailor Moon. So I forget what the two were. Sailor Jupiter and Saturn or whatever. They were a couple. They were not cousins. And it's like, okay, yeah, the 90s. It had a lot of problems with
Neptune and no, it wasn't Jupiter. Anyway, the blonde, one of the blondes, the short hair blonde, and the green hair girl, purple hair, one or two. Yeah, no, in the original series, they're a lesbian couple. And they even say it like, oh, we're a couple. But in the American one, there's some scenes where it suggests that they're a little bit more than just friends. They end up saying, oh, we're cousins.
Kissing cousins. No, but yeah,
That makes me just
that's
worried.
that's just the kind of dumb crap that used to happen, and hopefully because of the internet, it won't happen as much because there's more checks and balances on information.
Well, they're still gonna do it one way or another, but yeah. And then there's a couple of clips. One of the clips I remember seeing recently was this girl reaches out her hands and she grabs ass two of the characters, like she grabs her two of the characters' butts, and they jump forward like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, nothing, I'm just stretching my hands like my coach taught me. I'm like,
oh my
what?
gosh.
I'm just like, what? No, that's not what you did. Anyway, dumb stuff like Sailor Moon is just one example of many other things.
Anyway, so if you are in a position where you are translating something, try to the original intent of the author as much as possible. Like, I know that's at least as someone who grew up within the church, that's something that is always debated about different versions of the Bible too, which is really interesting and surreal about what certain words mean or what the intent behind the author is. But in all the cases we're describing, it's like the person's probably still alive. Like you could just call them on the phone and talk to them through a translator about what they're trying to get at here with this scene. So almost no excuses these days.
Yeah, I kind of remember that from the first Galacon I was at, because then they had the one guy that was voicing Silver Shield or something. He was also one of the guys who had voiced Goku in one of the dubs. And he told us about the story where they had a little girl hanging off a cliff and they needed to save her. But before they were able to jump up and start the saving, something sparkly came out from under her dress. And they asked the producers, what is that sparkly thing? And they laughed and looked at each other and then said, it's pee. The little girl is peeing. That's why it's sparkly going down. And they just got confused because that wasn't funny at all. So they changed it to that it was sweat instead, because she was getting so tired of hanging there in the translation. So that's maybe one of the times I think it's okay to change it. But then again, it's like, okay, it's just the humor of the country, I guess.
Yeah, that's one of those things that where you have those cultural areas too. It's like, I understand. Well, my answer to that would be, I don't think we should have protective children's television. It's like, that is a riskier concept, and so then you label it higher. You make that E10 or teen or whatever. Because then it's like, okay, well, that's the intent of either the author or a reflection of the culture that produced it. And it's a weird kind of then cultural judgment, like every once in a while you'll see something ridiculous like, oh, they covered up their swimsuits with CGI and made them full body coverings in certain countries where that would be it'd be taboo to see someone in just a swimsuit. And so it's just, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where it's better to be honest rather than to be what's the right word? Euphemistic or whatever. And then you give them the primer, like, this is why they did this, because they believe this or whatever. And at least it's an explanation rather than this false reality for I don't know. Because I think we really can trust kids more than most people give them credit for, because otherwise you get these sheltered people that then they become adults and they're suddenly hit with what the world really is. And it's like, I mean, come on, man. Do you not get out? Do you just live in your basement?
I think it's also that you need to treat your reviews with respect. Don't dumb things down.
Don't treat them like idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's like, if you didn't like that, it's the same thing with reading books that have naughty bad words and stuff too. You have it. I don't know. I'd rather just have everything with a big opening monologue about a trigger warning / explanation / cultural insensitivity primer, rather than just removing it altogether. It's like
or have more honest ratings. I mean, because a lot of the anime in Japan they have their own rating system for not just anime but also different TV shows. And it's like, hey, this is meant for like 16-year-olds and up. And then when it's brought here to, I forget which one it was. A friend of mine told me that that Funimation was going to bring over an anime, and then they were going to start removing a lot of the risque stuff that actually made up most of the anime. And one of the things that's pointed out is like, why not just label it higher? It's like, oh no, we gotta make it more for the children so we get a wider demographic and money. And it's like, when it boils down to it, they're just trying to get more money by having children watch it. And it's like, Mom, Dad, buy this for me, instead of actually labeling it as it should be.
Exactly. And that's a whole separate issue too of like, why are we curating things for the wrong demographic? Like for instance, we had this problem 10 years ago in the movie industry where they would take these edgier properties. Still the one that stands out for me is RoboCop. RoboCop, a very edgy, 1987 movie that had very biting political points and whatever, and then at the same time it had very graphic gore and violence and some nudity and stuff too. And they were all, obviously because it's freaking what's his name, Paul Verhoeven, all in the line of like the horror that this man getting destroyed by shotguns and having to be rebuilt as a robot and then basically process the horror that happened to him. But then in 2014, they make the PG-13 version, which I'll admit, the part where they take away the robot suit and he's just basically lungs and a heart, that was impactful in its own way. But when you lose that bite, that touch, it's just not the same. And I don't know. It just
they were also trying to take the set up the original RoboCop where he's mainly machine at first, and then he starts getting his humanity back. They tried to do the reverse of it. It's like, oh well, okay, he's got his humanity still. Okay, flip on the switch, and now he's a robot.
Yeah, so I don't know. We could go on forever about the problem of censorship and stuff, but it's luckily life finds a way. I was actually reading about some old music in the Soviet Union, because the whole recording industry in America grew in the 60s and 70s, like really flourished. In the Soviet Union, some of the stuff that got smuggled in, they had what they called, I think they were called bone records or whatever, because they were basically stealing the print material of x-rays from like laboratories and hospitals and stuff and printing a record-like film on there. And then they had to reinforce it with like a blank card or whatever, but that's the only way they could get like vinyl record copies smuggled or duplicated, was on these old x-ray sheets. And it's just surreal to think of the extent that people have to go through, but life finds a way if there's demand or a impetus for people to seek the truth.
Like I said earlier, if you really want to, you will find a way. If you don't really want to, you're not gonna bother.
Yeah.
And then you'll just sit around complaining about it. It's like, I wish there was a way. It's like, yeah, you just get up and move.
Yeah.
Eventually that's what it comes to sometimes.
Yep.
Luckily, the only anime on my radar right now is Attack on Titan, which the most upsetting thing for me about that is that they changed animation studios, and I don't like it because it's different. No, it looks mostly fine, but there's the little artistic style differences, and I notice, and that's bothering me a little bit, but I'm looking forward to it anyway.
And then some studios they operate in one way or another, and the operation I had my thought. Okay.
Bye, thought.
I know
the way one studio operates works well for a show or a product, and then when another studio gets the same property and then it's like, oh well, we can do it this way, and this way, and it should be all better, and then it just falls apart.
Yeah, I know. Attack on Titan looks about the same in terms of quality, but I know One Punch Man recently had the problem of the second season was not funded nearly as well, so the animation takes a sharp decline in quality, and that was very upsetting for a lot of fans.
I heard that some people actually kind of enjoyed it because it was a little more accurate to the original manga style, where it was just like it was rough and not polished.
That's true. And even before the manga, the original like webcomic the guy did was, it's like pencil sketches. Like it's like Wasteland Survival Guide looking stuff. So I mean, yeah.
The guy literally drew it on napkins and then took a picture and was like, there you go, there's my comic.
So I mean, yeah, it's I did see One Punch Man season 1, and it is very nice, vivid animation, but yeah, at some point it's like, yeah, it sucks, but you just got to accept it if you want that. If you want it in animated form at all, it's better having that than nothing.
Okay, here's another example of studio problems. Miraculous Ladybug. It had like 3 or so different studios working on it, and then one, for some reason, it still hasn't been, to my knowledge, it still hasn't been put out unless they finally put it out there. Not finally, my bad, sorry. Jumping gun here. One studio was fired from working on Miraculous. Like, they were straight up told, it's like, okay, we don't want you working on this anymore. You're fired. Bye.
Oh, wow.
So, and like fans have actually put side-to-side images of how the show looks from these different studios. Like, this one looks this way and this one looks this way. And then you can tell that the studio worked on these episodes. So
I know Korra had that problem too. The Legend of Korra Avatar, whatever, where I think all 4 seasons were primarily done by different like studios or whatever, the animation houses in Korea, and I guess you can really tell. I think there's one season in particular, I think the 3rd one, that goes down in animation quality, which is ironic because it's considered by many to be the peak in writing quality. I
tried getting into Korra. I watched the first few episodes and it was dull. To me it was dull. And then in the first episode where they're looking for the Avatar, and then you got this little girl who blasts her way into the room and is like, I'm the Avatar, deal with it. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that was quite a surprise for me too, because I was so used to Aang, and Aang was the thing I had been growing up with.
I know.
So seeing her, I was just like, okay, you are totally opposite of Aang. This is gonna be interesting.
Well, the Avatar was always a different person, but that's not what gave me the oh no feeling. The oh no feeling was literally her line of, I'm the Avatar, deal with it. And it's like the writers were saying, it's like, this is the Avatar now, so deal with it, fans. And
yeah,
her line was,
this little girl who literally blasts her way into the room. She can already earth bend, she can already fire bend, she can already water bend, and I'm just like, in the back of my mind, I'm just going, this is not how it works. You're not supposed to know this stuff already.
Yeah, I had the same thought, but then it hit me. She is actually the opposite of Aang. She already knows how to do most of the stuff, but she had no clue on how to do airbending. And with Aang, he knew he had already mastered airbending long before he was 16, but he had trouble with all the other elements.
But my problem with it is that he had to learn. He had to be taught how to airbend. The Avatar, literally, in every reincarnation, the Avatar had to be taught how to do the elements again and again and again. You have Korra, who just pops up out of nowhere and says, look, or shows like, I can fire bend, earth bend, and water bend already. Ha!
Yeah, but she hadn't mastered it. She just knew that was something. For me, it makes sense because she's such an opposite to Aang. She was naturally just one of the few who already had a toe inside of those other 2 elements. Because she might also have had a lot to do with other people from other sides of the globe with other type of bending, because how, what shall I say, easy access it is instead of how it was before. So I don't know. For me, it's just like, yes, this is how this avatar is, because, like you said, every avatar season, every avatar is different. Every avatar has to learn, but some of them were more naturally attuned to the elements. Some might have, one of the avatars, as far as we know, might have been naturally attuned to all of the elements long
but
before.
to literally be able to shoot fire and move earth and all that right off the
Did
bat.
you see how much fire that was? That was not much fire. That was like.
I mean, okay, example. Katara still had to learn how to bend. I mean, she knew she had the gift. She knew she could manipulate water, but she still had to learn and master it. You got this little girl who is already who's already manipulating these three elements like no one's business.
But that then is her character. That she is one that powers through. She might have figured out how to do that thing and that thing and that thing, and then got like, yeah! And because of kind of like Rainbow Dash, I got the power, I am powerful, and the ego goes, wee! And of course, with the avatar being naturally talented at bending, like you saw how quickly Aang catched up on water bending when he was learning it, while Katara, who was really good and had been training longer than him, because she's even older, had more trouble learning. So if she hadn't been an avatar, like in that type, if Aang hadn't been that type of avatar he was, I wouldn't been able to accept her like the way she is, because she is the opposite. He was the one about freeing people, getting people together. She was the one that taught people you actually can't be selfish. You actually have to share this world that you now have gotten with the spirits. You're not the one who needs to be freed. Now it's the spirits' turn. She's the one ending the gap. She's the one making everything flow together, like with water.
The thing I felt most bad for by the end of the series was Mako. Because poor Mako has a series of relationships, and not only does he lose them all, but then they all get together with each other. It's like, this poor guy, they couldn't have even thrown him like some bone at the very end. It's just like a hint that he was not gonna like be just, I don't know. It was just really, really weird what happened to him over the series.
Sorry.
Yeah, as I said, I did give Korra a chance. I watched the first 2 episodes, and then by the time the third one came out and I got halfway through, I was like, no, this isn't for me. I'm bored of it. I'm done.
I liked a lot of Korra. I actually got gifted the Blu-ray set recently by a friend, but it definitely, it had a looser narrative. It didn't have that overall like epic story adventure narrative like the original, and part of that is because they didn't have the original like core writer Aaron Ehasz on the staff. It's one of those problems of mixing up like creator dynamics. It causes a shift in any show, but with that one it was just so stark from the beginning that like people noticed.
Yeah, like they kind of did a good job, but again, for me the setting was also a bit lacking, because I really you probably something happened. No, it's back. I didn't really like the big city setting, as you probably remember from early in the stream. I'm not very fan of big cities.
Same.
I think for me it just seemed like there wasn't much of a struggle or much of as Comic Sans, or as you and Comic Sans pointed out, Kriz, is that in the end it became about the physical world and the spirit world being freed, something like that. But it didn't seem like there was much reason for it to go on. I mean, in the Last Airbender, you literally had one nation, the Fire Nation, disrupt life for everyone and everything everywhere. But Korra was just too modernized for me, I guess. It lost that charm to me.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with you there. That did a lot for me. And like Comic Sense said, that she was lacking very much in the spiritual side, which was one of the things that actually saved it a little bit for me, because we got to see how she needed to actually connect with the spiritual side. But again, it was very modernized, and they didn't have much. Even when they were in the spiritual world and when they talked about it, it still felt
Flat.
yeah, that's exactly the word.
I have to say,
But-
though, it felt like season 4, they were like, YOLO. And then they're like, okay, we're just going to have a big spirit mech now.
Yeah,
Tear up the
basically,
city.
like-
I kind of enjoyed that whole section with what's her name, just because it's like, okay, they're just kind of having fun with it now. We're going to have a giant metal robot lady.
Ugh. But I gotta say, it was very nice to see Iroh again.
Oh, he's still alive? Or he was?
He was in the spirit world.
Kind.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
As I said, I didn't make it that far, so I didn't know. I mean, I know some things here and there because internet, and plus, Nickelodeon was doing their best to advertise it. And there was also the online dramas like what was it, Korra and her by the end of the season girlfriend.
Asami?
Yeah, Kasami is like, yeah, we're canon, and I'm like, wait, what happened now?
Excuse you?
So
They really could have prepped that a lot better. Like, it would have been nice to see more of the trend.
Yeah, that was very... I felt that was very forced.
Yeah, it was just a last minute, like the sad thing that happened with the Star Wars Return of the Skywalker, where they put in that one like lesbian kiss in the background, and it's like, oh yeah, that's cool representation that you can easily edit out for
Star
foreign
Trek
markets.
Like Star Trek Picard, 7 of 9, throughout from a lot of the reviews and stuff I've seen. Apparently 7 of 9 was like cold to everyone, and she didn't have interactions with this one female character. But then at the last episode, you see her sitting right next to this one other character, holding hands, all smiley, chummy in a relationship. And it's like, where the heck did that come from? It's just a lot of this. What's the word I'm looking for? A lot of this hand-fisted stuff just kind of gets old after a while. It's like, look, we did this thing for you. All right, Ruby, perfect example. RWBY. Blake and Sun, they were made a couple, and then all of a sudden in the 4th season, or no, 5th later season, suddenly it's Blake and Yang, just because. Fan service.
I felt kind of bad for Sun, because it did feel like a point where they had committed to a path, and then they just kind of flipped to B on it, so to speak, flipped to B.
And there was no real writing showing later on that Sun and Blake were breaking up. Like, he literally traveled with her to help her, and then it's like, bye, I'm going with someone else now.
Yeah,
cool. I'm cool with that. I'm like, no, Sun, like, what?
Yeah, Skybolt, I think you have some pressure on you to make sure that if you make any couples in your series, you need to make it reliable.
Yeah.
Do proper build up. Just do proper work, and you've been doing proper work. So
I'm gonna have to go back to the old orgy theory. That's how it's all gonna end.
Okay.
Oh, that was an old joke. Never mind.
Okay. I was just confused because I think you have done pretty good couples building.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You guys should know that was the longest build up for a couple.
Yeah.
I try. It's all the great experiment is my entire writing career. That's the real truth.
Yeah, before you know it, every time you have both me and Web Shooter in a series, those two characters end up together just to keep the joke alive.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I have a lot of ideas, but I'm kind of testing the waters with season 1 to see how we'll unfold some stuff.
Yeah. Wait. Batterblade. Who's voicing Batterblade again?
I am Shadow. Did.
Yeah. Shadow is in the Chronicles too, right?
Yes. She plays. We haven't introduced her yet.
Nah, wait, not. You don't have to say. I'm
She
just
is in the
checking. So
series.
would Cinder and her end up together too?
No.
You have such a
I can
good
pretty much
chemistry.
confirm no on that one. That's not going to work out.
Sorry.
It is funny.
Uh,
That's
yeah.
the hard part too, is when you're writing with the framework of a tragedy from the start. That it's. I guess I kind of had the idea of like. Well, I really liked Rogue One. That's probably not a good sign, but the idea of the I guess going into the depth about an end that already happened. I like I described 2 scenes ago. It's like that one Twilight Zone episode of the guy that survives the apocalypse and he's alone with his books. Like. What do you do? What do you write about? How do you reflect if you're the last man on Earth, and you have this chance? You can write this. You're the only one who can write the story of the end. So how do you write it? So I guess that was kind of the driving idea.
You start with I am sad because I can never have my favorite takeaway ever again.
Yes, that's right. I don't know how to work the McDonald's deep fryer. I just want my Big Mac.
I just want my dumplings.
I just want my apple pie, damn it.
Yeah, it's apple pie.
Apple bottom jeans.
Or was it the French apple pie with the cinnamon? Oh man.
I don't know.
I just want an apple pie.
Oh, there we go. That's a good. This is complete spin-off nonsense question. Let's play the island game. What is the one food? Let's say fast food, just to make it fun. One fast food item, but it's the only thing you can eat on the island. There's a magic box that just makes those. What are you gonna choose?
Okay, so question. Is that the type of food, or is it only that single one type of that specific food?
Let's say it's a restaurant. There's a magic restaurant of choice, some kind of fast food, and that's your only eatery option for the rest of your life on that desert island, or whatever.
I choose food court.
Food court. Is that a specific
Does that
brand?
have everything?
No, no. Denied.
Hey!
Nice try.
I see what you did there.
I choose the food court for the mall. Wait a minute, you can't have that.
Oh yeah, then I choose a DFW airport, which has like fucking 5 dozen restaurants in it or something.
Congratulations, you're no longer alone.
Yay.
Now you can take an airplane off the island.
You're not alone if you have 2 pounds of Texas barbecue in your stomach.
No, then you're dead.
Yeah, you are. I'm going to go with Taco Bell. Taco Bell has been my friend in life ever since I learned to drive, and my first nostalgic memories were formed.
I think I gotta go with Japanese food, basically, or Chinese food, because it has more of the things that I can actually eat without my tummy going owie.
Do you have is there a specific restaurant in, like, near you, or, like, in Oslo or someplace that you like?
You know, Oslo is the other side of the country for me.
I know, I'm just trying not to, pinpoint your location.
Yeah, true. Sorry, I'm just like, don't compare me
so
to
I'm
Oslo.
listing big
Oslo is
cities,
like that
Berge,
place.
Trondheim. Whenever you're in Trondheim, where do you go to have Chinese food?
It's like that's almost like it's like, hey, you're just like the people from the east side. I'm from the north. How dare you compare me?
Like, excuse you?
South
Do I
side,
compare
sucker.
you to those guys?
Stay on your side of the tracks.
Yeah. Stay on your side of the mountains.
Oh my gosh, I've been watching Sopranos, and I'm getting this from Norway. Oh my god.
Okay. Basically, I think, like, I don't think I can ever. What would? I think I would go with dumplings, because the white type of dumplings, not the dim sum, because you can have so many different things with it. I know I might get bored of the white bread type of stuff, but it will still have so many different things inside of it. Like, you can have with soup, you can have it vegetables, you can have it meat, you can have with like some crunchy bread stuff. So
Is that a
It's a lot of
restaurant though
things.
that makes those? Like,
yeah, it's called Greenpeace. It's
Okay.
here close to where I live, and they
Okay.
have a lot of other
that's all I
goods
was
too.
looking for.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
that's good. You've got yours.
Nom nom nom.
It barely qualifies as fast food, but I'll allow it.
Yay!
So I don't start a turf war.
Fast food restaurants.
All right. Yes, Webb. Hopefully you understand the
But
question.
Did you want me to say McDonald's?
Oh, well, yes. That would have been the funny answer. But no, we had to have this whole
Conversation.
Hold on, I'm racking my brain here. I'm throwing a lot of pros and cons at myself. Hold on.
I remember the very first Breakroom podcast, we had a similar discussion with James Vermont, who lives in South Africa. And
Hey.
we came to the conclusion that for whatever reason, KFC is the most international of fast foods. Because it's got so many locations in all these
But-
foreign markets.
We don't have KFC in Norway.
But you do have, yeah, I know, except for the really big ones like McDonald's.
Yeah, we have McDonald's. Yeah, okay, then it's okay. Yeah.
But it's kind of
Okay,
an
I think
asterisk
so.
because McDonald's goes with the military bases, so it's not quite the same.
I've made my choice.
Okay.
Okay.
If I was trapped on an island and I can only have a quote unquote one magical fast food restaurant, I'd choose Wendy's.
Okay, there you go. It's a good choice.
Decent, because they have a lot of different stuffies.
And
they
Wendy, she's a very nice lady. You-
No,
on the
he's
back
not.
side of the
He's not.
restaurant is nothing but fan art of Wendy.
No, I gotta say, I don't think Wendy is such a nice girl, because when I ate at Wendy's when I was at America for a few years ago,
Mhm.
I asked the waiter if I could have a straw because ice make my teeth hurt. And see, even though she had 3 straws on her, in her the apron you have, she said, no, they're only for children. And then I said, and what am I, a potato? And then she was just angry and left. And I was angry too, because now I had to have pain in my teeth when I drank the Coca-Cola.
Oh
Right.
my gosh.
What Wendy's did
I'm
you
so
go to?
sorry.
In Arizona.
Wendy is not a nice girl. She's a bad girl.
No, she refuses me my straw. I don't like her.
Well, I think a more serious aside to that joke is the idea of Starbucks did it just right. It's like, okay, we can't have plastic straws anymore, or shouldn't, or whatever. So just make the lids with the little sippy top. It's perfect. It's like, it's so easy that all these other restaurants could absolutely be doing right now, but no, we're going to screw around with these goofy metal, Rube Goldberg machines in our pocket. No one's bringing
I have to say though, the food at Wendy's was very good.
There you go. Okay,
It
good
was
job,
just
Wendy.
a mean waiter.
Fresh,
my
never
favorite
frozen
thing-
burgers cut into squares.
Whoa, what the heck?
Potatoes?
I will be right back, guys.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Wendy has visited him.
Yeah, Wendy was like, excuse you, what did you say?
Are you ready for fourth meal? I'm ready for fourth meal. Oh my god.
I'm ready for breakfast.
Yeah, you're ready for first meal.
Yeah, it's soon 8 in the morning for me.
That's true. Oh my gosh.
We've been streaming for 6 hours.
This has been a very great redemption arc for the last stream, which did not end well, in my opinion. So-
Yeah, why did it go so bad? I remember we had a bunch of people.
Yeah, I think that might have been it. It was the madness of crowds, so to speak.
Ah.
It's better
Yeah.
when the chemistry is simple and straightforward.
Yeah, that's true. It's like too many chefs makes a lot of garbage.
Too many cooks,
That's-
too many cooks, too many
Yeah.
cooks.
Mine was bad. That was a mean one.
No. That's a great reference. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
They make a lot of garbage. No, that's not nice. Too many chefs in the kitchen makes mess. That's better. Because it wasn't garbage. It was just messy.
I don't think the original quote of that even goes that far. I think the concept is just that there are too many too many idea people and not enough production people. Like there's a more offensive older version of that saying that's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, which is awful, and don't say that. But that's the idea, is that you have too many people who think they're leaders giving orders rather than people that are just carrying out the operation to be done. So yeah. I think that's the idea behind too many cooks.
I always thought it was cooks because, it kind of makes sense.
Yes, cooks are very emotional people. You can't trust them sometimes.
Imagining if you have like 7 Gordon Ramsays and none of them are able to agree or work together.
That's
gonna
true.
be messy.
No, I've always wanted like a buddy comedy of Gordon Ramsay and and Guy Fieri. Just like an odd couple for those two. Be amazing.
Oh, I'm so. I want dim sum. I want
know.
food.
I know. I'm getting hungry myself, unironically. I had like a late lunch, and I'm like, that's good enough. We'll probably talk like 3 hours.
Excuse you? Have you forgotten how long our streams usually get?
I know. We really need our own branding at this point, to be honest. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, because the next stream is gonna be the 100 one, and wasn't that the one where we continue as long as we get $10?
No. That's James's own separate thing. Whatever James wants to do, he can lead that charge, and I'll show up for some of it, but I'm not taking charge on that.
Okay.
The original
so
idea was the 100 stream would have been the holiday founders cast. I don't know if it'll play out that way. We'll see what happens, but that could be a good idea for relabeling. Creating a branch off series is not counting it in the direct canon. Although then again, that wouldn't work because I've been counting the Banana Cast in canon. So
it's the Banana Cast.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hello.
We'll have our own theme song too. We'll pick some Viking metal that doesn't have isn't copyrighted in the international system.
Hey, you can just ask Kelly to make his own nightmare, and then I can sing some Norwegian stuff on it. There we go.
Cool. All right, so yeah, my neighbors are having a party, and one of them decided to shoot off fireworks.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So it's all good. I mean, it sounded like gunshots at first, but everyone's still out there drinking, singing, having a good time. So
okay, that's good. Yeah, be careful of that. We don't want that. No one's getting shot tonight.
Thank God. All right, so yeah, before the fireworks went off, I was gonna say that my favorite thing from Wendy's is the Asiago Ranch Chicken Club.
Ooh, that is good. I've had that before.
I always get spicy.
Nice. I guess, should we make it just 10 more minutes, get to the 6.5 hour mark, and call it a night?
I thought we were going to work on a theme song.
That's Kelly's department.
Yeah, like I said, Kelly can just make something from his nightmares because, the Vikings invaded England, and I just do some Norwegian singing. There you go.
Kelly, search your deepest dreams of your ancestors and find a good theme song for us.
And maybe add some Norwegian folk music or something.
Get Norman, bitch.
We need some hardingfela, we need some drums, we need some
That's amazing.
Angry guys in the background yelling some Norwegian words.
As a placeholder, we'll use one of my favorite, one of my new favorite covers of all time, which is the Sabaton cover of Metallica's "For Whom the Bell Tolls," which I honestly think is much better than the original Metallica version. Go check that out if you have the chance. Sabaton, "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
Kelly, we need some.
I'm gonna have you send that message because that's incredible.
Hook Kelly up to the Animus.
Listen, Saxon man. Oh my God!
It would be really funny and odd at the same time.
He's just gonna send us back freaking Immigrant Song. That's where that came from.
It'd be funny as if he checks his family lineage. He's like, "Oh, look, I'm part Viking too."
Yeah, he'll end up being all Norman. That'll be the joke. He is from the south of England. That's very legitimately possible.
Oh,
So the Vikings invade themselves.
Yeah, it's one big happy family. Sweden and Norway invaded each other a couple times. It's all good.
yeah.
When it's
Yeah,
a little
you know.
bloodshed between
What's a little bloodshed between family? You know,
shipmates.
no problems. You know that happens. Oof.
I have to wonder what the weakest argument for bloodshed is. So what started this one off? He stole my fish.
Exactly. That's a legit reason.
It was a pretty big
At least
fish.
back in the day.
He stole the fish that I stole from Scotty.
Yeah, that works too.
From the Scotty.
From the Scotty. Scotty, I have a. Where am I going?
Chris, how much have you had to drink?
Water?
Yeah, I don't think you do drink, right? Or not much.
No, I don't. I
No.
don't. For me, it's like I think sake is interesting, so I will take a sip because I want to know the taste and how they are. But I wouldn't drink.
Yeah, you're like analyzing it, like, interesting.
Yes, exactly. That's
Research
exactly
this
what I'm doing.
Japanese alcohol.
Yes. I would like. I don't do it with everything. It's just sake, or if somebody made homemade mead.
Homemade.
Oh, I've had mead.
Yeah, it's quite good. Well,
Regular mead by itself, it definitely takes a little getting used to. But
that depends which type you have.
It's basically honey alcohol, right?
Yep,
Okay.
that's basically what it is. But it also depends on how they made it, because I know the Danish one that they usually drink is more true to the core what it was before, but the Norwegian one is sweeter, without the powerful honey taste.
Oh, interesting.
So it depends on what you like, but I will bring the Danish one when I come to Ciderfest.
Okay,
so
there you
people-
go.
You can
Yeah,
have a
the,
taste if you want to.
I mean,
Yeah, the
Milwaukee is beer city, so you're definitely going to find drinkers there.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough that people can get drunk,
No.
but at least you can have a taste.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
the mead I had was not that sweet, but you can still get a good buzz afterwards. And what's funny is this is when I went and visited my brother in over back east, and we were out and about, and we all went to this place that had mead, and while drinking mead, you can also throw hatchets.
Oh, there you go. Now we're having fun.
Go there.
So yeah, no, we went to the I forget the exact name. It was Viking something.
Oh my god.
Of course.
Yeah, we went there. We went to this place where you can drink mead or alcohol of any kind. They had other stuff too, but I had mead, and we threw hatchets. And I got the bent hatchet. I got instead of it like being perfectly straight at the end, like the top half was starting to turn from how many times it's hit. But what's funny is when I threw that hatchet, when I threw the bent one, it always stuck to the board. Now, when you throw the one that was perfectly straight, it would fly, hit the board, and then bounce off.
It hasn't been bent properly for aerodynamics. You grab the bent one, which was broken in.
Oh well, by the time we were done, there was my brother, his wife, and one of their best friends, who's also like an extended family member, and myself. So there's four of us. So we had 4 hatchets total. 2 of us were allowed to go into the cage, and each of us had 2 hatchets. Well, by the time everything was said and done, 2 of the hatchets were broke.
Okay, there you go.
The head came off the handles.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that broke. I would call that bad smithship.
No, the wood broke. The wood of the handles broke. But yeah, the head needed sharpening and straightening.
It's just like you take care of your axes.
Well, we weren't the only ones throwing them, because
No, I'm not saying you were bad. I'm saying the one who owned them were bad because they weren't taking properly care of them.
I agree.
they do what they can.
If you're mixing alcohol and hatchets, you need strong hatchets from the get go.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be too sharp because if they're properly drunk, you never know what they do.
Someone's gonna lose a hand eventually.
You're lucky if it's only a hand.
Yeah, you're right. You're lucky you're not getting tomahawked right down the middle.
Well, there was a couple of times that either my brother's wife or his friend, his friend, he would throw the hatchet, and then the hatchet, even though the blade made contact with the wood, for some reason, I guess because of the force or whatever, plus he's taller than me,
I see
it would
Jam is quite occupied.
it would bounce off and then come like towards us. It would bounce. It would hit the wood hard enough to bounce off and come towards us. So it was like, watch out!
Nice.
But we all had fun.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The most dangerous thing like that we've done, not directly involving weapons, but we had my brother's bachelor party. We went to one of these indoor, like, not go-kart, but kind of like the go-kart racing things. This called K1 racing. And you could go pretty fast. I think they get up to like 50 miles per hour if you have a straight enough track. But yeah, they have like really like quick acceleration and stuff. Anyway, most of them were already drunk, and I was the DD, so I was driving us around. But yeah, they were they were taking some wide turns that they really shouldn't. They really should turn faster. But yeah, so they were bashing the hell out of the track and everything. Drunk driving these go-karts. Oh shoot, did the stream reset?
Not that I know of.
We're still going.
Okay, good. Anyway, yeah, so that was pretty funny.
Yeah, alcohol and anything can become dangerous.
Yeah, especially if somebody is emotional and unstable.
True.
Yeah, you do not want to be a therapist at a drunken party.
Oh my gosh. And so are you like psychoanalyzing everyone that's there?
No, it's more like if one gets to hear that I have that profession, then everybody starts running around.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then you sit there, and then it's like a line behind every person, and you just sit there trying to help, and then they're like, okay, bye, at a random time in the conversation. So the next person starts like, okay, so this is my life, and I'm just like, what?
And that's the worst because you're getting all the sad drunks like primarily. So they're
And-
already
Always,
crying.
but often.
You tell the sad drunks like, 1 sec, I need another drink myself.
No, because I don't drink.
No, I mean not you specifically, but I'm just saying like any psychiatrist in your profession.
This is literally one of the Sopranos episodes that I was just watching.
Yeah, I don't know. Drunk people can either be the scariest or the most adorable thing you will ever come across.
It just, as you said, it just depends on how they start drinking.
How they
Like
start
it-
drinking and what mental state they were in before they started drinking.
Hmm.
Because, sad drunk is sad.
Well, there's also a few that they can start off happy, and then next thing you know, it's like, they start raging. It's like, whoa, where'd that come from?
Yeah, and then if you actually start talking to them and look them in their eyes, they just break. And they just go all the way down to the floor and start sobbing. And then you're just like, did I hurt you? Ugh, drunk people are weird.
I've seen a few, and there's a few that I've seen that made me go, nope, I'm staying over here in my corner.
I'm not touching that. Yeah. That's gonna be interesting because
How's
I
that
like
happen to you?
people.
Where you've done drunk therapy sessions?
Yes, that's why I have the stories.
Oh, right.
You thought I was talking out of my imagination?
No, I thought you were being proverbial.
What's that?
representative without actually having an anecdotal example.
Oh.
So, like, in theory, it's really bad to, I don't know. I don't have a ready example of that on hand.
I think I would have said that I haven't experienced this, but I've heard.
Yeah,
then I would
that's
said that
good.
first.
Okay.
Just so you know, I like people to have the correct information.
Then I caught it wrong. My bad.
It's okay. That happens. I do it a lot too.
Okay, what's a good silly question or thing to end the stream out on? A good end.
Have you had any returning customers?
Bow chicka. No.
As a therapist.
I mean, I think most of them you see a few sessions, right? That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
No, I meant like the bar thing that we were just talking about. It's like, hey, I kind of remember you at the bar. So can we go to your office and continue what I kind of remember?
That's the funny part. A lot of them don't unless they are drunk. That's the funny part.
Selective memory. All you need is the right thing to select it.
Yeah.
Or deselect, rather.
Like you need to have the passcode to this certain memory chip.
Yeah, which state you're in. Oh, you need to talk to Drunk Bob. He's the one that knows where the car keys are.
So, are you currently using the fidget or the widget?
Oh my gosh. Now that would be mind blowing. Like separate personalities that speak separate languages. Oof.
That's scary.
Yeah, there's some people who does that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure at least one person has had that in their life.
Mm. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. So I want to ask you guys, what is the weirdest social experience you have had that didn't turn out to be dangerous?
This one today, right now.
Well, thank you. I love you too.
Just kidding.
Let me think. How much time do we got? No, I'm kidding.
Well, I have all
She
day.
charges by the hour, 100 krona.
100 krona. You know that's like $10 for you guys.
That's true. I keep forgetting the price exchange.
Okay.
That's a good deal. Yeah, so you should go with that.
Well, since you got Skybolt's mailing address, so just send the bill to him.
Okay.
I'm forwarding it to the IRS.
Yeah. No. You know what? All therapy sessions on air is from now on paid by EAST Corp. You're welcome.
Wait a minute, EAST Corp. Skybolt owns EAST Corp, so he's still paying.
But our bank account is in a non-disclosed Swiss fund, so it's out of my reach.
Oh,
Yeah, you still have to pay though.
Don't you mean the 716 area code?
Also, my name is on it, so you could go bark up the wrong tree there, Norman boy.
Excuse
right,
you. Did you just assume my gender?
No, I was talking to Webb, but yes.
Yeah, I was kidding. I should make jokes. I'm not good at making jokes.
That was joke.
Okay. What was the original question again? Oh, weirdest social situation that wasn't dangerous.
That you've had that wasn't dangerous.
I would say it was that one Christmas party like 8 years ago where I in a totally plutonic PG rated way, I was meant to drive these two girls home after the Christmas party at it was 10 p.m. when we left the party, quote unquote. And we ended up sitting in my car like the entire night, just talking and bullshitting like this, like a podcast. But it was just the three of us, and we were just sitting in my car in the middle of parked on the side of their street of the friends that we went to the party at. And so then at sunrise, we were like, oh crap, this is not good. I drove both of them home and dropped them off at 7 a.m., which would have been awful optics otherwise. But yeah, so that was surreal.
Nice.
It was partially due to the coffee I had. I don't know, I guess they had something too before we even went to the thing. But it was it was just very stream of consciousness. We talked about some deep stuff and some more personal stuff, and yeah, it was kind of cool.
Very nice. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
I want to say, I don't know. There's probably been a few things, but I don't remember all the details. It's kind of blurs after a while. And no alcohol was involved. Talking with a random person while working the parking lot at my job at the arena.
That sounds
Like-
nice.
Yes and no. This guy was talking a mile a minute, and his actions were a bit frantic-y. You know, like he could swing at you at any moment, and you'd be lucky enough to see it coming.
Oh, a crackhead thing. Uh-oh.
No, he wasn't a cracky, but you could tell he had some screws missing. And
That's tense.
And-
Oh,
and
that
he
was
just-
very uncomfortable.
he got to talking about something about the sky not being real and stars and this and that, and then I don't know, like he looked at his watch and was like, oh, and he's like, oh shoot, I gotta go for rotating mushrooms.
Oh,
Something?
no.
No, I asked him, I was like, rotating mushrooms? Like, yeah, I gotta rotate them so that way when the sun comes up, they don't get burned. I'm like, okay.
I hate the fact that I
what?
actually probably understand what he's saying there. Like
Should I be worried about you, Skyball?
no, it's still legal here.
Okay, so what do you think he was stating on
You can buy like grow your own mushroom kits like at home and stuff, and usually like hipstery type people, they'll put them in just like mason jars, and so you fill the jar with like the growth medium, which is some kind of like dirt or whatever, because the funguses, and mixed in the dirt is all the mushroom spores. And then you basically water it just enough to keep it that perfect moist temperature, and then after a few days, they'll congeal together and mushrooms will come out of the top of the jar. And yeah, obviously some sunlight needs to be involved for it to have its growth cycle. And so he probably is literally turning the jars like little bits so they get evenly sunned.
Well, it wasn't in jars. The only reason why I know this because he says like, yeah, if I don't turn that pie pan, they're gonna look weird in the
Okay.
morning or something. I'm like,
Well,
what?
I mean, yeah, the crackhead isn't going to have a mason jar. He's going to have a pie pan.
Well, as I said, he wasn't the crackhead type because I've seen him around, and not once was he drugging or anything. I think he was mainly unstable. As you said, maybe mushroom spores got to his brain because I do remember for health class, I do remember like trying to look up a topic for an essay, and like for germ spores and whatnot, and some stories about people who grew up near mushrooms, certain poisonous mushrooms, ended up being affected mentally or nervous system wise because of the
Yep.
spores.
Dang, that's hardcore. I remember too. I was going up for I think it was Everfree 14 or 13, one of the Everfrees, and this guy got on the plane sitting next to me. I was in the window seat, unfortunately, and he was in the aisle seat, and luckily there was no one between us. But this dude was tweaking so bad. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's gonna OD as soon as we take off. He's just gonna die. And he twitched for a while, and he took something that I assume was like a knockout pill or whatever, because then about 10 minutes into the flight he finally stops moving enough. He's still breathing, but he's not like tweaking like actively, like literally the South Park character. And then he woke up and he was a little bit more normal, but oof, that was something else. I legitimately thought this dude took way too much of something and he's going to overdose as soon as the plane leaves.
Maybe his nerves were on the fray because he was nervous about flying or something.
I don't know. It could have been anything. Maybe he had a tick or but the general aesthetic to him, he had like a dirty blue like sweatshirt jacket and unkempt hair and unshaven face, like Dr. House like ×3 kind of thing. And so
Well, like he said, he can be very stressed, and if he is one of the guys who has beard that grows very fast, and he didn't have the opportunity to shave in the morning, that might also explain it. And you said he might have been nervous, so, then you're kind of not focusing on looking pretty. Then you're just focusing on getting there and getting over with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yep.
I usually, when I was, sorry for interrupting, when I was pendling back and forth from the school, I sometimes traveled in my PJs.
Oh yeah, that's cozy.
Yeah, because this is like the reindeer PJs I had.
Oh.
So very clearly PJs.
Oh.
So I was just like this teenage grown girl that was walking into airport in bright blue PJs of this like cozy fabric with reindeers with red noses and like a giant jacket. And you can see in her eyes that she's so tired she doesn't want to talk to a single person. So you just ignore her. But she's so tired.
That's really adorable.
Well, one of the police guys looked very shady at me, and I just looked back at him slowly blinking because I was so tired. I just like, and then he was just like, okay, you're just tired. I just, yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing some people like that in the airports. Like they were in their PJs and whatnot. Like they got off the planes like that, or they were getting on planes like that.
Yeah.
Or apparently they actually slept in the airport and so on and so forth.
Yeah. The PJs are like the best thing to travel in. It's comfy, it's warm, and it's comfy.
Oh, I just remembered another parking lot story from my job at the arena. And there's this guy known as the Star Trek guy. And I guess at the time, I guess he was homeless. Like he'd been around and whatnot. And one of the other guys that had worked at the arena before he was let go for reasons told me that they busted this guy down in the loading area, and he had been there for a while. The only reason why they know that he'd been there for a while is because he had like a chalk or crayon or something to draw on the wall with, and he's not all there. I can tell you that right now because I seen him. I met him again later on, and we chit chat. He's like, "Yeah, the stars and spaceships and so on and so forth," and he's like, "So yeah," and like he was out there space wise. Like he believed in motherships and spaceships and stuff about Star Trek being real.
Hell yeah.
So apparently he had been busted before down in the loading dock area, and he had drawn on the side of the arena on the wall full detail schematics of the Starship Enterprise.
Like, does it look legit or does it look
like from what I was told, it was like full detail legit blueprints of the USS or the Enterprise from the Next Generation. Like it was impressive, but the guy also was still needing to get out of there. So he ended up with his name as the Star Trek guy.
Understandable. But still, that's impressive he can do that from memory and are able to draw it that clearly. That, I gotta say, takes a little credit. Hello!
Why are you people here?
Who? Huh? Who's here? Who's here? I must see.
Is here.
It's the film shoot!
It is
Oh,
the film shop.
hello.
Film shop studios. Nice to meet you.
Too bad it's not Kelly. Kelly.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Hello, Kelly.
Yeah, hello.
I'm just mighty, mate. How are you, Dad?
Mate, okay, you went Australian there. You went from British to Australian.
What's the matter with
Yeah,
being? Hey, now, what's the matter with being Australian? What's the matter with you?
You know, you gotta flip the pancake.
You're the hillbillies of Europe, okay?
I
thought that was
don't
Iceland.
say that to my face. You no good. You no good. Wannabe Yank.
Well, if I could, no, redneck. Get it right. Yankees are northern. We're southern.
Remember the difference.
You damn Southie.
Southie.
Yeah,
Well, I'll show
selfie.
you the way down under, Sonny.
It's so
Uh.
bad because I have a friend of mine who has a couple that is two guys, both they are like from the different sides that you guys are now talking, and they are a
Redneck versus
couple.
Australian.
Yes, so they're together. So every time they start to argue, she just say, "Oh, just kiss already." And I kind of got that.
kiss already.
Yeah. And I kind of got that image in my head when you guys started talking.
Yeah, it's one of those bickering to the point where you're just all right. Let's get married.
Well, I am going to apologize for my terrible attempt at a Australian accent.
Oh, don't worry. You probably did better than I can.
So anyway, nice to meet you, Film Shot. I think this is the first time we've ever really chit-chatted.
This is the first time you and I have chit-chatted here on this here place.
On this here place.
I only know that because your volume was at a level 100.
Whee!
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, Film Shot shows up and Skybolt says bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were already at the end of the night, unfortunately, so we're probably wrapping up here soon.
Yeah, I gotta get going. It's after 11, and I don't want to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
So web shooter,
Aren't you already orange though?
It's already starting. Run!
I'm not orange. I am tan.
Oh, it's a shade of brown. Got it.
Yes.
Just like Donut from Red versus Blue. It's a shade of red. Yeah.
Rest in peace, Red versus Blue. You're no longer on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. That does stuck, doesn't it?
Yeah, Rooster Teeth is pretty much pulling all their stuff off the net. I mean, Ruby's already gone, so
Oh.
Yeah,
All
literally
great things must come to an end.
well, they're gonna put it on the streaming service on their website, Rooster Teeth.
yeah, where they get money, streaming service like Disney and Netflix.
Yeah, and then you got to watch like 10 minutes of commercials just to watch a 5-minute show.
Mm-hmm. With money, they got big.
They got the money.
Everything's good until they get big.
They got the money. By the way, Film Shot, do you got Chris's money?
Do I have what?
What is he gonna pay? He hasn't
All I-
gotten any
All I
therapy.
heard was money. What? What's money got to do with something?
Okay, you guys gotta stop saying money because I'm starting to get Abba's song stuck in my brain.
Money, money, money.
Nice.
Money.
Must be
Show-
funny in a
show
rich
me the
man's
money.
world.
Well, as soon as you jumped into the chat, Kriz is charging you for therapy sessions.
I am.
That is how it
Yes.
works.
I am.
Can I just be the therapist?
Are you a certified therapist?
Not officially.
He is
but
now.
I can go there. Everything will be okay.
Perfect.
Just
That's all you got to
take
do.
Just do the American way. Just take these pills and you'll be fine. That'll be $3,000.
No, that's a shrink. That's a shrink. That's a psychiatrist. That's a shrink. That's not a
psychiatrist,
therapist.
therapy. What's the difference?
My
The
dear,
difference is one is going to drug you, the other one is going to actually look at all the aspects of your life and actually figure out what's wrong and what you need to change if you actually want to get healthy.
yes.
No. No.
Very intriguing.
You?
One
Miss
prescribes nerve meds and one
Very
just
intriguing.
prescribes a different type of sleep med. That's it's just
So don't make me go Norwegian on you.
you gotta swim.
Oh, she already went Norwegian on all of us. It was Skybolt's fault.
Skybolt.
Are you just going to start that meme that everything is Skybot's fault?
I mean, yeah, he does everything.
No, it's also Film Shot's fault.
Gotta
He
take the
jumped
good
into
with the
chat.
bad, man.
I've been here for 2 minutes.
Hey, that's long enough.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes too long. Darn. Too long.
Okay, fine. I'll take the blame again.
There.
It was I.
Everything will be okay.
It was I. I stole the pills from Film Shot's therapist.
Yes. No. I am the therapist. I'm the one who talks.
I am. Oh wait, hold on. Now I got to do this. Because you got me thinking of it.
Come on. That's what the change.
You got me thinking of it, so I got to do it now. I am the terror that flaps in the night.
Oh, now you're talking in this tone, are you? Well,
I am the ink stain on the facility.
Let's snort.
I'll show you, tyranny. You hooligan.
Oh, pipe down, you old fool.
Old? Who are you calling old?
I'm older than you, so shut up, you whippersnapper.
Old don't mean nothing with me.
Skyballs, help!
I'll show you, you old fool.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
I could see we're gonna get along.
You and I share the same goal.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Entertaining this little one right here.
Are you
Oh,
sure? Are
boy.
you sure? My goal be over there at the grocery store.
Yeah, what? Grocery store.
I don't know. I went off the wall just for that one.
Like, oh, no, what the other then? Huh?
Excuse me, sir. Are you trying to mimic me? Are you trying to mimic me? No, you cannot mimic me like that. No,
Oh,
no.
yeah, I can, sir. I can mimic you very well. I can mimic everything you do. Yes, sir. I can. Hello. This is Peggy. And we help you. Yes, this is credit card company number 2. Yeah, you have social security problem.
No. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes, Ted. No. It's not how it goes.
Excuse me, sir. No. You have it wrong, sir. You have it very wrong.
First you gotta go, and then you guys say, "Hello, I'm from the IRS Treasury
No.
Department."
We do it live here. We don't do recordings here, sir.
No, it's not recording. No, I call all the time. No,
I call all the time. I give you good warranty deals.
I call all the time, and I say that I'm from the Treasury Department.
No, I know you may be from the Treasury Department, but we have warranties. We are more legit. Nobody believe you.
Oh, you may have warranties, but I have warrants.
No, you have warrants, do you? Well, guess what? I have. What's it called? No. Warranties. We have good insurance policy.
We have reached our goal. She's not start laughing. Breathe, Chris. Breathe.
There. Breathe in and out. In and out.
It will be fine.
Just hold the nose. Maybe that'll make it stop.
Yeah, Chris. Take 2 film shots pills and then call him in the morning.
Yes. That will be $3,000. Thank you.
And before you pay, please make sure to give us some contact information. That way we can get hold of you later on.
Oh no, it'll be $3,000 up front, and if you pay monthly, we'll charge interest, so that make it like $3,500.
No, if you call me instead, and you also pay me the extra money for the warrant, you won't have to pay him.
You called me. I give you better deal.
Now listen here. I am the one. I am the one.
You listen here. No, you listen here, son.
Oh, you listen here.
No, you not. No. Don't make me call on you. I'll call the police on you.
I will call you call center. I will call you call center.
I call you supervisor. I call you supervisor.
I am your supervisor.
No, you can't pull the same trick on me, sir. I am the supervisor too.
How are you supervisor when I am supervisor?
I am supervisor of here. You are supervisor of that.
No, I am supervisor here because you're on the phone right now.
Yes.
Okay, guys, you gotta stop, or I'm gonna fade.
I have one more, but I don't know if she can take it.
Give me a 5-minute break.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1005. Comic Sans Pony says, "Breathe, Chris."
I'm trying.
Here, this should help. Clear.
Clear.
Yeah, I used those at one point. That ain't a fun moment.
Quick, check her pulse.
Is she breathing? Yes, she's laughing. Okay. Yeah.
She's turning blue. Quick, get the dye.
The die. Yeah, you gotta paint her lips back to being pure red, pink.
No, don't pink. I don't like pink.
Look, her coat's turning blue. Quick, get the yellow paint can.
Coat's turning blue. I guess no. That's not how that works in the show. They just turn gray.
Gray's overrated. It's
Gray's
so last
overrated.
century.
Excuse me, sir. I'm a gray horse. What do you have to say about gray again?
Oh my gosh, like gray is so last century. We need to like give it some color.
I have blue eyes, blue-lined hair, and a blue scarf. Is that good enough for you?
Now we just need to change your hair to blue. No, actually, you need to turn green because green will stand out more with the blue that you already have.
Green is an ugly
No,
color.
the opposite complex power to blue is yellow. You need to do it yellow like Skybolt. That's the opposite color on the color spectrum.
Well, there you go.
That's the color
darling.
of his
There
horn
you go.
magic.
darling. Just hang out with this yellow filly and you'll match perfectly.
Yeah. Get away
If
from
I
me,
ever need to
fashion.
die by laughing, I will call you two, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you for calling. Please
Oh,
call
nice.
again.
Don't. I don't want to die yet. Wait.
Yet.
Die. Just no. Die. Just no.
We succeeded in providing laughter to others. My heart is filled with joy.
That's good. My heart is filled with pain because it hurts a lot.
Laughing so much it hurts.
All right, Film Shot, we better behave. That way her beloved doesn't come after us with the machete that she has.
Oh no, he wouldn't use machetes. He would probably get some assassins guys or something.
I
Well,
love assassins.
Oh,
That's
fantastic.
They're
Uh,
fun.
Not the type he's gonna get.
Oh, they're ready.
Wait, did you
Little
say
pop-
molasses or assassins?
Assassins.
Oh, it'd
Oh.
probably be like molasses too.
I don't know what molasses is.
It's a syrup.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Slow.
If you want,
syrup.
if you want to drown in it, maybe.
Oh no, I'm saying molasses because we always use the term slow as molasses around here. And because molasses is when you try to use it, it's very slow coming out the jar. So that's why we always use the term slow as molasses. So when I say it's like molasses, it's because they're slow.
Your
That's
best
fine.
your
Okay.
best bet if you have it like in a glass jar, just heat it up in hot water and then you can pour it out easier.
Yeah, I used to make ketchup with it.
What?
Ketchup has molasses in it. That's what it gets its pasty form from.
Oh,
The more
Also,
you
that-
know.
Tomato paste.
that would explain why some ketchups I've had in the past just weren't right.
Yeah.
It's because
Too much
both of them
molasses
have
makes it
tons
better.
of sugar as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Skybolt speaks.
Oh, Skybolt is still among us.
Yes.
Ah,
He is still among us. Speaking of Among Us.
Die. No.
Yeah, speaking of
don't.
Among Us, how quickly did that game kill Fall Guys? Fall Guys lasted for an entire 4 days, and then Among Us 2-year-old game, Among Us completely supplanted it.
I still need to buy that game and
I
play
watched
it.
that whole thing. I was like, oh, Fall Guys is popular. Let's play that. Oh, wait. There's this new game called Among Us. And then I'm like, I downloaded it. It's like, wait a minute. 2 years old. What the heck?
Speaking of games, I bought a game recently from Steam, and I guess it's still early access, which that brings up some red flags.
Is it Steampunk 2077?
No,
Cyberpunk, I mean, sorry.
I do want to buy that though. That looks like a good game. It'd be action paced and it'd be something out of my element, but
It's only popular because Keanu Reeves is in it, and no other reason.
Oh, come on! All right, the game I bought recently that apparently somehow is still early access, which it's not because it's already out. It's called Hard Space Shipbreaker. You're
We hit the 7-hour mark.
huh?
We hit the 7-hour mark.
We did.
Oh,
I think
awesome.
it's probably time to spin down anyway. It's been a long podcast.
Okay.
Aren't you happy about that though?
I mean, yes, in the general sense, but yeah.
Oh, does the Skybolt sound a little grumpy?
It's been a long podcast.
It's been a long time.
Also, I'm seeing something. It's a little old. It's a few hours old, but somebody put down epic trailer voice and then epic trailer voice and then this long thing. Where did that come from?
Oh, we were talking about Don LaFontaine and some stuff earlier.
In a world
I
where Norwegian movie trailers
Aye.
fail to credit their narrators.
left. Oh, you're like Prince Dazzle. Oh, you three guys are dangerous. Ugh.
You're welcome. Dangerous by laughter is a good thing.
I don't know about that.
Suddenly, I'm thinking of the Star Trek Enterprise theme song. It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long time, but my time is finally here. Oh, near. One or two.
Skybalt, if you
Yep.
ever need to voice one of the people working in the place where the character is working in the Chronicles, I think he could be a good fit. A person that actually makes her days a little bit more tolerable in the place that they live and work.
Yeah, a lot more story to come for sure.
I've worked in a prison and provide many joy. This shall be fun, oh boy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and skip on out of here, unless Skybolt wants to wrap things up now.
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up now.
All right.
Alrighty, so thank you everyone for joining us for a fantastic Breakroom podcast, and we will talk to you more later.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye. Have a wonderful time.